Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter discovered Dumbledore's darkest secret. Here is short summary. What if everything Harry believed about Dumbledore was a lie? As dark truths about his mentor's actions and motives come to light, Harry must confront a web of manipulation and betrayal that shaped his entire life. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The Dark Lord wanted, however, to hide Harry from the world, until the right time had come. Only then the world should hear about the heir of Voldemort. Harry turned aside and Voldemort began once again to ask himself how the child could have survived his curse. Although he had consulted all the books which he could have found in his library, no one had been of any use for him. The fact remained that no wizard had ever survived the killing curse. It was actually impossible, and yet Harry had done the impossible. The Dark Lord cast a last glance at Harry, went past the trembling house elf whose eyes had observed every step of him, left the room and walked back to his study while he went through his followers in his mind's eyes and pondered who would be suitable the most for teaching his heir magic. He didn't need to rush anything. He would still have time for a while after all. Arriving in his study, he sat down and called a house elf to him. "Have Lucius, Severus and the others already returned?" he asked. As the house elf said no, he leant back in his armchair, looked into the dancing flames of the fire and began to plan his next move in this war. Severus Snape stifled a curse. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the opportunity anymore to warn the Order of the Phoenix about the planned attack against the Lennox family. The wizard family fought against the Dark Lord, and Mr. and Mrs. Lennox were in the Order and moreover high-ranking employees of the Ministry, so that it wasn't surprising that Voldemort had sent them here with the order to kill them. And now he couldn't do anything to prevent the murders. Tensed, Severus waited until Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy plus Bellatrix Lestrange had destroyed the wards which surrounded the house of the Lennox so far that they could sneak unhindered into the garden. A little while later the Death Eaters quietly entered the house and went upstairs. Severus separated from the others and checked the rooms on the right side. When pushing open the door of the last room, he saw a woman sleeping on the bed. Because the moonlight fell on her face, he immediately recognized her. It was the daughter of the Lennox. In Hogwarts he had been 2 years above her. He stared at her and he didn't know exactly why he did it, but he put a sleeping charm on her, picked the motionless figure up and hid the young woman under the bed. Then he placed an invisible charm on her. In that moment terrible screams echoed through the house and Severus flinched. After making the bed with trembling fingers, he hurried to the others. His heart raced and he felt ice cold. If the other Death Eaters or Voldemort would ever find out what he had done, he didn't want to know which consequences his high-handedness would entail. When finding his companions, he saw Mr. and Mrs. Lennox and their only son lying dead on the floor. Lucius Malfoy looked shortly at every one of them and ordered in a cold voice, "Search the house if we have overlooked someone." Severus followed Lucius out of the room, paused and waited with thumping heart. Seeing how Bella came out of Allison Lennox's room, he felt how relief spread in him. No one had noticed anything. As soon as the Death Eaters had established that no other person was in the house anymore, they left. They had hardly reached the garden when Lucius took his wand and cast the dark mark in the sky. Lucius glanced at him. "Are you coming with us?" he asked coolly. Severus shook his head and replied, "No, I've to return to Hogwarts." The silver-blonde man nodded and gave the others the signal to leave. 1 moment later they apparated and Severus stayed behind alone. He sighed relieved, glad that he hadn't needed to kill this time. A noise caused him to whirl around. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stood in front of him. He hated them just the same as he had hated Potter. But Potter had managed to get himself killed. If it hadn't been for Lily, Severus hadn't mourned at all 2 years ago. Lily had been a friend, however, who had trusted and believed him that he wasn't on Voldemort's side. Although he worked as a spy for Albus Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, many members still distrusted him, and to those Black and Lupin belonged. Potter had also seen always a supporter of the Dark Lord in him. He remembered the night 2 years ago and the sight which had greeted him, having arrived there. Why had Godric's Hollow been destroyed so much? Such a thing had never happened before. The Death Eaters didn't destroy the houses of their victims. So why had the Dark Lord ordered to destroy the house of the Potters then? Couldn't you have warned us? Or have you switched to the dark side? Sirius Black's sharp voice cut through Severus' thoughts. But before he had any opportunity to reply something, the rest of the order appeared. Albus Dumbledore looked at him and asked calmly, "What has happened?" "They are dead, apart from the daughter. I've hid her under the bed," Severus answered tiredly. The headmaster of Hogwarts nodded and sighed. At least one survived. 1 hour later they arrived at Hogwarts and Allison Lennox was brought to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey took care of her. To discover that her family had been killed had been a terrible shock for her. Seeing the pain in the sea-blue eyes of the young woman, Severus felt guilty. But he couldn't have prevented it, he said to himself. He had done everything what had been within his power. Turning around he wanted to leave the hospital wing as a soft voice called him back. She looked at him. "Thank you," she whispered. Severus looked at Allison for a moment and nodded shortly. Unable to say something he fled out of the room while his thoughts strangely lingered still on Allison. As he went through the great hall on his way to his chambers, he didn't even notice that he was passing Sirius Black and Remus Lupin who were sitting at one of the tables. Sirius gazed after Severus who hurried out of the hall and asked himself what use the spy actually had for the order if Snape didn't even manage to warn them before someone of them was killed. Had Snape been only able to warn them then that James and Lily would be Voldemort's next victims, had he himself only realized that Peter was a supporter of the Dark Lord and hadn't he only persuaded James to entrust Peter with the safety of his family, then his friends and Harry would be still alive today. But what was the use of all his anger, his pain and his feelings of guilt which weighed him down? It had happened and no one of them could change the past, how much it might hurt him. He missed them so much and although 2 years had passed since this fatal night his sorrow hadn't decreased. Sirius raised his head and looked at Remus who sat opposite of him. Their gazes met and in Remus' eyes grief was mirrored as well. Sirius wondered if Remus had forgiven him meanwhile that his decision had led to the death of their friends in the end. Suddenly he remembered the day on which he had seen James, Lily and Harry for the last time and the sorrow threatened to overwhelm him. Abruptly he stood up and seeing Remus' questioning eyes, he said with a quivering voice, "I'll go for a walk for a while." As soon as he had left the castle, he paused for a moment and deeply inhaled the cold, icy air. While sauntering slowly over the grounds of Hogwarts, he decided to apparate to the graveyard. He wanted to be alone. He glanced over at the Forbidden Forest and involuntarily clenched his fists. Thinking how often James, Remus, Peter and he himself had sneaked in their animagus figures into the forest, 4 friends who had sworn everlasting friendship to each other. Gazing up into the star-strewn sky he wondered once more why Peter had betrayed them and had become a supporter of Voldemort. Would he ever find an answer to his question? At the same time in London a big dark brown rat tried to find a way into the Ministry of Magic. Since the Dark Lord was planning to conquer the building, he should get knowledge about the exact ground plan of the ministry. Peter sighed while trying to remember where the entrance was. He had used the last time he had sneaked into the ministry to gather information. In the last 2 years he hadn't managed to become a Death Eater in the inner circle. He hadn't been very valuable to the Dark Lord since that Halloween. But he had had such a bad luck. Why for God's sake they had believed Sirius that they had switched Secret Keeper. If they hadn't Sirius would be in Azkaban and he would be still in the Order and it wouldn't be necessary to hide. Sometimes he asked himself, if it had been worth it, to betray the people who had trusted him, for becoming a servant to the Dark Lord. But he hadn't had a choice he persistently assured himself, as he finally found the right pipe that would bring him straight into the ministry. August 1984, the tall, black-haired woman who was hurrying briskly along the corridor wondered what the Dark Lord might want from her. It was unusual that he ordered only one Death Eater to him. Normally the whole inner circle was called. Had she unknowingly attracted his anger? Well, she certainly would discover it very soon. Bellatrix Lestrange knocked at the door and stepped in. She bowed in front of her master and waited. Lord Voldemort stared piercingly at her with his red eyes and while stroking absent-mindedly his snake who had made herself comfortable in his lap, he asked, "You have a daughter, haven't you?" Surprised she answered, "Yes, my lord." Excellent. Listen, Bella, I will give you a very important task. You will, however, maintain strict silence about it. If you tell anyone, you will be punished. I have chosen you to teach my son and heir reading, writing and of course magic. Bella blinked, totally taken by surprise. A son and heir, she nodded weakly. I'm honored, my lord. May I hear his name and age? She asked as soon as she could be sure that her tongue would obey her again. His name is Harry Riddle. You will, however, address him with my lord. He is 4 years old. 4. But my lord, he is too young to learn magic. He won't be able to perform the spells. She had hardly finished, however. There she knew that it would have been better to keep her opinion to herself. Her master raised his wand and said coldly, Crucio. After he had lifted the curse, he rose from his armchair. Never question my decisions again. Come. As he had said this, he left the room. Bella stood up shakily and followed him. In her head a lot of questions spun round. She knew that it wouldn't be very intelligent to ask them, but nevertheless she was desperately interested to know some things. Why the Dark Lord insisted so much upon secrecy? And who was the mother of this child? She was so lost in her thoughts that she almost hadn't noticed that her master had stopped in front of a door. The Dark Lord raised his wand and began to mutter quietly. Shortly afterwards the door glowed in a red light and opened. In that moment they entered. The little child who was sitting on the floor and playing with a house elf in the middle of the room lifted his head and stared at them, round-eyed and surprised. Bella regarded him curiously. He had raven hair and the brightest emerald eyes she had ever seen. Never before had she seen similar eyes. On his forehead he had a strange scar, shaped like a lightning. The boy stood up, stepped forward and stopped then. Harry gazed at the woman and wondered who she might be. The man with the red eyes he had already seen once. He had come sometimes to his room and stared at him, but he had never spoken to him. Harry was a bit afraid of him. He didn't like his red eyes which looked so scary. Nell had told him that he was the Dark Lord. She feared him as well. Now he spoke. Harry, this woman will be your teacher. She will teach you everything you have to know for the time being. Looking at Bella, he added, don't disappoint me. 1 moment later he had left the chamber. Harry, who was still surprised that the man had said something to him, felt slightly uncomfortable. He wasn't used to be in other company than in Nell's, and he didn't like it that this strange woman was staring at him so oddly. When she finally averted her gaze, he felt relieved. Instead she looked now at Nell and ordered coolly, Elf, bring parchment and quills. Nell nodded and disappeared while Harry found himself being again stared at by Bella's steel-gray eyes. So, my lord, please sit down. First I will teach you how to read and write, she said with a friendly-sounding voice. Harry went to the table and asked himself whether it would make fun to learn something and whether Nell could perhaps learn it also. Allison Lennox sauntered slowly over the grounds of Hogwarts. Her face she had turned to the warming sun. Watching 2 butterflies which were dancing through the air, she felt happy. How beautiful this day was. Allison stretched out her hands and began to spin round in circles. Laughing she whirled around. A cloud moved in front of the sun, the glaring brightness faded and Allison stopped abruptly in her tracks. Her laugh died away, the sparkling shine in her eyes disappeared. What right had she to be happy while her family wasn't alive anymore? How much she missed her parents and her brother, she couldn't express. It hurt her still to remember them, but knowing that she fought against Voldemort comforted her. As Albus Dumbledore had asked her last year if she didn't want to join the Order of the Phoenix, she hadn't needed much time to think it over. It had been naturally for her. Even if it was dangerous, in her opinion it was her duty to fight against the dark side. The first time had been terrible. Pinning away with grief she had seen the only sense of her life in working for the Order. Only gradually her thoughts had turned towards other things. And then there had been Severus, the man who had saved her life. At the beginning she hadn't liked him very much. But one night she had seen him returning from a Death Eater meeting, still trembling from a Cruciatus curse. He had refused to go to the hospital wing, and so she had brought him to his chambers. Only in that moment she had become aware of the fact that he was risking his life every time he was leaving Hogwarts, and Voldemort was calling him. Any time his secret could be discovered and he could be exposed as a spy. Slowly they had become friends. It hadn't been easy since his behavior towards her had been rather unfriendly and sometimes even angry. She hadn't understood it. Disappointed and confused, she had often been tempted to wish him at the devil and to speak to him never again. She didn't know why, but she had never done it. Perhaps she had sensed how lonely and unhappy he was. Then the day had come where she had been injured slightly in a smaller fight, and as she had felt Severus gaze on her and had looked at him, she had realized from one minute to the next that he loved her and that she loved him too. She had often felt guilty to be as happy as she was now at the moment. But wouldn't my parents and my brother have wanted me to be happy? She thought and stared at the sun, which was still covered by clouds. Allison sighed. Now she understood that he hadn't wanted to become close to another person. He hadn't wanted to make himself vulnerable. She didn't know as well whether she would be able to bear it again to lose a person she loved. But who knew how the future would look like? She knew that he would never ask her to marry him. He wouldn't want to endanger her. In that case, however, I could ask him, Allison thought, and suddenly began to smile high-spirited. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and looked through one of the arch-shaped windows up into the overcast sky. Strong wind had sprung up and was forming the clouds constantly into new shapes which were quickly drifting past. Tiredly he heaved a deep sigh. He felt defeated and hopeless. The present situation was more than alarming. 3 months ago Voldemort had conquered the Ministry of Magic, so that not only the Minister of Magic had fled to Hogwarts, but also many wizard families had either taken refuge in Hogwarts or had gone into hiding. The Order of the Phoenix had been so much sought after that Albus had had no choice but to reach the decisions which had to be made with his most closed confidants and to inform the rest of the members later. But this was the only way to lead the Order efficiently. Despite all the people who fought against Voldemort, they hadn't succeeded so far to deal the dark side a crushing blow, and now Tom Riddle concentrated upon conquering Europe and to subject it. The news of attacks on the mainland was increasing. According to his information, there as well more and more resistance groups were forming. It would be wise to unite with them, Albus thought. It wouldn't be of any great use to have many far scattered resistance groups after all. It would be much better to join forces. He would think about this more thoroughly. Lost in thoughts, the old wizard took his wand in his hand and touched with it the surface of his pensieve. He whirled the silver-white substance around and paused. Then a beautiful woman emerged from the pensieve. It was Lily Potter. He sighed deeply as his grief threatened to overwhelm him. Lily, he thought, and tears burned in his eyes. Since the time she and James had graduated and began to work in the Order, they had been very close to him. Both remarkable, powerful wizards, had they above all helped him to develop strategies, had they come to him with new ideas and had shared with him the burden of leading the Order. In time he had begun to love them as if they would be his own children. Lily had been always optimistic. Constantly she had encouraged them. Even as the terrible news had increased day after day, she hadn't lost hope. Albus remembered how happy the young couple had been as Harry had been born. How Lily had been radiant with joy as she had handed the baby to him for the first time, how proud James had been of his son. Suddenly he thought back to Harry's first birthday, where the child had got the largest cake every guest had ever seen. The whole Order had been invited. Albus smiled. How furious Lily had been when she had discovered that Sirius had given Harry a mini broom and that he and James had immediately tried to teach the baby flying. He sadly sighed. How happy these memories were, so were they most painful as well. Looking at Lily, he said quietly, "I hope you're right that Tom will be defeated one day. If not, I don't want to know what will happen to the world. But you're right, we must never lose hope." October 1984. The little raven-haired boy gazed totally amazed at the many shops in Diagon Alley. It was the first time that Harry had left Eridan Castle. Never before had he seen so many people in one place, although in reality it were only few, and had never seen so many different kinds of strange things. The anxiety, which he had felt a while ago when Bella had put a spell on him and herself which had altered their appearances, and when he had realized that Nell wasn't allowed to accompany them, had vanished. Excited, he tried to register everything what extended itself before his eyes. Spotting a shop window in which brooms were showed, he wanted to stop, but Bella, who held Harry's hand firmly in hers, dragged him along. Harry stumbled alongside her and asked, "Can I look at the brooms?" "Not today, Harry," the coolie voice of the Dark Lord rang out, who had necessarily charmed himself invisible. Under no circumstances he did want to provoke an attack from the Order when being only in the company of Harry and Bella. Hearing his voice, Harry, who had completely forgotten the presence of his father, flinched. Meanwhile Harry had understood that the man with the red eyes, which he still found creepy, was his father, a realization over which he had been very surprised. Sadly Harry cast a last glance over his shoulder back to the broom shop. What a pity that he couldn't take a look at the shop. His sadness lasted however only for a short time, since he remembered again that he should get his wand today. In the last 3 months Bella had taught him reading, writing and a bit of maths. He liked reading the most and could do it already very well. His teacher was strict and not very patient, so he wasn't sure if he liked her. Harry didn't understand that Bella knew extremely well she would be punished if he wouldn't make any progress. If magic is as well so interesting, Harry wondered and began to look forward to get his wand. Shortly afterwards they finally reached the wand shop and entered it. It took a moment until Harry's eyes had gotten used to the darkness and he could make out the many shelves which were full to the brim with oval slim boxes. An old man shuffled towards them. The look out of his bright eyes was sharp and Harry moved closer to Bella, who said in a gruff tone, "The boy needs a wand." She laid a hand on his shoulder and pushed him to the front. The man raised one eyebrow. "But he is very young. I'm not sure if a wand will choose him," he objected. Bella pointed her wand at Ollivander. "Stop talking and show him wands," she ordered. The eyes of Mr. Ollivander narrowed. Finally he nodded reluctantly, gave Harry a wand and told him to swing it through the air. Harry took the wand and did as he was told, but nothing happened. Mr. Ollivander gave Harry wand after wand and Harry tried and tried. Then, while Ollivander was currently searching for more suitable wands, which his customer hadn't tried yet, Harry looked round the small shop. His eyes fell on a black wand which was lying on white satin in a small insignificant box. The wand had a slight shimmer and Harry had the weird feeling that the wand was calling him. He stepped towards the little table, reached out with his hand and took it out of its box. All of a sudden he felt strange warmth in his fingers and golden sparks shot out of the wand. Happily Harry turned around and saw how Mr. Ollivander, who in the meantime had appeared again and was holding several boxes in his arms, stopped abruptly in his track, stared piercingly at him and turned as white as a sheet. "That can't be. That is impossible. That wand, how curious," he stammered. "What is so curious?" Voldemort asked, who had become suddenly visible. Ollivander flinched back. "Nothing. Nothing important. Crucio." The old wizard fell screaming to the floor. For a moment Harry stood completely petrified. "Stop it. Please stop it, Father." Voldemort lifted the curse and asked again. With a voice full of hatred, Ollivander spoke. "The wand possesses a feather of the same phoenix as yours." The eyes of the Dark Lord widened. So he had been right with his presumption. The Potter child would be indeed extremely powerful one day if such a wand had chosen him at the age of 4. Regarding the old man, he knew that it would be wise to kill him, before he could run to Dumbledore and tell him that a young boy in the Dark Lord's company had been chosen by a greatly powerful wand. Who could know to what conclusions that old fool would come? For a moment he considered to impose a memory charm on him, but then decided against it. This charm could be broken after all. He rather wouldn't want to take this risk. "Avada Kedavra," he said with a loud voice. Ollivander fell lifeless to the ground. Voldemort turned, laid a finger under Harry's chin and forced the child to look at him. He was worthless. "The most important thing in the world is to have power, my son. Those who are strong enough to seek it will rule the world. Soon you will learn this. Come." He let go off Harry and put the invisible charm on himself. Bella, who was still very much astounded about the wand, which had chosen the son of her master, grabbed Harry's hand. They left the shop and Voldemort cast the dark mark in the sky. Then they apparated back to Eridan Castle. Arriving at the castle, Bella brought the child back to his rooms and left him there, without noticing what a shock the events had been for the child. Harry, who was trembling madly, dropped to the floor. That green light he had seen before, in his nightmares. But he didn't understand exactly what just had happened. As Nell saw him, she clapped her hands in front of her face. Young master, what has happened to you? She shrieked. Harry tried to speak. No word could be heard however. Nell saw his tremor and white face and took him immediately to bed. Then she brought him a glass of hot cocoa and helped him to drink it. Quietly she began to sing. It took a long time until Harry stopped to tremble and fall asleep. Nell sat the whole night at his bed and watched over him. She would punish herself tomorrow. If it hadn't disturbed her young master she would do it now. She had failed him. She hadn't been there to protect him from whatever had happened. She was a bad house elf. Sirius Black cursed while asking himself where on earth they currently were. Albus had given Remus and himself the task to contact a French resistance group which had recently achieved several considerable victories in the fight against the Death Eaters. They had been wandering through this forest for ages now and had still not the slightest idea which direction they should take. Though Albus had told them the approximately whereabouts of the resistance group, after his explanations however they had to see a lake but far and away no lake was within view. Remus, who was gazing concentrated on his map, lifted shortly his head, looked around and said, "We're wrong, Sirius. Here ought to be a lake. I know. Unfortunately it isn't however. Shall we go back again?" Remus shook undecided his head and suggested to have a short break. Sirius agreed and sat down on the ground, next to Remus who had spread out the map and was pointing thoughtfully to a spot. "I think we have to be about here. I would say we should take the right path. Then we should actually find this lake of which Albus spoke and their headquarters are located nearby the lake." "So we only have to find this lake," Remus said. "Yes, but the question is where? We are searching already for hours and here everything is looking the same." "Perhaps we've been here already once and have run in circles the whole time," Sirius replied edgily. "What's wrong?" he asked a moment later, seeing that Remus was looking around with an alert expression on his face. "I've heard a rustling," his friend whispered back. Sirius gripped his wand more firmly and listened now as well. "Probably it was only some animal," he said finally, standing up. "Hopefully," Remus replied, folded the map up and rose as well. "All right then, let's try the right way. Drop your wands." A loud voice in French rang out. Sirius and Remus slowly turned around. Quickly about a dozen wizards came out between the trees. The wands pointed at Sirius and Remus, they surrounded them. "Who are you?" a different voice demanded to know. "And who are you?" Sirius asked back, scrutinized the so suddenly appeared people and came to the conclusion that they couldn't be Death Eaters. Nevertheless Sirius wasn't willing to give away their identity first. A short moment they stood there and stared at each other. Finally one of the wizards took a step forward and said tersely, "We're fighting against the Dark Lord." Sirius nodded briefly. His assumption that they were facing the French resistance group at last was confirmed and so he explained. "We're coming from Great Britain. We're members of the Order of the Phoenix. Albus Dumbledore has sent us." The leader of the French inclined his head. "Then come. We'll check it." While it was indicated to them to follow, one of the men picked up their wands from the ground. Sirius felt lost without his wand but knowing that he wouldn't get it back for the time being he sighed. As they, following the right path, passed a big lake shortly afterwards Sirius and Remus exchanged a look. They reached the well-hidden cache of the French resistance group and after a while they found themselves, without their wands, in a large tent. But they didn't need to wait long until two women entered. Both were slender and had dark brown hair. They looked alike. One of them had blue eyes however while the other had gray eyes. The blue-eyed woman had a small vial in her hand. She held it out to them and said in a clear voice, "Veritaserum. We've to make sure that you aren't Death Eaters." With a resignedly expression on his face Sirius seized the fragile vial, took a sip of the colorless, tasteless liquid and handed the Veritaserum on to Remus. After it had been ascertained that they had spoken the truth the young woman said, "I'm Charlotte Linley and this is my sister Emily. Our uncle is the leader of our group. Currently he isn't here however. We've actually expected you much earlier and when you didn't get here to the arranged time we thought you wouldn't come anymore today. But our uncle should return soon. Then you'll be able to speak with him. That would be great. We couldn't find the lake by the way, that's why our lateness. Sorry that we couldn't come on time. I'm Sirius Black and this is Remus Lupin. I'm pleased to meet you, Sirius replied and shook hands with Charlotte. For some obscure reason he held Charlotte's hand a while longer, as it would have been necessary. After he had greeted Emily as well, Sirius turned again to Charlotte and asked curiously, "Are you from Great Britain?" Charlotte nodded. Her dark blue eyes shimmered sadly. "Yes, we were born there, but when our parents were murdered we came to France to live with our aunt and her husband." While Sirius was talking with Charlotte, Remus' eyes rested on Emily, who had been standing silently beside her sister so far. Remus stepped to the only table which was in the tent and was making a rather wobbly impression, and put the vial with the veritaserum which he still was holding in his hand down. He was now standing close to Emily, and when she looked up, their eyes met. Instantly Remus supported himself heavily on the table and sharply drew a breath. He had sensed that Emily was a werewolf as well. The young woman must have become aware of this, too, Remus thought, when noticing Emily's ashen face. Suddenly she smiled, turned around and left the tent. Remus followed her. For a while they were walking side by side without one of them talking, until Emily broke the silence and asked, "When you were bitten?" Remus riveted his gaze on the autumnal-colored leaves of the trees and murmured, "I was 5 years old." Even after so many years he only reluctantly remembered the event which had changed his life forever. The sympathy and understanding in Emily's gray eyes hit him unprepared, but all of a sudden he realized that she too knew the pain of the transformations, the fear that someone would discover the secret, and the contempt and disdain which was showed for you inevitably if the people discovered his condition. "I was 16 years old, Emily said dryly. "Shortly afterwards I was expelled from Beauxbatons. The school couldn't afford it to allow me to stay." "Were you taught at home?" Remus shook his head. "No. Luckily I was able to go to Hogwarts. But this was only possible since Albus Dumbledore allowed it. He is a great person, and because of my friend James Potter. At that time his father was Minister of Magic. James has helped me incredibly much. He was a great friend and like a brother to me." His voice trembled slightly. The memories still hurt. Emily, who was watching him closely, gently touched his arm. "The pain never goes away, does he?" she said softly. Remus gazed down at her small hand. He felt strangely drawn to the young woman, and before he knew what he was doing he voiced what was tormenting him for a long time. "It happened nearly 3 years ago. The Dark Lord killed James, his wife and his son. They were my family and I couldn't have prevented it. Harry was only 1 year old." His voice nearly broke, as the memories overwhelmed him. She didn't say anything, but the slight pressure of her hand comforted him. Her eyes, which looked at him, clouded over. "It's always the children who suffer the most in a war," she murmured a moment later, and turned towards the tents, where a little girl was crouching on the ground and was picking up chestnuts. "Let's go. My uncle should have returned by now," Emily finally said, and slowly they sauntered back to Charlotte and Sirius. The little girl yawned. It was boring, but she didn't leave the window seat where she sat and continued to look out of the window. Her mother had said that her father would return today, and this he believed with all her might. She tried to remember how long her father had been away already, but she didn't know it. To her it seemed to be incredibly long ago, as he had read a goodnight story to her. The next day he had been away. "Carolina, it's enough. Get immediately down there." Caro flinched as she heard the voice of her mother. She didn't dare to object, however, so that she reluctantly slid off the window seat. Casting a glance back, she suddenly came to a halt. "Dad," she whispered happily, and like the wind she rushed upstairs and ran to the big entrance doors. Standing on tiptoe she tried to reach the handle. Although she managed it, she didn't succeed in opening the heavy doors. She looked up to her mother and wanted to ask if she couldn't help her. Her mother, however, had disappeared. So Caro had no choice but to wait. The time seemed to drag as she stared at the doors. Then they finally opened, and the tall black-cloaked wizard spread out his arms. The little black-haired girl laughed while she was whirled around by her father. Flinging her arms around him, she said, "Now you'll never go away again, will you?" Her father sighed and shook his head. "I'll have to go away still more times, princess. But I will always come back." Caro repressed her disappointment. "Do you promise me?" "Yes, my darling, I'll promise." Comforted, Caro snuggled to her father, happy that she finally could once again feel secure. In the same moment Severus and Allison keyed the sun broke through the clouds and turned the frozen lake and the gray snow into a glistering, gleaming white sea. Minerva McGonagall clapped, and while she was smiling in tears, she regarded the young couple who had just married. Allison and Severus looked so happy. They seemed to have eyes only for each other. Minerva was glad that Severus had found someone whom he could love, and Allison had such a lovely character. "Aren't they a wonderful couple?" she whispered, deeply moved, and turned to Albus, who was standing beside her and had wrapped himself up firmly in his cape for protection against the cold. "Yes, they are. It's a shame that they have to hide their happiness in future," Albus replied sadly. Minerva stared uncomprehendingly at Albus. Seeing her look, he added, "Their marriage will have to remain a secret. It would be too dangerous if Voldemort would hear of this. Only the inner circle of the Order will know about their marriage, and so it will stay. At least as so long we haven't defeated Voldemort." Minerva sighed sadly, but she knew that Albus was undoubtedly right. It would be indeed too dangerous for Severus and Allison if the Dark Lord would discover their relationship. While watching how the newlyweds accepted the numerous congratulations, she had to think involuntarily of the last wedding to which she had been invited. James and Lily had been overjoyed, too, and then it had ended in a tragedy. Hot tears burned in her eyes. She missed them so much, and of course Harry, her godson, the sweet raven-haired baby, who had laughed at her with beaming eyes each time she had looked after the little one. Loud laughing rang out to her, and Minerva emerged from the depths of her memories. She shouldn't be so sad and remember the Potters, not on Severus and Allison's wedding. Hoping with all her heart that the future of them wouldn't end so terrible, she went over to them. Like all the others, Severus accepted Minerva's congratulations as well, with a handshake and a brief word of thanks, though he couldn't have said with whom he had spoken afterwards. Constantly he looked over to Allison, whose hair was shining like melted gold in the sun. How he loved her! He hadn't wanted it, had fought tooth and nail against it, and yet he had been powerless about his ever-increasing feelings in the end. All his attempts to persuade himself that he didn't love Allison had failed miserably. Only in the moment Allison had asked him straight out if he would marry her 3 months ago, he had admitted to himself that he loved Allison more than anything else in the world. Nevertheless, he had just looked at her wordlessly, not knowing what to answer, since never had he wanted to endanger her through his fault. But Allison had said that she was already in danger, so it wouldn't change anything if they would marry. Like all the others, Severus accepted Minerva's congratulations as well, with a handshake and a brief word of thanks, though he couldn't have said with whom he had spoken afterwards. Constantly he looked over to Allison, whose hair was shining like melted gold in the sun. How he loved her! He hadn't wanted it, had fought tooth and nail against it, and yet he had been powerless about his ever-increasing feelings in the end. All his attempts to persuade himself that he loved Allison had failed miserably. Only in the moment Allison had asked him straight out if he would marry her 3 months ago, he had admitted to himself that he loved Allison more than anything else in the world. Nevertheless, he had just looked at her wordlessly, not knowing what to answer, since never had he wanted to endanger her through his fault. But Allison had said that she was already in danger, so it wouldn't change anything if they would marry. Thinking of that, he felt how pleasant warmth seized him, which however disappeared all of a sudden. It was confusing that someone could feel so much happiness in one breath and simultaneously such terrible fear. Just the thought of losing Allison scared him to death. With a jerk, Severus turned around, and relieved he saw Allison standing laughing beside Minerva and Poppy Pomfrey. She lifted her arm and threw the bridal bouquet up. The Weasley children ran screaming behind it and tried to catch the bunch of flowers, but it was in vain. The flowers flew through the air and landed in the arms of Sirius Black. Severus snorted. He couldn't understand why Allison had persisted to invite Black and Lupin. If he had been able to decide, they would never have attended his wedding. And now that clown had indeed caught the bouquet. The guests laughed and applauded. Black grinned and bowed, while Severus asked himself why they of all people had to attend his wedding. Harry yawned and stared bad-temperedly onto the densely delineated parchment which was lying in front of him on the table. Since Bella had said him that his daily lessons were cancelled today, she hadn't even mentioned a reason. He had fought his way through the first tasks Bella had given him to work on, but now he felt not the tiniest inclination to deal with those rather boring tasks any longer. Much more he liked it to do magic or to learn new spells. That was a lot more interesting and exciting. In the beginning he had had a few difficulties to perform the various charms, but after a while he had succeeded. His father had visited him a few times while Bella had been teaching him, had watched him and had even praised him. Harry cast still a glance at the tasks, hesitated a moment and then slid from his chair. He would finish the tasks in the afternoon. Harry squinted at the door and bit his lip undecidedly. It would be great if he could explore the castle. Since his visit to Diagon Alley he had gradually realized how his chambers narrowed him down. It was boring to sit the whole day only in his rooms. He knew, however, that it was forbidden for him to leave his rooms. But then Harry shrugged with his shoulders. He would just have to be careful and look out, then no one would catch him. Calling Nell, he asked her to open the door. The little house elf stared at him with large eyes, nodded shortly afterwards, and little later Harry was walking along the gloomy broad corridor. Nell toddled behind him. The castle seemed to him gigantic and his eyes wandered curiously around. Pushing one of the heavy dark curtains a bit aside which covered up the big windows, he startled flinched back as blinding light streamed in the dark corridor and let go abruptly of the curtain. Confused, Harry stared at the curtain for a moment. Slowly he reached out with his hand again. This time he held onto the heavy fabric when blinking into the brightness. Amazed, he looked at the white, glistering scenery. "Nell, what's this?" "That's snow, my lord. In winter it's often snowing," Nell said in her high-pitched voice. "Snow," Harry repeated, awed. Walking on, Harry forgot that he had to be careful and that it was forbidden for him to leave his chambers. It was much too interesting and exciting to explore the single rooms. In one of the rooms strange pictures were hanging on the walls on which frightening creatures were painted. Some of the doors were locked, and because Nell told him that supporters of his father, whatever this should mean, were living there, he remembered again that he had to be careful, so he quickly went on. He followed a little winding staircase and opened the next door. Immediately his gaze was drawn to a large, blue four-poster bed. Harry, who already was a bit exhausted and whose legs began to hurt, sat down on the soft bed. A hissing voice caused him to jump up again. "Always those stupid humans, must constantly disturb me." Nell's eyes widened terrified as she whispered urgently. "It's a snake, my lord. Please let's go." Harry, who had overcome his first fright, was however more curious than fearful. Timidly he lifted the blue velvet blanket. A small curled-up snake came to the surface. She was black and had silvery squares on her back which shimmered in the light. Harry marveled at the little animal and asked, "What are you doing here?" Nell flinched back and stared at her young master, who had just hissed in the same way like the snake moments ago. The little reptile had lifted its head and blinked at them. "You can speak our language, how interesting. I was sleeping. Sorry that we've woken you. Would you come with me?" Harry asked, who was fascinated greatly by the snake. "Yes, why not?" the reptile replied after a while of consideration and curled itself around Harry's wrist, who had sat down on the bed again. Nell watched her charge with wide eyes. Although she knew that the snake wouldn't do anything to him, she was afraid for the child whom she loved so much. Harry, who didn't notice anything of Nell's worry for him, continued carefree his conversation with the small snake. "What's your name?" he wanted to know. "My name is Diamond." "Diamond. That's a funny name. I'm Harry." All of a sudden Harry and Nell froze. Someone was running with hurried strides past their only ajar door. The steps disappeared gradually and Harry heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and realized how hungry he was. He had been away too long already and his tasks he as well had still to do. Since he didn't know the way back to his rooms anymore, he left the lead to Nell. Exhausted but happy, he soon reached together with Nell and Diamond his rooms, glad that no one had seen him. The next morning Bellatrix Lestrange stopped abruptly in her tracks when seeing a highly poisonous snake curled up around the arm of her pupil and heard how Harry was quietly talking to the animal. She regained her composure however quickly. She should have expected that the boy would possess this rare gift. After all, her master was as well a Parselmouth. When Harry performed some spells a short while later and she was watching him, she thought that he surely would become a very powerful wizard one day. Never before had she seen that such a young child controlled these charms so perfectly. But she was incredibly relieved about Harry's talent. It saved her from a not exactly pleasant punishment. It was good that her qualms that it would turn out to be difficult to teach the son of her master hadn't come true. Watching how Harry let a book hover some meters above the table, she made plans for giving her daughter, who was 1 year older than Harry, as well lessons in magic. Harry's progress was extremely satisfying, so that Bella didn't slow down her steps when setting off to her master after the lessons to give him a report. When telling him that Harry had chosen a snake as his pet and he as well was a Parselmouth, the reaction of the Dark Lord confused her completely. She had expected that he would answer this piece of news with a pleased nod. Instead he stared at her with his red eyes in a rather peculiar way. "My lord," she dared to ask timidly. The Dark Lord, however, didn't hear Bella. He was totally lost in his thoughts. This child did manage to surprise him over and over again. So Harry was a Parselmouth. Without noticing it, he shook his head. How could this be possible? Only direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin possessed this rare gift, and he himself was the last descendant of the Great Wizard. At least he had always believed this. Perhaps James Potter was descended from Salazar Slytherin. That would be possible after all. The Potters were an ancient wizard family. All of a sudden he became aware of the fact that Bella was still standing in front of him. Well, he would try to solve this mystery one day. But in the moment he was content with nodding shortly. "That's indeed good news," he said, and watched how Bella relaxed. September 1985. While the landscape rushed quickly past him, Charlie Weasley was sitting in the Hogwarts Express and was trying not to be too much excited that today his first year at Hogwarts would begin. Apart from him there was his 2 years older brother Bill with him in the compartment, who had fallen asleep however a short time ago. Sighing, Charlie leaned back into the soft seat. He was relieved that the summer was over. Sadly he remembered the terrible day he had heard that his grandparents had been killed by Death Eaters. In the following time they had tried to cope with the misery, and while his mother had been often all tears, Bill and he had had to look after their younger siblings. Especially his 4-year-old sister hadn't understood what had happened, and Charlie had had much effort to distract her. Charlie gripped his wand and thought back to his vow. He had vowed to become an Auror as soon as he would be finished with the school, and that he would fight against the Dark Lord someday, just as his parents, who were members of the Order of the Phoenix. In the magic world the Order had already become a legend and was the last great hope in the fight against the Dark Lord and his supporters. He would also join the Order in distant future, he decided, and looking at his wand, he thought back how difficult it had been to buy his school supplies. Due to the danger, some members of the Order had accompanied him, Bill and his father. How proud he had been when he had got his first wand, handed over by Ollivander's daughter, who continued the wand shop since the murder of her father. She had been so nice, and glancing out of the window, Charlie yawned and snuggled against the seat. When the sunrays began to wander through the room, Harry blinked sleepily, laid an arm across his eyes, and finally pulled the blanket over his head. He was still so tired, but since he didn't succeed to fall asleep anymore, he finally sat up and stared over at the window. Last night he had had one of his terrible nightmares again. As always, Nell had immediately come to him and had comforted him. Sometimes Harry wished that his father and Bella would hug him too, but they never did. Since he had bought his wand he often dreamed from the old friendly man and the green blinding light. Meanwhile he knew that it had been the killing course. Bella hadn't taught him this yet, but he had read it himself. He frequently leafed through the books much further than he actually should. A while later, when Harry had dressed and had eaten breakfast, he stepped to the door and opened it. Last month he had finally managed to find the right spell in one of the books Bella had given him, and since then he was able to open his door alone and wasn't dependent on Nell's help anymore. Apart from this, it was great fun to perform magic. Seeing that the corridor was deserted, he silently padded out. Nell followed him. Ever since he had found Diamond he had often sneaked around the castle. There was so much to discover, and when he would get tired of exploring the castle he went to the enormous library of the castle, took one of the countless books and made it himself comfortable under the table most of the time. So he had often managed it to stay undiscovered, when someone had unexpectedly entered the library and thus hadn't been caught yet by any of his forays. Because Bella had told him yesterday that she would be unable to come and wouldn't therefore teach him today, Harry knew that he could take so much time as he wanted and hadn't have to pay attention to return back to his room in time. In a great mood he climbed up one of the stairs which led to one of the towers. In a dusty, little room he discovered all kinds of old junk, and behind a broken chest of drawers he found a broom. Happily about his finding he took the broom, after removing some spiders' webs, to a bigger room and tried to fly. He knew it immediately. Flying was easy and he could it. But in the room wasn't exactly much space, so that he landed shortly afterwards and pondered where to he could go. His first thought was to go to the great hall. There however the danger was of course great that someone could spot him. Looking at Nell he asked the little house elf if she didn't know a suitable place for flying. After a moment of consideration Nell suggested the park. Harry hesitated for an instant. He had never been in the park before, but since the day he had seen into the, at that time, snow-covered park he had wished to go out one day. So far he hadn't done it however, out of fear he would run into someone. In the castle were many hiding places which he could use in an emergency, but he didn't know if he would find so good possibilities in the park as well. Finally his curiosity and his desire to really try out his broom won, and he led Nell to show him the way. They had hardly entered the park when Nell led him along one of the narrow pathways, while Harry was looking amazed at the tress which struck him so much taller now as he had seen them out of his window. A little while later he was flying in the warm sun. A never-known feeling of freedom seemed to fill him while flying higher and higher. Nell, who was sitting behind him, held desperately onto his waist in the meantime. Harry laughed. Flying was just great. Soon he became more daring and even tried out a nosedive which caused Nell to cry out loudly. After a while, as it began to get dark, he flew to the ground and sauntered, still beaming with joy, slowly back to the castle. He knew that he would hardly be able to wait for the next day. His mood darkened as he remembered that he would have time only in the afternoon to sneak in the park and to fly. Hopefully Bella wouldn't give him so much homework. Loud voices startled him. Nell had heard them, too. Frightened, her eyes widened. Harry's eyes darted around, and just in time he managed to hide with Nell behind two bushes so that the black figures who went past didn't notice them. Relieved, Harry, who had held his breath, let it slowly escape. He straightened up and saw how the supporters of his father walked to the castle. Looking around he made sure that no one else was nearby. Then he picked up his broom from the ground and whispered to Nell, who had put her hands before her eyes, that they could go now, and started to move. He grasped Nell's hand and ran across the lawn. Reaching his rooms out of breath, Harry sank exhausted on his bed, glad that his excursion in the park had stayed on Earth had his father forbidden him to leave his chambers. He didn't understand it. It was late afternoon and the first nice day for weeks, in which it had rained one minute and had snowed the next. Cold and foggy, it had been just uncomfortable outside, so that no one had left Hogwarts if it hadn't been absolutely necessary. Nearby the lake, Sirius, Remus, Charlotte and Emily sat together on a blanket and enjoyed the warming sunbeams which were breaking through the clouds. Since they had met in France they had become good friends. When the Order of the Phoenix and the French resistance group had begun to work together, the two sisters had often come to Hogwarts, had delivered messages, or had received Albus assignments. Remus and Emily had fallen in love with each other, and a few weeks ago Remus had finally mustered enough courage to ask the young woman for her hand. Overjoyed, Emily had agreed. Little later she had moved to Hogwarts. When the teacher of defense against the dark arts had been murdered, Albus Dumbledore had searched despairingly for a replacement and had finally offered the position to the four young Aurors, so that Charlotte had moved to Hogwarts as well. It wasn't easy to share the position, but since they spoke about the lessons and adjusted to each other, this arrangement had functioned well so far. So, at least, not many lessons had to be cancelled when urgent tasks for the Order had to be carried out. The subject potions was also taught alternately by Severus Snape and his wife. In Hogwarts it was an open secret that the students liked Alison Lennox much more than Professor Snape. While the four friends were sitting comfortably together, many people passed them. Since Hogwarts had become a refuge and a place which the Dark Lord hadn't conquered yet, despite a few attempts to do so, it had become almost a little town. Even a few Muggle children, whose parents had been killed, lived here. As the Dark Lord and his followers had murdered so many Muggles in the last years, it had become virtually impossible to keep the magic world secret any longer. It wouldn't take long anymore and the Muggles would discover that next to their world another one existed. On this day, however, the four young people didn't think of the magic world being on the verge of a catastrophe. Did you hear that Charlie Weasley is supposed to be an excellent flyer? When one of the older students will graduate next year, he'll definitely get on the Quidditch team. Sirius just said, and his gaze wandered in direction of the Quidditch field. Perhaps Gryffindor then will win once again. Remus replied and bit into his apple. Since Remus, Sirius and their friends had left school, Gryffindor hadn't managed it once to gain the Quidditch Cup. Last year Hufflepuff had won, and this unexpected victory had nearly shocked the whole school. In the years before, the coveted cup had been handed over mainly to the Slytherins, and this although the number of students in Slytherin had decreased very much over the years. The Death Eaters who supported the Dark Lord in public didn't send their children to Hogwarts. Those who supported him but wore masks and tried to convince the world of the opposite allowed their children to attend the only magic school in Britain. Of course, not all Slytherin students had Death Eaters as parents, it were many however. While Sirius and Remus were chatting about Quidditch, Charlotte and Emily exchanged a smile. Both knew how Quidditch obsessed their friends were. But to talk about hobbies or other unimportant things was bitterly necessary in those horrible times in which you were seized constantly with fear, had to fight for your own life, and had to witness murder and torture and dreadful tragedies. They all suffered greatly from the war. Everyone had come away with scars on their souls, but they had no alternative but to live and to fight. Emily leant against the tremendous chestnut and regarded Remus while listening more to his voice than to his words. She loved him and wouldn't have been the war, she would have been perfectly happy without a doubt. But instead countless fears were bothering her. Had they actually a future? She knew how hard it was for Severus and Allison, with whom she had become friends. Their marriage was strained greatly under the need to keep it secret and to be always careful to avoid giving it away, under the daily stress and Severus' work as a spy. She wouldn't be able to bear it, if something should happen to Remus. Emily thought and felt how an icy coldness seized her. They understood each other as no one else could, and Emily couldn't imagine any more to live without him. For one moment her nails dug into her palms. Remus sat opposite of her. He was fine, she assured herself. The singing high-pitched sound of a phoenix, which her bracelet suddenly emitted, caused her to freeze to ice. She gazed down on the narrow silver band and read the glowing message which had appeared there. Attack in Cheltenham. 1 year ago one of the members of the Order of the Phoenix had come up with the idea to use the bracelets, and they had been surprised which unexpected advantages this method brought along with. To communicate among each other so quickly had been not possible before. The bracelets also enabled them to pass the wards which surrounded Hogwarts without reciting some complicated spells like they had done before. Emily stood up and looked up. All joy and lightheartedness had disappeared from the faces of her sister and Remus, and Sirius. Only grim determination was left. Together they ran to the apparition place and Emily stretched out her hand. Remus grabbed her, and for a brief moment she saw the same fear in his eyes. Would they survive the present day? Shortly afterwards the young Aurors had disappeared to do what destroyed them slowly. 1 hour later Poppy Pomfrey took care of the injured people from the attack in Cheltenham. Desperately she tried to help the many victims. The hospital wing had to be magically enlarged since it had been too small. As Poppy had tended one of the injured, she stared at the sight which extended itself in front of her eyes. Whom should she help first? The decision was however taken away from her. Remus Lupin, closely followed by Emily who was beside herself, came storming through the door. In his arms he carried an unconscious woman. "Poppy, quick, she has been cursed with the Cruciatus curse," he shouted, and placed the woman carefully on a bed from which he had to scare off 2 young wizards. Poppy hurried to Remus and Emily and realized the reason for their worried faces. It was Allison, the wife of Severus Snape, who she liked very much. "Will she survive?" Remus asked hesitatingly. Poppy nodded slightly. "I think so, but she has lost her child." Poppy sighed sadly. It had been only a few weeks ago when Allison had come to her and they had discovered her 2-month pregnancy. The young woman had been so happy. Remus turned around, cursed and stormed out to fight again, while Emily stayed with Allison and held her hand. Compassion seized her as she stared into Allison's white face. She brushed a strand of hair out of Allison's face and, looking first at the many wounded people and then to Poppy, she asked, "How can I help?" While the sun was shining glaringly from the sky and the gentle wind was breezing through the tops of the trees, Harry was filled again with an indescribable feeling of freedom. Gripping his broom tighter, he cheerily flew higher and higher. Whenever he flew he felt happy. Unfortunately he didn't manage to sneak into the park nowhere as frequently as he would have wished. "Not so fast, Harry. I don't like this," Diamond hissed. Harry laughed and gazed down at his little snake, who had curled herself tightly around his arm. Nell had got used to flying over the months, but his snake absolutely didn't like it if he decreased his speed or flew loops. A moment later Harry landed on the ground. He lowered his arm and said, "If you don't like it, get off my arm and stay on the ground." The black-silver reptile hissed angrily and slid off Harry's arm and wriggled into the tall grass, in which the raven-haired boy lost sight of Diamond rather quickly. Just as Harry wanted to climb on his broom again, he heard strange sounds. It sounded like singing. Never before had he heard something like this. The singing was beautiful. Fascinated Nell was listening as well. Harry looked around and saw that something was shimmering through a few bushes. Curiously he began to walk in the direction from which the singing could be heard. He bent the green twigs aside and held his breath. It was a phoenix. With wide eyes Harry stared at the magical bird. It was black, but it wasn't a real black. When the light hit the feathers, different colors shimmered through. Harry walked round the bush and kneeled down. The phoenix turned its head and they looked at each other. Black glistening eyes riveted on him. Carefully Harry reached out with his hand, stroked over the soft feathers. The phoenix let it happen. "You are beautiful, aren't you? Do you want to stay with me?" Harry asked, and wasn't astonished in the least as the phoenix trilled and inclined its head. "I'll stay with you," she sang. Harry smiled, but then he suddenly remembered something he had read in one of his books. "Why can I understand you? I thought that it is impossible for a human to understand magical creatures." "I don't know. I sense something strange in you, similar to a phoenix." The answer surprised Harry, but since it didn't make any sense to him, he shrugged with his shoulders. He admired the brightly shimmering feathers and had an idea. "May I call you Rainbow?" "If you want. I like it." The young woman stood motionless like a statue on the shore and stared with a blank gaze at the lake. Her long golden hair was dull and her eyes had lost their former twinkling. Cheerful laughter rang out to her and Allison flinched. She turned around and caught sight of two little children who were playing with each other. For a tiny moment she watched them. Then she spun around and hurried away with long strides. Furious, she hit with her hand against one of the trees which she passed. Giving a loud sob, she slid slowly to the ground. She couldn't bear it to know that it had been her fault. If she hadn't gone to Cheltenham, she wouldn't have lost her child. Allison dug her nails into the bark and pressed her face against the tree. She had loved it to look at the lake, to run over the meadows and to roam through the forests, but since that fatal day everything had only provoked an incredible indifference in her. She could only think at her lost child. She imagined how he would have looked like one day and talked with him. Her despair and her self-reproaches haunted her even in her dreams. Emily and Charlotte had tried to cheer her up, but they didn't understand her. Even Severus didn't understand her. The last months they had only quarreled. Allison began to sob as overwhelming fury at the war that had killed her child rose in her. What was the point of living on? She had lost her child. All of a sudden she felt strong arms which embraced her, and while Severus pulled her close to him, she didn't struggle against his touch. Crying, she clung to him. Blinded by tears, she lifted her head. They held and keyed each other as if never wanting to let go anymore, and Allison realized that her life had still a sense. The hurried steps of the children echoed through the dark castle as they ran down the broad staircase. A Death Eater, who had appeared at the bottom of the stairs, clicked disapprovingly his tongue, and the two children reduced their speed while exchanging a look. The black-haired girl, who was almost a year older than the silver-blonde boy at her side, walked ahead and led them through interlocking corridors to a small terrace. Going down the few steps, Caro entered the green lawn. Draco jumped behind. "And what shall we do now?" he asked in a bored voice. "Certainly it'll take forever until they've finished," he added, and thought of the Death Eater meeting their parents currently attended. How he would have wanted to be there as well. That would be at least exciting instead of this waiting. Unfortunately, Draco had only wrested the permission from his father to accompany their parents to the castle, but now he realized that they could have stayed just as well at home. Suddenly a movement on the horizon attracted, however, his attention. He squinted and shouted, "There is someone flying. Come." Caro's gaze followed his outstretched arm. "Wait, Draco, you know that our parents have forbidden us to leave the castle." But Draco ignored Caro's objection and began to run in the direction where he had seen the figure. Caro shrugged her shoulders and began to run, too. Out of breath they stopped finally, cast their eyes heavenwards and admired the vertical flights. Draco whistled appreciatively, and as the raven-haired boy landed on the ground a while later, Draco stepped out of the tree's shadow and asked, "Who are you?" The strange boy whirled around and stared at them with large startled eyes, but he seemed to relax shortly afterwards. "I'm Harry, and you?" he answered. "My name is Draco Malfoy, and this is Carolina Lestrange." "Caro," the girl interrupted him. Draco nodded and continued, "Nice to meet you. You are flying fantastically, by the way." "We're flying as well. What do you think of playing Quidditch together?" Draco suggested expectantly. Harry smiled and said then, "Yes, that would be great. But we've to be careful because I'm not allowed outside. My father has forbidden it. Please don't say anyone you have met me." Draco raised one eyebrow. Before he could, however, open his mouth, Caro asked with a frown, "Forbidden? Why? And what's your mother saying to this?" Harry blinked at them. "I don't know. I haven't a mother," he said slowly. A loud angry voice caused the children to spin around. "Draco, where are you?" "That's my father. We've to go. We certainly will come back." Draco sighed while deciding firmly that he would persuade his father to take them along tomorrow as well to the castle of the Dark Lord, this time however with their brooms. Harry nodded disappointingly. "That would be nice, but please say nothing to your parents." Caro shook her head. "If you don't want it, we won't say anything. Bye, Harry." Draco still cast a glance at the raven-haired boy, turned around then as well and disappeared together with Caro between the trees. Later in that night, Harry tossed and turned restlessly in his bed. Since his thoughts were occupied with the today's happenings, he just couldn't manage to fall asleep. He was so happy that he had met Draco and Caro. Finally he would have friends with whom he could play. He wondered if they would come tomorrow. Caro had given him, however, something to think about. For the first time in his life he thought about his mother and wondered why he hadn't any. Where was she? What had happened to her? He refused to believe that she had left him. Pressing his pillow tightly to him, he felt a painful yearning. But after what exactly he couldn't say. When finally falling asleep, he dreamed of a shadowy woman, who held him in her arms and sung him a lullaby. Her face, however, he couldn't see. So deeply Harry slept that he didn't notice how the Dark Lord entered his room, stepped to his bed, stopped and regarded him. A thoughtful expression darted across his face. With 6 years, Harry was now old enough to learn who counted to his endless enemies, including that old fool Dumbledore, and above all the child had to learn his place in the world. The boy was intelligent, and that would undoubtedly simplify his lessons. He would also teach him parcel magic. Since Harry possessed this rarely gift, it would be stupidity not to use it. Satisfied, Voldemort ran his hand over his chin and thought exultantly of Harry being soon able to help him to rule over the world. At least in a few years, the Dark Lord restricted his expectations resignedly. April 1987. Although the hall was festively decorated and merry laughter was ranging out to him, Severus' expression was gloomy, and so the grim-looking wizard didn't seem to fit very well to the exuberant party. Severus Snape sighed and asked himself why he had to attend the weddings of Black and Lupin. It had been a surprise to hear that Sirius and Charlotte would marry as well. If you really thought about it, however, then he should have been able to foreseen it. Ever since James Potter had been murdered, Black and Lupin were as close as brothers, so that probably it wasn't so surprising when they married at the same time, and then even sisters, Severus thought cynically. What should he do here? While he was uselessly wasting his time here, he could have been brewing potions. Impatiently he began to clear a path to one of the tables. He wanted to fetch a butter beer and grinded his teeth as he had to squeeze his way through a flock of children. His eyes fell on the beaming faces of Black and Lupin. All of a sudden he felt how bitter jealousy seized him. It was just unfair that they were so happy. There was no necessity for them to keep their marriage secret, and Charlotte and Emily, both looking stunningly beautiful, phoned virtually with genuine happiness while Allison still hadn't recovered from her miscarriage. Sipping at his butter beer, he looked around. After a while he finally spotted Allison. She was talking with Mrs. Weasley. Allison smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Severus, however, was glad even over the smallest progress. He had been beside himself with worry when Allison had lost all her spirits. All her happiness and lightheartedness had vanished, and Severus hadn't known how he should help Allison. Of course he had been sad as well about the incident. It hadn't, however, affected him as greatly as it had Allison. But the worst had been her looks in her eyes when he had gone to the Death Eater meetings. They had been so reproachful, Severus remembered, and her love had changed into hatred. Perhaps she had also sensed that he had felt a certain relief. He hadn't wanted that his child would be born in such a time. In a time of war and dread, in which it happened almost daily that children lost their parents and were left behind as orphans. Only since that day he had found Allison clutching to that tree and he had drawn her tightly in his arms, their relationship to each other had changed, and slowly Allison had got out of her severe depression. Allison turned her head. Their gazes met, and in Severus hope was rising that someday everything would be all right again. A searing pain in his arm caused him to flinch. The Dark Lord was calling him. He stared over to Allison and touched his arm. As she nodded understandingly, he abruptly spun around and with moderate steps left the hall. Harry squinted and with his hand guarded his eyes against the blinding sunbeams while combing the horizon. Somewhere the snitch had to be, and he wanted to find the little golden ball before Caro and Draco by all means. Ever since they had met each other last year, the two had often come to the park, when their parents had attended a Death Eater meeting. As the winter had moved into the land, they had played inside the castle. Especially playing hide and seek went greatly. There were so many suitable places. Quickly they had become inseparable friends, and every time they had to go Harry hoped that Caro and Draco would return soon and missed them in the meanwhile. "Harry!" Draco shouted, and Nell, who was sitting behind him and had flung her arms around his waist, screamed. His head whirled around and he saw a bludger shooting towards him with breathtaking speed. With a fast dive he barely managed to avoid it. "Blimey! That was the greatest fly I ever seen, Harry!" Caro yelled. Harry straightened, ran his trembling hand over his forehead and rose against in the sky. Such things were bound to happen, if you didn't pay attention, Harry thought. Not that it would have been so terrible, if the bludger had hit him. Since they had begun to play Quidditch, every one of them had sustained more than one injury, what wasn't very surprising in this sport. A few weeks ago he had broken his arm. Fortunately Rainbow had healed him. For such things his phoenix was just irreplaceable. But for several moments it had been very painful, and Harry shuddered as he thought back. Only Rainbow's appearance had released him from his agony. Thanks to the healing abilities of his phoenix, Bella hadn't noticed anything, however, and hadn't got suspicious. Also Caro and Draco had needed help of Rainbow often enough. By accident Harry had discovered that he was able to call Rainbow to him with a shrill scream. Every time he screamed in such a way, Rainbow would come immediately to him. That was why it wasn't further bad if Rainbow flew away for a while. Harry knew after all that his phoenix would return to him, and as strange it sounded, there seemed to exist a magically bond between them. Draco's loud voice caused him to look up abruptly. "Yes, I've hit," Draco shouted with a triumphant expression on his face. Because they were only 3 players, they had changed the rules for their Quidditch games. Every one of them had to score as many goals as possible, and due to their lack of a Quidditch field, everyone had his own tree. When the player hit his tree, he would get points. The one who caught the snitch ended the game, and who had then the most points won. Of course they had to look out for the bludgers as well. Although everyone had to play more than one position this way, they had the most fun playing in such a way. "Harry, Draco, let's make a break," Caro suggested, and landed onto the soft grass. The boys followed, and soon they were sitting on a blanket and were eating delicious blueberry cakes. Nell always provided them with little snacks. In the beginning Draco had been rather mean to the small house elf. He hadn't been used to treat a house elf nicely. After Harry, however, had got seriously angry one time and had reprimanded his friend, Draco had slowly changed his behavior over the months. Harry's anger and his emerald eyes, which had glistened dangerously in the hardly visible golden aura that had seemed to surround him for a short moment, Draco didn't forget so fast. Caro took a sip from her coolie juice, brushed a black strand of hair out of her face and said, "This time, I'll win. This we'll see." Harry replied and smiled. Draco nodded in support and the boys exchanged a glance. While Harry was playing Quidditch with his friends, he didn't suspect that the Death Eater meeting ended earlier as it usually did, and the Dark Lord had drawn Bellatrix Lestrange aside and had told her that he wanted to see his son. Bella promptly set off to the chambers of the young lord. As she opened the door, however, she found the rooms deserted and there was far and away no sight of the boy. She stepped inside and looked into Harry's bedroom, but no one was there as well. Suddenly she shrieked and shrunk back. She had almost stepped on Harry's snake. Shuddering, she turned around. How she hated those creatures. It was bad enough to endure Nagini, the pet of the Dark Lord. She left his room and wondered where the young lord could only have gone to. Shaking with her head, she sighed. Why hadn't she noticed that he had learned to open his door? Where should she search first? Hoping that he hadn't been seen by anyone, she hurried along the dark corridor. After her search in the library had turned out to be unsuccessful as well, she ran downstairs to the Great Hall and collided with Lucius Malfoy, but called only a choppy apology out to him and rushed on. She could imagine the annoyance of the Dark Lord only too well if he had to wait even longer. Lucius Malfoy stared rather irritated after Bella, then shrugged with his shoulders and continued together with his wife to search for their son. Why his son had to have such an incredible ability to constantly disappear. Now he and Narcissa were once again forced to search for him and Carolina, who they had practically adopted. For him it was an absolutely mystery why Bella had got herself pregnant, as she took care for her daughter as good as never. Probably due to Rodolphus, Lucius thought. Ever since Draco had been born, Bella had visited his house countless times and had just left her daughter with them for a rather long time, without caring if he agreed to this at all. You could really almost say that Narcissa had brought up Carolina. Only in those times when Bella's husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, had returned home from his mysterious missions, Carolina stayed with her parents. Perhaps they've gone into the park. Narcissa thought loudly and stepped onto the terrace. Lucius followed and together they walked over the lawn. As they reached the park, they heard cheerful laughing. With great strides Lucius went around the old trees and his eyes fell on 3 children who sat on a blanket. "Draco, what are you doing there?" The children turned jerkily their heads to him. But it seemed that no one of them knew what to say. "Dad, we only played." Draco finally broke the silence. Lucius Malfoy raised one eyebrow, nodded in the direction of Harry. "And who's this?" he asked, and studied the raven-haired boy, whom he had never seen before. He was certain about that. How strange his eyes were, and the scar on his forehead resembled a flash of lightning. Before Harry could however answer Lucius' question, Bella appeared between the trees. Her cheeks were red and obviously she was out of breath. Gasping for air, she said, "My lord, thank goodness, nothing has happened to you." Bella felt how relief streamed through her. As she hadn't been able to find Harry anywhere, she had already imagined all sorts of things which could have happened. Now she had only to think what she should say, why it had taken so long. If Harry had disappeared, she didn't want to know what the Dark Lord would have done to her. Suddenly she noticed Lucius and Narcissa, who were staring at Harry and her with unbelieving expressions on their faces. Her daughter and Draco she saw as well. "My lord," Lucius repeated with a strange-sounding voice. Bella sighed. So now it had happened. She knew that her master wouldn't be exactly pleased to hear that the secret had been discovered. Furthermore, it seemed that of all people her daughter and Draco had made friends with her lord's son. But that obviously couldn't be changed anymore. Yes, Harry is our master's son and heir. The Dark Lord has however ordered that his identity remains a secret. Turning towards Harry, she requested, "My lord, would you please return to your rooms?" Harry nodded and asked, "Can Caro and Draco come with me?" The black-haired woman hesitated shortly, but then she nodded. "Of course, my lord." While Nell was quickly rolling up the blanket, the children set off back to the castle. "Why did you never tell us?" Draco asked with a slight respectful voice and stared at Harry with wide eyes. Harry shrugged with his shoulders, not knowing whether he should be glad that his friends were now in the picture about his true identity. I don't know, somehow I never thought of it. But we don't have to address you with my lord, do we? Caro threw in. No, of course not. I'm still Harry for you. He replied rather sharply. It was only a joke, Harry. Hey, I've an idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could be taught together? Harry stopped and his eyes lighted up. That would be so great. Together with you the lessons would be certainly much more fun. Caro smiled and shortly afterwards shook her head. I can't believe that my mother was your teacher and she never told me. Yes, I think my father will be rather furious that he hadn't the faintest idea about your existence. He's absolutely convinced of being the right hand of the Dark Lord. Draco added. In the meantime the adults as well were walking back to the castle. Bella had told Lucius and Narcissa everything she knew. Draco had been right with his assumption. His father was angry, very. Bella had known it but he hadn't. Hadn't his lord trusted him? A son and heir, he couldn't believe it. Abruptly realizing what that would mean, he frowned unwillingly. This child, with these bright green eyes would be the right hand of his master someday, and in the distant future, very probably, even his future master. He had to think about it, extremely thoroughly and this as soon as possible. March 1988. It was a cold and frosty day as Charlotte sauntered slowly through the small garden, in which the first colorful crocuses and snowdrops of the year began to blossom. She held her face out towards the sun and went to the little bench, where she carefully sat down. In a few weeks her child would be born. Charlotte could hardly await the moment she would finally hold her baby in her arms. Happily smiling she laid a hand on her belly and felt the kicking movements of her child. Abruptly her beaming smile disappeared and fear sneaked into her dark blue eyes. She hated to admit it but she was worried. Her fears gave her sleepless nights. She knew however that her dread was justified. Asking herself if she actually had the right to give birth to a child in this terrible and war-ridden world, she doubted more and more often that she would be able to protect her baby. She knew which tragedy had happened to the Potters and their son. Her husband still mourned over the deaths of his best friends and his little godson. She had often caught him staring at pictures of them, with an expression of sadness and guilt in his eyes. He had forbidden her however to take the pictures away. Sirius, she thought, and a painful longing seized her. The fear that something could happen to him in the course of her absence was overpowering. She remembered the carelessness and lightheartedness of her childhood, which seemed to be so incredibly far away. She had nearly forgotten already how it felt to not having to worry and to be afraid every day. Yawning she leaned back. Ever since she was pregnant, she was in a permanent condition of tiredness. But Poppy had calmed her and had said that it wasn't anything unusual. Allison as well suffered occasionally from the same symptoms. Allison also was pregnant and her child would be born to the same time as hers. Charlotte felt how her baby kicked her strongly and her thoughts riveted on a future without war and without fear. The little girl trembled like a leaf while she was trying to hide behind the large wall clock, which was standing in the hall. Her big brown eyes were wide and were fixed upon her parents, who were surrounded by several black figures. A few instants ago she had been sitting in her room and had played with her dolls as an ear-splitting noise had shook the house. Most startled she had run to the staircase and had seen the strangers. They were wizards, she was absolutely sure of this. Although her father had always said that no wizards existed and had brushed aside all the rumors and stories as lies, she had been convinced that they were true since never had she forgotten the bedtime stories of her grandma, which had been about a magic world and wizards and witches. While her mother fell to the floor and began to scream and her father was desperately struggling to free himself of invisible bonds, she whimpered and pressed herself closer to the smooth wood of the old wall clock. "Mum, Dad," she whispered. The sneering laughter of the wizards rang in her ears. She wanted to run away, to scream, to help her parents, but she was incapable of moving. It seemed so that she had frozen to ice in her corner. A raven-haired man, whose left cheek was disfigured by an ugly scar, stepped out of his companion's circle, lifted his wand and a glaring green light hit her father, who slumped to the ground with a slight turn and remained lying motionless. A second figure grabbed her mother's arm, yanked her to her feet and pushed her against the wall. Suddenly, With a strange sound, countless people appeared from nowhere in the hall and startled the girl flinched back. Those strangers, however, wore vivid cloaks. Instantly they turned towards their attackers. The little girl couldn't do anything else than to helplessly watch the fiercely fighting. While Sirius Black was blocking the curses of a slightly plump wizard, he had to think, to the most unsuitable time, of his wife. Would he ever see her again? And would he be alive when his child would be born? Currently Charlotte was in France and was visiting her aunt and uncle over the weekend. How he wished to be with her now. Sirius! A voice screamed a warning to him and Sirius spun around. With a big leap, Sirius could just in time save himself from a spell another Death Eater had intended for him. Turning again towards his original opponent, he fought on and killed him a moment later while cursing about his inattentiveness, which had nearly cost his life and forced his thoughts to concentrate again upon the fight. An agonizing scream distracted him once more. For a fraction of a second he turned his head and saw a woman, obviously a muggle, clinging desperately to a man who was lying on the floor. Sirius knew that the woman hadn't any chance to survive this hell without help. But before he could get to her, she was hit with the killing curse. He saw her falling and with a rage beyond description he threw himself in the fight. He attacked, and instead of the unknown woman he saw Lily and James in front of him. Now he only wanted to kill and did so then. Only when no one of the black-dressed Death Eaters was left, Sirius lowered panting his wand and came again to his senses. For one moment he was taken aback about the fact that the death of so many people did not touch him particularly, but then he shrugged his shoulders. They were Death Eaters after all, his enemies. Lifting up his hand, he ran it over his hair. Slowly relief rose in him. He had survived. In the chaos of robes it was impossible for him to spot Remus or Emily. Please, let them be alive. He prayed forcefully, and while looking around he noticed something that caused him to hold his breath. Next to a large wall clock, which was standing in a corner, a little girl was sitting. Her knees she had drawn up and she pressed herself so close to the wall, as if she wanted to disappear. Sirius went to her, kneeled down and spoke in a soft voice. "Hello, little one, I'm Sirius Black, and you?" She didn't move and indicated through nothing that she had heard him. Sirius reached out his hand and cautiously lifted her chin. She stared at him with wide brown eyes, but their expression was completely blank. Great, he thought, she obviously had got a shock. Since she had witnessed the murder of her parents, it certainly wasn't much surprising. He felt how his heart clenched with sympathy for her. To leave her here alone, he wouldn't bring himself to do this. He had to help her. The best would be to get her first to a safe place. He took her by her arms and picked her up. She didn't resist, but he felt how her small body was trembling fiercely. Since he could find neither Remus nor Emily, he apparated alone to Hogwarts. Thanks to his bracelet he passed the wards without any difficulties and hurried with the girl towards the castle. Arriving there, he brought the girl to his rooms. Poppy would have enough to do with the injured ones and wouldn't have time anyway to take care of the child. After brief reflection what would be the best in such a situation, he wrapped the girl, according to his guess, she was about 7 years old, in a warm blanket and made her a hot glass of tea. While he was helping her to drink, he told her about his Hogwarts times. Most of it what he told her was incoherent rubbish. But his silly babbling was certainly much better than oppressive silence. As the ideas ran out what else he could say, he tried a second time to ask for her name. This time she answered in a hardly audible voice. "Hermione Granger." "Neville, come immediately down." Charlie Weasley wished that he had never given in to Ron's wish to teach him and his friend Neville how to fly. But his little brother had got so long on his nerves that he finally had agreed. So he had gone with them to the Quidditch field and had just wanted to begin with his explanation what was important when flying as Neville, who had been more than nervous, unexpectedly had shot in the air and now couldn't control his broom. Seconds later the boy crashed into the ground. "Neville, are you all right?" screamed Ron and ran to his friend. Charlie followed at a fast pace, while praying that Neville was unhurt. Meanwhile Neville had sat up and looked at them with a slightly dazed gaze. Holding his wrist, he murmured with pained expression on his face. "I think I've broken my wrist, Charlie." Sighing, Charlie bent down and helped Neville up. "Then come, let's go to the hospital wing." But, Tomorrow we continue, yes? Asked Ron. Perhaps. Charlie smiled at his brother. Basically he wasn't surprised however that his brother wanted to learn flying so eagerly to be able to play Quidditch. Their whole family were obsessed with the game. If they hadn't been at war, Ron and Neville would have been able to fly long ago, but so nobody had had the time to teach them. Probably it would have been the best if they had tried it out alone, at least when their mother wouldn't have forbidden it. Charlie thought that her behavior was a bit exaggerated, but you couldn't do anything against it. She was also always afraid that he injured himself at Quidditch games. Although everyone who had seen him flying described him as a natural talent. Since his second school year he played for his house and he loved it. His brother Bill was as well on the team. He had tried to persuade Bill to come along. Bill however had refused to help him to teach Ron and Neville how to fly, having said that he had no time and had to learn for his owl, which he would have this summer. Because he wanted to become an Auror, he needed good marks. But Charlie suspected that that wasn't the real reason. He had seen how Bill had looked at a pretty Ravenclaw girl and that he had given her a little letter yesterday. It was more likely that his brother would spend his time with her. But perhaps he should ask his friends if they could help him. After his wife had tended his minor injuries which he had sustained in the battle that had taken place earlier this day, Lucius Malfoy leaned back in his armchair and stared with a frown in the lively flickering fire which was warming the room pleasantly. Lucius was thinking. Ever since he had discovered that the Dark Lord had a son, he had been thinking. Such a long pondering was rather unusual for him. Normally he always made decisions quickly. But in this case he didn't know what he should do. At the beginning he had toyed with the idea to kill the child. Only for a brief time, though, since it would have been actually impossible to put this into action. The young lord was either in the company of Draco and Carolina, Bella's, or of his father. It was out of the question that he did it in the presence of the Dark Lord, and just as little he could do it in the presence of his son. Apart from that, it was too dangerous. Even if the undertaking should be successful, if the Dark Lord would ever find it out, he would be dead. Not only he but his family would be punished as well, and this he wanted to risk on no account. In addition, although there was the fact that Harry would hold the position which he strived for someday, to become the right hand of his master, a position he had to share with Bella at the moment, but if that would be such a disadvantage for him, he couldn't say at that point in time. He would wait, see what the future would bring, and if the necessity would arise for action he would take the required measures. Yawning, Harry stared at Bella's curved handwriting. The last quarter of an hour he had spent with reading his homework, which had turned out to be rather difficult, over and over again. Up to now nothing had however fallen into place how to solve the task. Casting a glance at his phoenix he considered for a moment to send a call for help to his friends, but dismissed the thought directly afterwards. Although they were now learning together, he still knew more than his friends, so that it was rather unlikely that they would be able to help him along. Forgetting lessons in magic since he had been 4 years old, this wasn't very surprising after all. Draco and Caro had begun to learn the arts of magic only much later. Yet Harry had been shortly before fearing that it would be forbidden to them. But he had begged his father to allow Draco and Caro to remain his friends, and his father had agreed. As he thought of his father, it occurred to him that he could ask his father for the solution of his homework. After all, he would come to him soon. Shortly after his 6th birthday his father had begun to come to him 2 or 3 times a week and taught him spells and curses in parcel, or told him who their enemies were. His father had explained him that muggles and those wizards who fought against his father were evil. Also other creatures were worthless, apart from a pureblood wizard who was on their side. Harry never thought much about it. He just learned it. Only in one case he could and did not want to agree with his father that house elves were worthless creatures. Although he hadn't said it, he thought it. Never would he consider Nell to be worthless, the only one who took really care of him and who had been there for him as long as he could remember. Noticing how warm it had become in his room, he stood up and sleepily went to the window. The cold air had an invigorating effect on him. He leaned forwards and stared into the park. While looking at the wall which surrounded the castle and the park, he realized that the last time he had left the castle had been when he had bought his wand. Suddenly he felt the desire to leave the castle and see other places. But why shouldn't he go out? There was no reason not to do it, was it? He was the son of the Dark Lord after all. It shouldn't be a problem. If he and his friends were careful, they could go everywhere. He even knew how they could leave the castle. Nell and Diamond had told him, and on his explorations he had found some secret passages as well. The way he had in mind was deep down, near to the dungeons, and had many advantages. It was unlikely that someone would see them, and the exit ended in a forest which didn't belong to the castle anymore. The greatest advantage, however, was that they even didn't have to pass the wards which protected the castle, since the way was below them. Harry smiled. Yes, they would do it. He had enough of staying in the castle, and besides it was boring to see every day the same. They could go to Diagon Alley or somewhere else. They only had to await the right opportunity, when nobody would notice their disappearance. Harry knew that it would be very likely dangerous. But somehow it didn't bother him. It gave him an exciting feeling. Soon they would go searching for adventures. June 1988. It was shortly after sunrise as Allison gave birth to a little girl. Admiringly she looked at her newborn daughter. She had beautiful blue eyes and curly black hair. Allison thought that her baby was the prettiest who ever had been born. The last hours had been painful, but in that moment when Poppy had handed her the child, all agony had been completely forgotten. Such happiness she had suddenly felt. Allison breathed Lizzie. After endless pondering, Allison and Severus had agreed on the name Elizabeth, but since she found the name too long, she decided there and then to call her daughter Lizzie, a key onto the tiny nose, and carefully leaned back into her pillows. Holding her child in her arms, she had to think of her parents, and tears welled up in her eyes. How much she wished that her parents would have been able to live to see Lizzie's birth. A faint noise caused her to look to the door. Severus stepped with rigid expression on his face into the room, and Allison sighed. How great it could have been if they weren't forced to keep her marriage a secret. Then Severus wouldn't have had to sneak into the hospital wing like a thief, always careful that no one discovered their secret. The last months she had already feared that it wouldn't take long anymore until someone would find out that Severus and she were a couple. As soon as it had become obvious that she expected a child, she had given rise to wild speculations. Especially her students had been curious, and she had not only had the feeling one time that she was spied on. Additionally to the daily stress, it had become too much for her some days, so that she hadn't taught anymore since April, and she missed it greatly, but she hadn't been able to do it. Severus sat carefully down on the bed, and as his eyes fell on the little bundle that rested in Allison's arms, he held his breath. She has exactly your color of hair. Here, take her. She gave the baby to him and almost had to laugh when seeing how he held his daughter, and his expression was really priceless. He held her so cautiously that you could think he was holding a highly explosive thing in his arms. My daughter. He said this in a voice that sounded like he couldn't believe it. Allison laughed softly. It seemed that men behaved always a bit strange when they became a father. 2 weeks ago Charlotte had given birth to a boy, and Sirius had danced through Hogwarts the whole day. Exhausted and happy, she looked at her husband and her newborn daughter, who sleepily blinked at her parents. A few hours later Hermione came to the conclusion that Lizzie, though she was sweet, Jamie was much cuter. Jamie, who was currently in Charlotte's arms, screwed up his nose, and Hermione had to laugh as the baby's face looked completely crumpled for a moment, but since she got the impression that the visit was taking too long already and she was totally superfluous anyway, she waited for a lull in the conversation and asked Charlotte if she could go to the Quidditch field, where she expected her friends. After she had said goodbye to Allison Lennox, she stepped out into the corridor. As she had gone upstairs, she gazed at the branching off corridors and hesitated. Although she had been living in Hogwarts for several months already, it caused her still problems to find her way around in the huge rambling castle. That Hermione had been adopted from Sirius and Charlotte had been a stroke of luck for the little orphan. The new world, in which she had been put so abruptly, had been enough exciting to distract her to some extent, so that she had hardly an opportunity to think of the events which had left her alone during the day. At nights, however, she wept bitterly, experienced in nightmares the last moments of her parents, and missed them desperately while clinging to Charlotte and sometime falling asleep in her comforting hug. Hermione, who had finally found the right way, stepped outside and set off to the Quidditch field to meet her friends, where they certainly were playing Quidditch. In the first days which she had spent in Hogwarts, she had behaved rather coolly, but Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and above all Ron's sister Ginny, who was a year younger than they, hadn't given up. So that Hermione had made friend with them in the end, and ever since they roamed through Hogwarts or played Quidditch, while Charlie, Ron's older brother, was watching and looking after them. At Quidditch she had also realized that she was a witch. It had been totally unintentional, but she had said, "Up," to a broom and he had jumped into her hand. She didn't even know why she had done it, perhaps because she had been sad that she hadn't been able to join in. Even Ginny, after Charlie had taught her to fly 2 months ago, had been able to fly. Only she had been left on the ground. It had been a great shock for her to discover this. She had felt guilty of being a witch while her parents had been killed by wizards. Charlotte had comforted her and assured her that she did not have to feel guilty, but nonetheless the feeling of guilt never left her, no more than the hate which filled her, whenever she thought of her parents and their murderers. When her waving friends came into view, she smiled and suppressed the memories which seemed to haunt her mercilessly. It was early in the afternoon as Harry, Caro and Draco tried to sneak out of the castle. There was again an important Death Eater meeting, only for the inner circle, so that they could assume that they wouldn't be missed from anyone in the next few hours and therefore no one would look for them. They intended to go to Diagon Alley, or better said they wanted to fly. Since they weren't able to apparate yet, flying would be the easiest and fastest way for them. As soon as Harry had told his friends about his plan, they had been enthusiastic and as well had been hardly able to wait until a good opportunity would finally arise. The dungeons they fortunately reached without any difficulties, and after walking about a quarter of an hour through a cramped and long corridor, they squeezed themselves through a narrow cleft, who stretched a deep crack through the old walls, and entered the forest. There they got on their brooms and rose into the air. In the large library of the castle Harry had found a map of Great Britain. Eriton's castle, however, hadn't been recorded on it, so that Draco and Caro had had to discover the approximate direction in which Diagon Alley was situated through careful questions. Both had succeeded to get the information without arousing their parents' suspicion, and so they finally reached Diagon Alley without any problems. They got off their brooms and began to walk along the street. Apart from them there were only a few people on the way. Nearly all cast strange and curious glances at them. To see 3 children walking alone through Diagon Alley was not exactly a daily sight, at least in those times. While Draco and Caro were looking inside the various shops, Harry slowly realized how dangerous their adventure could get. What if they would be caught by the Order of the Phoenix? Although he would be able to defend himself, he wouldn't have a chance against a whole bunch of grown-up wizards, and Draco and Caro could do a lot less than him. But now it was too late to rack his brain over what could happen. Harry began also to look around, and soon he had forgotten his fears, so much he was preoccupied with regarding the many interesting things in the windows. Caro, who had come to a halt, pointed to a small window, where a tiny snowy owl was sitting in a cage, and asked, "Look at that owl, isn't she sweet?" Draco rolled his eyes, tore himself away from the sight of a racing broom, and went back to Caro. "You can buy her," he suggested. "I haven't so much money with me. It would only be enough for an ice cream. We could go to Florian Fortescue and eat ice cream there. My dad told me once that the best ice cream in the world is sold there." "Good idea," Harry said. In the meantime he had begun to feel rather hot, so that he had no objections against a little cooling. Draco agreed too, and so they sauntered to the ice cream parlor, which they found relatively easy while their eyes swept past the windows. "Hopefully Fortescue has actually opened," Caro muttered as she saw the deserted little tables which were standing in front of the ice cream parlor. "Let's go and see," Harry said. To their great delight, Florian Fortescue was really there. The small man turned out to be extremely friendly and sold them wonderful large sundaes. "Where are your parents? You shouldn't wander around alone in Diagon Alley. It is too dangerous. You never know when those damned Death Eaters attack again," he said with a worried expression while looking around as if he would expect an attack any second. Harry realized that the man probably would not be so friendly to them anymore. Would he know who they really were? For Harry it was the first time that he met someone who wasn't a follower of his father, apart from the old wizard who had sold him his wand. Harry, however, didn't think that Florian Fortescue was bad and evil, like he actually should be after his father's expositions. On the contrary, he found him rather nice. "Our parents will fetch us soon," Harry answered and smiled reassuringly at him while licking his chocolate ice cream. In the meantime, Caro and Draco looked at him, like he had lost his mind. The owner of the ice cream parlor nodded and asked for their names. "Those are Caro and Draco, and I'm Harry. Nice to meet you. In the last time, it was rather lonely here. Ever since the war has started, only a few have come to me. But it's understandable, isn't it? Who does want to eat Sundays when there is war?" he asked, looked sadly at them and sighed deeply. "The ice cream is just wonderful, by the way. The best ice cream I've ever eaten. My dad was right." Caro tried to cheer him up. A beaming smile appeared on Florian's face. "Really? Thank you. Who's your father? Do I know him?" Harry, Draco and Caro looked at each other. "I don't think so," Caro said hesitatingly. Florian Fortescue just wanted to reply something as a deafening explosion caused them all to flinch in fright. Draco nearly fell from his chair and Harry choked on his ice cream while trying to reach for his wand at the same time. "An attack! Quick, run away!" Florian screamed, spun around and disappeared inside of his little house. Caro dropped her spoon in the cup with a rattling face. "I think we should as well better disappear," she said. Her face was white. From afar loud screams rang out, as they ran however fast they could into the opposite direction. Several corners further they heavily leaned against the wall of a house. "I think it would be best to return," Harry uttered with difficulty. Caro and Draco only nodded. Flying high up in the air, Harry looked down. But apart from smoke he couldn't see anything. For a while they were silent. Then Draco remarked, "The ice cream was a lot better than the one I eat at home. It's too bad that we couldn't eat it up. Why of all days did they have to fight today?" Harry asked while flying a swerve. "The worthless muggles and those wizards who aren't on our side have to be killed, that's why," Draco said. Harry remained silent. That was exactly the same what his father always said. But was it right? Florian Fortescue had been friendly and nice and not at all mean or terrible. He didn't know it. He would think about it sometime. Caro interrupted his thoughts. "We really have to go to Diagon Alley again. I want to buy that owl. She was so sweet." Harry smiled. "The moment a good opportunity will arise again, Caro," Harry said, and in high spirits he flew a loop. As he had overcome his fright by the explosion, he even found it exciting. It had been an adventure. Shortly afterwards they maneuvered their brooms through the trees and landed into the forest. Hardly had Harry put his feet on the ground as he felt how a horrible coldness surrounded him. He had only just time to see a Dementor appearing in front of him, then he fell. He seemed to float and suddenly he saw a young woman with dark red long hair. She was beautiful and had emerald eyes. She shouted something while her eyes were despairingly looking at someone he couldn't see. A voice, which seemed to come from a great distance, rang out. "Not Harry, please, not Harry." The coldness decreased and he heard other voices, first indistinctly, then louder. "Harry, wake up, Harry." Slowly he opened his eyes and stared in the worried faces of Caro and Draco, who bent over him. Looking around he realized that he was lying on the ground in the secret passageway. "For heaven's sake, are you all right, Harry? You gave us quite a fright. What the devil did the Dementor do there?" Caro asked, wavering. "I don't know. What happened?" Harry's voice trembled. "The Dementor came and you fainted. Since we didn't know exactly how to fight that thing, we dragged you into the corridor. We thought it would be best to disappear as soon as possible. You were pretty heavy, do you know this? Terrible beasts." "I'm totally cold," Draco replied and shuddered. Harry nodded and stood up. He felt very sick. "Your face is ashen. Come, we bring you back to your rooms," Caro said. She wanted to take his arm but immediately shrank back, when noticing Diamond, who had stuck her head out of his sleeve. "She won't bite me, will she?" Caro asked. Harry shook his head, not capable of doing more. Caro looked at him doubtingly. Then she took his arm and supported him. Harry felt dizzy, but with Caro's and Draco's help he finally managed to get back to his rooms. Arriving there they sank exhausted into the soft armchairs. Harry was glad about being able to sit down. "What a day," Caro said while running a hand over her forehead. Yes, but it was great, wasn't it? Except for meeting the Dementor. I really could have done without this. What was he doing in the forest, anyway? I thought the Dementors guard the castle. So what did he want there? Draco asked with raised eyebrows. Perhaps he got lost, Caro suggested. A knocking interrupted them, and a moment later Bellatrix Lestrange appeared in the door. Forgive me the interruption, my lord. Carolina, come, we're going home, and Draco, your parents await you as well. They said goodbye, and shortly afterwards Harry was alone. Strangely enough, he felt relief that his friends had gone. But he wanted to think about what had happened in peace. Who had been this woman? Had it been his mother? Certainly. She had had nearly the same eye color as him. Harry leaned back into his armchair, drew his knees up and slid his arms around them. He was still cold, but he didn't feel so sick anymore like earlier on. Since he had been 6 years old and Caro had asked him for his mother, he had been thinking about her and had wondered what had happened to her. He didn't even know her name. In connection with his mum there was a secret, he was sure of it. A secret he didn't know. Harry had also never seen any pictures of her in the castle. His father had never mentioned his mum or had spoken about her, and Harry had never asked him for her. Why not? By the way, Harry could not name the reason exactly, but somehow he had never really dared to ask. He had been afraid of his father's reaction. I've brought you something to eat, my lord. Harry started in his chair. He hadn't noticed at all that Nell had entered the room. Thank you, Nell. While he was eating absent-mindedly, suddenly an idea occurred to him. Looking at Nell, he asked, Nell, tell me what it was like when I was born. The house elf stared at him, and then she told him something that he hadn't expected at all. It did not answer his questions at all. On the contrary, now he had a lot more. So his father had brought him to Nell one day. Where he had been before or who his mother was, Nell didn't know as well. Had his father taken him away from his mother? Harry didn't know what to think. Suddenly he decided that he would ask his father. He wanted to know the truth. Standing up, he stepped out of his room. After he had gone along 2 dark corridors, he finally reached his father's study. Taking a deep breath, he knocked and stepped in. His father, who sat at his desk, looked up. Sorry that I disturb you, father. But I wanted to ask what has happened. With my mum, the words came gushing out before he lost his courage. His father cast a sharp and piercing glance at him. She died at your birth. Now go back to your room. I've soon an important meeting. But what was her name? Harry tried again. Didn't you hear me, Harry? Now his tone was dangerously low. Harry nodded. Yes, sorry, good night. He turned and left the room while his thoughts spun around in his head. Why had his father lied to him? It didn't match with what Nell had told him and what he had seen as he had met the Dementor. Reaching again his room, he sank into his comfortable armchair and thought about it. Had his father really kidnapped him? Was his mother perhaps still alive? Despairingly sighing, he wondered how on earth he could find out the truth. While Harry was staring at the opposite wall without seeing it and hanging on to his thoughts, Rainbow came flying to him. His phoenix started to sing softly. Harry raised his hand and began to stroke her over the soft feathers. It was getting late, and sometime Harry fell asleep in his armchair. He dreamt from the red-haired woman and a Dementor, who chased after him and wanted to beep his soul out. After Harry had left his study, the Dark Lord riveted his eyes on the door. Why was the boy so suddenly interested in his mother? He didn't intend, however, to tell Harry ever the truth about his background. Harry would never find out that he was a Potter. Leaning back, Voldemort thought of Harry having soon his 8th birthday. Slowly it was time that he would learn the unforgivable curses, especially the Imperious Curse. As his heir, Harry had to be able to fight against the curse any time. The other 2 curses were of course important as well. In future he would devote more time for the lessons. Smiling, the Dark Lord reached for his cup of tea. Currently everything was going like he wanted, and contented he took a sip of his hot tea. The years, since he had killed the Potters and had taken their son with him, had been very successful. Now he only had to destroy those annoying resistance groups, then he really would be the most powerful wizard in the world. Above all, the Order of the Phoenix, which thwarted his plans over and over again to his boundless anger, must be eliminated. Why he hadn't managed it so far was a complete mystery to him. The reason for this, he thought, was probably this old fool Dumbledore. If the Order lost his leader, it likely wouldn't be such a huge problem anymore to destroy the Order. Somehow he had to get rid of him. The question was only how he should do this. He would think about it as soon as he would have time. The Dark Lord stood up and set off to the great hall of the castle, where he would shortly hold a meeting for all his followers. January 1989. The raven-haired boy was sitting on the window seat and was currently watching the slowly falling snowflakes. The park looked beautiful and was totally covered in white. While he was admiring the view, Harry sighed. The last months had been terrible. A few weeks after they had gone on their trip to Diagon Alley, Caro's father had been killed by Aurors. Though Harry hadn't any idea what exactly had happened, he knew that Mr. Lestrange had been just torturing a Muggle family together with some other Death Eaters. Unfortunately, they had been attacked by Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. For the family, however, it had been a rescue at the last minute. In the fierce fight, which followed straight afterwards, Mr. Lestrange had been hit with the killing curse. Caro had been inexpressibly sad and inconsolable. Harry and Draco had done all in their power to help Caro, but despite their efforts it had taken long until Caro, who had loved her father very deeply, had smiled again. The sorrow in her gray eyes, however, had never disappeared completely. Never in his life had Harry felt so useless, as Caro had wept over her father in his and Draco's arms, since she hadn't been allowed to mourn at home. The behavior of Caro's mother had enraged Harry. Neither had she comforted her daughter, nor had she shown with some gesture that she regretted the loss of her husband. Since he had seen how much Bella's indifference had hurt Caro, Harry harbored a dislike against his teacher. She is cold, Harry thought, and wondered if Bella had any feelings at all. He had also never seen her laughing. Although he had never met Mr. Lestrange, he assumed that he hadn't had a great similarity with his wife. At least he concluded this from everything that Caro had told them about her father. How much he wished to be able to help Caro. Pressing his face against the icy windowpane, he sadly sniffed. That had been the one thing that had happened. The other had happened shortly after his 8th birthday. He hadn't celebrated because of Caro's mourning. Anyway, his father had come to him and had told him that it was time for him to learn the unforgivable curses, and as soon as he would be able to control them, he would attend the Death Eater meetings. He was finally old enough after all, and slowly he had to learn how to behave as the heir of the Dark Lord. So his father had begun to teach him the Imperious Curse. Harry, however, had had extreme difficulties to throw the curse off right from the start and had not even managed to break the curse a single time so far. He had read a lot about the unforgivable curses, and he knew very well that it wasn't such a surprise that he wasn't capable of doing this. These curses were highly advanced and very powerful magic, and he was only 8 years old after all. Though he hadn't expressed his opinion to his father, he was secretly convinced that it wasn't his fault. He had also reckoned with his father's impatience and anger. He knew that his father didn't like it if anyone didn't make any progress over the weeks. The quickly increasing annoyance of his father had led to it that his father had visited him every day to practice with him, and on top of that he and his friends had got additional lessons from Bella, Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy. As Harry had once dared to complain to his father that they learned too much and that they didn't have any free time anymore, he had realized why his father was feared by so many. For one instant he had thought that his father would hit him. But his father had informed him in an icy tone that they weren't little children anymore and that they slowly had to learn what it meant to be an adult. Therefore they didn't need so much free time. Since then Harry hadn't dared to oppose again. The only bright spot on the horizon was that he had nearly managed to break the Empress curse yesterday, but only almost. Soon his father would come again to practice this damned curse with him. Slowly he really began to hate this spell. Harry sighed. He wanted to love his father, he however made it difficult for him. He was always so cold and unapproachable. Never had he hugged him, and in the last months he had only wanted that he would finally break this curse. Everything else hadn't been important for him. Even as Caro's father had been killed, it hadn't mattered to him at all. Harry, who hadn't been able to cope with the situation to comfort his friend, had wanted a bit consolation himself, but his father had only said that it had been destiny, and with that the topic had been done for him. Watching a snowflake, he thought of his mother. Would she have reacted exactly the same way, or would she have comforted him and hugged him? During the last months he had often thought of her. The secret, however, he still hadn't solved. He just hadn't had the time for it. But what was even more serious, he didn't know at all where to search and how he could find out the truth. Although he had thought about it back and forth, a fairly useful starting point had never occurred to him. Perhaps he should ask his friends for advice. He had never told them what he had seen in the presence of the Dementor. Somehow it had never been the right opportunity for doing so, and during the time when Caro had been completely devastated because of her father's death, he hadn't wanted to bother her with this. Thinking of Caro, hatred for the Aurors rose in him again. Shortly afterwards he remembered the Muggle family. In the last time he had often thought about it, whether it was just to kill the Muggles or wrong and evil, and whether his father was really right. But never could he force himself to come to a decision. He just didn't know what was right, and neither could he speak with his father about his doubts. Once more his thoughts wandered back to his unknown mother, and again he felt this painful yearning. Since he had met that Dementor he had often had nightmares which had been about his mother and this awful creature. It really made him angry if he thought that he had not even been able to solve the secret a bit in 7 months. But where should he look for it? He was sure of it that he wouldn't find any answers for his questions in this castle. So where? Harry stifled a curse and suddenly jumped off the window seat. Pacing back and forth in the dimly lit room, which was illuminated only from the glow of the flickering fire, he angrily grinded his teeth. He must think up an idea. While the snow was still falling, he sat down in his armchair and brooded. Soon his father would come and practice that blasted curse with him, and he absolutely didn't feel like doing this. Emily Lupin had hardly made herself comfortable in her armchair and had picked up her book as the loud crying of the 2 babies rang out, who actually should be sleeping in the cradle, but obviously they didn't have this in mind. As Emily carefully took the little ones out of their cradle, the crying stopped, as she had expected it. Casting a glance at her watch, she saw that it was time anyway for their bottles, and so she was sitting on the settee a few minutes later and was feeding her little charges. Sometimes it was really strenuous to take care of them. But despite the trouble they caused every time it was Emily's turn to watch them, she loved the little ones with all her heart. She couldn't be angry with them for long anyway. While giving the children the bottle, she looked at the 2. Jamie looked nearly the same as Sirius. The similarity was really amazing. Only the dark brown hair he had inherited from her sister. Otherwise he had Sirius's sparkling blue eyes. Lizzie had also blue eyes, but hers were brighter than Jamie's, and she had lovely black curls. Since the children had been born they were taking turns as babysitter, while the others were then either teaching or attending the meetings of the Order of the Phoenix. So no one of them missed too much. While the women were utterly satisfied with the arrangement, their husbands hadn't been exactly happy about their agreement. Especially Sirius and Severus had fought against it. Both loathed it to see how their children played together. As she thought of this, Emily, amused, shook her head. Sometimes they really behaved rather ridiculous. It was so much easier when only one of them looked after the children and not always both mothers. Apart from this, Charlotte and Allison could thus recover from her duties as well for some time and could devote their time to other things. Soon there would be a 3rd child, since she was finally pregnant as well. It was, however, still her secret. So far she hadn't told anyone. Suddenly the door flung open and Hermione stormed in with flushed cheeks. "Oh, excuse me, Emily. I only wanted to fetch Jamie. Has the meeting of the Order finished already?" "Yes. Today they didn't take so long, and Charlotte said that Allison would come soon as well." "Here, but be careful," Emily said and handed the baby along with the bottle to Hermione. "Of course. I'm always careful. I would never allow that something happened to Jamie. He is my little brother after all." After saying this she said goodbye and left the room. Emily nodded, contented. It was nice to see that Hermione wasn't so sad anymore as she had been at the beginning when Sirius and Charlotte had adopted her. The girl had got used well to the life in Hogwarts. To give Hermione a home was the very least thing they could do after they had failed to save her parents from the Death Eaters. Emily shuddered as she thought back to the many battles she had been present at. They all had had so indescribable luck. No one of them had been killed so far. But how long would it remain so? She cuddled Lizzie closer to her and began to tell her little darling a story. She did not want to think about those terrible things anymore. No, no, you don't concentrate enough. You nearly did it but then you failed again. You will try it once more. Harry cringed at the angry shouting. He was so tired and exhausted and his father had cursed him already 5 times with the imperious curse. Why didn't he manage to break that curse? It couldn't be so difficult, could it? He would do it now and throw the curse off. A half-year was enough. He had absolutely no intention to have to grapple with that curse for the next months as well. With a now determined expression he nodded. I'm ready, Imperio, his father said peremptorily. Again Harry heard the echoing, forcing voice of his father in his head which ordered him to climb onto the table. He did a few steps and just wanted to climb up the table when he came to a halt and fought against the curse. This time he fought with all his might. Miraculously his father's voice became quieter and finally he managed to break the curse. Shortly afterwards however he sank totally exhausted to the ground. About time too, but it took you far too long to throw my curse off. We'll try it tomorrow again. Perhaps you'll be more successful then, his father said in a coolie voice and left the room. Harry, who was still lying on the ground, felt hot tears burning in his eyes. Quickly he suppressed them. He wouldn't cry. No, he was too old for this. Suddenly he was distracted by an angry hiss as his snake, who had been nearly crushed, slid off his arm and as quick as lightning disappeared under an armchair. While gazing after Diamond, he slowly began to seethe with rage, too. Now he finally had managed it and had broken the curse and his father was still not satisfied because he hadn't been quick enough. A wave of anger rushed over him. Furious and hurt he banged his fist on the ground and in the same moment a loud rattling noise was heard and an icy draft hit his flushed face. When he looked up he saw that the glass of the windows had been broken into tiny glittering pieces. Bewildered Harry stared at the broken windows. How had he done this? With a wave of his wand he repaired the damage, then he stood up and collapsed tiredly into one of his armchairs. Was it possible to perform magic without a wand? Obviously he had just done exactly this. Even if it had been unintentional, maybe you could control it. If it was possible to do magic without using a wand, it would be a great advantage for him and he had to learn it by all means. Harry yawned. How tired he was. It had cost him a lot of his strength to break the imperious curse. He would think about it some other time. Harry stood up, staggered in his bed and fell immediately asleep. In this night he dreamed again about his mother. You have seen your mother. Don't be so loud, Draco. Harry, who had woken up from another nightmare in the middle of the night, where a Dementor had hunted his mother and him, had finally decided to tell his friends what he had seen in the Dementor's presence. When he had told them everything they unbelievingly gaped at him. I want to find out the truth but so far no idea has occurred to me yet, how I should do this. Why haven't you told us earlier? Draco asked, who still looked a bit surprised. I don't know, but somehow there was never the right time for it. For some minutes they sat silently together while every one of them hung on to their own thoughts. Then Caro raised her head and said, we know that it happened 1981. Nell has told us this, right? Harry looked at her questioningly. Yes, but how should that help us? Let us suggest that you really were kidnapped. I'm sure that the Daily Prophet would have had written about such an event. So we only have to go to the newspaper and have to search for newspapers from 1981 in the archives of the Daily Prophet. That would be a brilliant idea, Caro. At least, if the Daily Prophet wouldn't be controlled by my father and his Death Eaters and I hardly think that he would be very keen of it if he found out that I'm searching for my mum. Whatever we'll do, no one can discover it. You can't tell anyone else. Of course not, Harry. But I think Caro's right. If we shouldn't find anything in the newspapers, then where do you want to look for the truth, Harry? I don't think that my parents know something about your mother. That would be rather unlikely. They didn't even know that you existed. So it would be our only chance. We could try to sneak in there and if we should find something, we could try to steal the right newspaper. Perhaps we could charm us invisible. In any case, it would be an adventure once again. Yes, this could work perhaps. First we'll have to learn however the invisible spell, but we won't ask anyone. That would be too conspicuous. We'll have to find out this on our own. Then we'll wait for a good opportunity. This time we have to be particularly careful. If the Death Eaters catch us, it would be difficult to explain what we wanted in the archives of the Daily Prophet, Harry said with a thoughtful expression on his face. Okay, we'll do it. As soon as we're able to charm us invisible, we will go. May 1989. It was a beautiful warm day as Harry, Caro and Draco flew through the air on their fast brooms. It had lasted over 4 months until they finally had managed to charm themselves invisible. Since they had come up with their plan they had been training. Harry had managed it first, but after secret training hours the others had succeeded as well. While they were flying, Harry and Draco enjoyed throwing a little ball to each other. In the meantime, Caro tried to guess where her friends currently were. Since she had absolutely no desire to crash together with her friends, she attempted to fly highly above them. Fortunately, they reached their destination without any accidents. After they had got off their brooms, they shrunk them and put them into their pockets. Then they carefully and holding hands, so as not to lose each other, set off to the place where the Daily Prophet was designed every day and where the newspaper had also its archives. After they had managed to avoid crashing together with a few oncoming people, they stood shortly afterwards in front of a tall building. It was painted with a dark blue color and made an imposing impression. About a dozen Death Eaters were standing in front of the large doors and were guarding the entrance. "What do we do now?" Draco whispered. "We've to wait until someone will go in or out, then we'll try to sneak in," Harry mumbled back. A few minutes nothing happened and they stood closely by each other while staring attentively at the doors. "There, the man is going inside," Caro whispered excitedly. Quickly they rushed to the entrance and slid carefully past the wizard. Then they entered the building. There they found themselves in a huge hall which shone in a bright light due to various large chandeliers. "And now, does anyone have an idea where we have to go?" Harry asked while looking curiously around. "Over there is an information board. There should be written where the archives are," Caro said and pointed to a labeled board which was floating in the air. After they had thoroughly studied the information board, they knew the approximate way. They went a long curved staircase up until they reached the 3rd floor, then they hurried several narrow corridors along, got 4 times lost and nearly crashed into a dozen of different people. But finally they managed to arrive at their destination. "Goodness, I'm totally exhausted." "Draco, really, stop making such a fuss. That wasn't so bad. I've thought that it would be a lot more difficult to get in here. But there aren't so many guards standing around here like I've expected." "And we've found it, haven't we?" Caro replied. "Be quiet, or do you want getting caught?" Harry whispered with a nervous expression on his face while just wanting to open the door. "The door is locked." After he had looked around and had made sure that they were really alone in the corridor, he whispered, "Alohomora." There was a soft click and the door opened. Quickly they darted inside. There they were faced with at least 100 bookshelves which reached from the ground to the ceiling and which contained countless thick large files. "Well, we only need the year of 1981. That shouldn't be so difficult," Caro whispered, after a short stunned silence. They went along the many rows until they finally found the right year. Since every file was labeled, it had been rather easy to find the right one. Harry, who could hardly wait, tried to fetch the heavy file down, but Harry couldn't hold it and let go off it. He hadn't expected that it would be so heavy. As the file hit the ground with a loud thud, they stood completely frozen for a moment. But it seemed so that no one had heard them. They heaved a sigh of relief and bent down simultaneously to pick the file up. Promptly they crashed together. "Ah, that was my head." "Mine, too, Draco," Harry said, a bit annoyed while running his hand over his forehead. "I think we can charm us visible again. It should be safe here. I hardly believe that someone will come in here," Caro suggested, who had knocked against a bookshelf. After they had charmed themselves visible again, they managed together to carry the bulky file to a little desk which was standing in a corner. They bent forward and Harry began to leaf slowly through the sides of parchment. "Harry, it did happen in October, didn't it? So why are you searching in March?" Caro asked impatiently. Harry cast an annoyed glance at her and turned the pages to October. But there they didn't find anything that looked interesting in the slightest. Deeply disappointed, he turned the page over. His eyes fell on a large picture, and surprised and startled he held his breath. The picture showed two people who held a little baby in their arms. The raven-haired man he had never seen before, but the woman next to him he recognized immediately. He had found his mother. The three friends bent their heads lower and read the tragic events which had happened on the 31st of October. 1981 in Godric's Hollow. Harry, look, the man on the picture has the same untidy hair as you. He also looks like he has never combed his hair before, Draco exclaimed, astonished. Harry, who was staring spellbound at the article and the pictures, felt slightly dizzy. His feelings were in a chaotic turmoil. Was his name Harry Potter and not Harry Riddle? Were the Potters his real parents? And his father was not his father. Harry couldn't think straight anymore. Caro laid gently a hand on his arm. Are you all right, Harry? She asked worriedly while regarding his ashen face. Harry was totally frozen. Without noticing, he whispered, nearly inaudible. They were my patents. He knew that it had been naive, but deep down in his heart he had hoped that his mum was still alive. In his dreams he had longed to be held by her arms while she tightly hugged him and softly sung to him. Now he realized how naive it had been to believe this. It wasn't only that, but now all things fitted together. Now he knew what had happened at that time. The Dark Lord had gone to Godric's Hollow and had killed his parents while he as a baby had witnessed the crime. Then the Dark Lord had taken him along and had brought him to Nell. Harry couldn't believe it. He felt sick and he was ice cold. He felt dreadful. The terrible truth had shaken him and had hit him hard. The truth that his father had killed his real parents. Whatever he had hoped and thought before what had happened then, never he had imagined that the truth would look like that. But why hadn't the Dark Lord killed him as well? What? Draco asked, and thus interrupted Harry's thoughts. In Draco's face utterly confusion was written. The Potters were Harry's parents. Really, Draco? Don't you understand anything? Caro replied sharply. Draco's face showed now disbelief, bewilderment and shock. I'm friends with a Potter. Yes, obviously. Unless you want to betray him now. You're really a... It seemed so that Caro was so angry that she didn't know exactly how to call him, thus she confined herself to casting only a furious glance at him. Looking at Harry, she said in a soft voice. Harry, we have to go. We've been away too long already. Come, Harry. After saying this, she resolutely took Harry's arm and charmed herself invisible. Harry, who looked rather battered, did it as well, but without noticing it really. Then Caro led him out of the archives. Draco followed them quickly. Luckily they managed to leave the building without any complications. The way back proceeded in depressed silence. While they were flying through the still warm air, Draco was thinking. Harry was his best friend and he liked him very much. But now he had discovered that his best friend was a Potter. As long as Draco could remember, his parents had told him stories about their enemies, about Dumbledore, the Order, and of course about the Potters. James and Lily Potter, who had been worshipped as heroes for their bravery in the war, at least from all wizards who fought against the dark side. When they had been killed, many had mourned. Since their death, the Potters had become icons for the resistance. His father had drummed into his head that James Potter had been a traitor due to his decision to fight against the dark side. And now his best friend was a Potter. His parents had taught him to hate those. He shook his head. But Harry had been raised as a Riddle and not as a Potter. So Harry was still the heir of the Dark Lord, and he still was Harry's friend, wasn't he? After they had landed in the forest, they carefully sneaked into the castle through the secret passage and returned to Harry's chambers. As soon as they stepped into his room, they saw Nell, who awaited them with tea and little delicious-looking sandwiches. Harry shut the door and turned himself visible again. Draco, who had gone immediately to an armchair and had just wanted to bite in his ham sandwich, suddenly realized that he still was invisible. So he quickly said the counter curse. You will swear that you won't tell a soul what we've discovered today. Since Harry's voice had sounded so odd, Draco raised his head and nearly choked on his sandwich. Harry stood in front of the door and looked at them. His emerald eyes looked almost black. For an imperceptible moment Draco had the feeling to see this strange uncanny golden aura again which Draco had believed seeing 2 years ago. Of course, Harry, I won't tell anyone, I swear, Caro said immediately. I won't tell either, Harry. I swear it, Draco followed. Harry nodded and went to the window, totally ignoring the delicious sandwiches. Caro, who had just taken a sip from her hot tea, turned her head to the window, where Harry was standing. Harry, don't you want to eat something? No. His tone was strangely flat. Caro sighed and put her cup on the table, stood up and stepped to Harry. Harry, I'm so sorry. I can imagine what you feel right now, at least I think it. When my dad was killed I believed as well that I would never be happy again. I felt so angry, so helpless and so unhappy, and my mother seemed to be not affected in the slightest. It was the worst feeling I ever had and I will never forget it. Without you I wouldn't have got through this. You have to feel similar right now, don't you? Anyway, what I wanted to say, Harry, is that whatever happens, we are there for you. We will always help you. Harry turned around and for a short moment he stared at Caro. Then he began to sob and pulled his friend close to himself. Caro put her arms around Harry and held him tightly while Harry was crying silently. In the meantime Draco, who was staring somewhere thoughtfully, ate the sandwiches up. After a while Harry let go off Caro and said, I'll go to Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow. But Harry, what do you only want there? I don't know, Caro. But I'll go there. Quote, the next morning Harry got out from his bed and felt totally tired and exhausted. He had hardly slept the previous night. Nearly the whole time he had tossed from one side to the other. He had thought only about his parents and the pictures he had seen in the Daily Prophet. In the middle of the night he had realized another thing. His parents had fought against the Dark Lord. That meant that his parents belonged to the people he should hate, at least according to what his father had taught him, or better said the murderer of his real parents or his adopted father. Harry sighed. He absolutely didn't know what to believe anymore, what was right and what wasn't. Overnight his world had shattered into pieces. He felt so hurt, so angry. When sitting listlessly in front of his breakfast he thought how he should now behave in presence of his father. How could he face him ever again? Had his real parents been right to fight against the Dark Lord, or had his adoptive father been right to kill them? Should he hate his adoptive father now? Had he actually ever loved him? Though the Dark Lord had been always cold and hard towards him, he had taught him so much, he had given him a home. What should he do now? His thoughts, his feelings were still in an utter turmoil. Everything was just too much. That was the only thing he knew for certain. Almost he wished that he had never found out the truth. Suddenly he heard a beautiful singing. Harry lifted his head and saw Rainbow sitting on the window ledge. His phoenix had returned from wherever she had been. Rainbow flew to him and landed on the table. Then she lifted her head and looked at him for a while. You're sad, Harry. Can I help you? She asked, singing. I don't think so, Rainbow. Perhaps you could sing something to me. While Rainbow was singing, Harry felt a bit comforted. As she flew onto the armrest he began to stroke her feathers and slowly he couldn't keep his eyes open. Comforted and secured from the softly singing he finally fell asleep. In the afternoon of the same day a birthday party was celebrated in Hogwarts. Jamie Black had his first birthday. Amazed, the tiny brown-haired boy sat in his high chair and looked with wide eyes at all the many people who had gathered around him. In front of him on the table a large chocolate cake was standing. While Jamie was trying unsuccessfully to reach with his little hands for the delicious-looking cake, Albus Dumbledore, who had leaned back in his chair, was observing the events. Whoever would see this birthday party would never been able to imagine that a horrible war was raging outside of Hogwarts. But in such happy moments you could easily forget this. His eyes wandered over the many guests, who talked lively with each other. In the meantime the Quidditch field had been occupied by the children. The old wizard laughed slightly as he saw how much fun they had. Suddenly he flinched but relaxed nearly in the same moment. Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley had nearly crashed into each other but had managed to avoid each other in the last second. Albus' blue eyes wandered on and fell on Allison, who was holding her daughter on her lap. The little girl, whose black curls were shining in the sun, had a certain undeniable resemblance to Severus Snape. Albus knew that it was nearly unbearable for Severus that he couldn't show himself with his daughter in the public. Only in the presence of those who knew that he was married to Allison could he hold his daughter in his arms. Otherwise it would have been too risky. His activity as a spy was dangerous enough after all. There it wasn't necessary that Voldemort would find out about Lizzie and Allison, and especially what his family meant to Severus. Albus sighed. He admired Severus deeply for being able to cope with this. But there wasn't another way. In times of war everything had to been done. What had to been done, if you want it or not? Albus, do you want a piece of cake? Albus. Albus turned around and saw his deputy headmistress. Excuse me, Minerva, I just didn't listen. I've asked you if you would want a piece of cake, Minerva repeated while casting a slightly irritating glance at him. After Albus had received his cake he began to watch Jamie, who currently was unwrapping his many presents. September 1989, 15-year-old Charlie Weasley smiled proudly while looking at his prefect badge. Currently he was sitting in the Great Hall of Hogwarts and watching how the new first years were sorted into their houses. His brother Bill would be head boy this year. Their mother had been very happy over those news and had hugged them so tightly that their bones had nearly crushed. But due to their wish to become Aurors, their marks had to be good. When they had told this their mum, however, she had burst out crying. He knew very well that his mother absolutely didn't like their idea to become Aurors, but nevertheless they would do it. Both had made up their minds. It was their duty to fight against the Dark Lord. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that it was the twins' turn to be sorted, and of course the hat called Gryffindor in both cases. It wasn't exactly a surprise that his brothers had ended up there, because everyone of the Weasley family had been sorted into Gryffindor so far. Charlie looked over to his parents, who were sitting on a large table near to the teachers and were clapping happily while Fred and George went to the tables. In this summer his family had finally moved as well to Hogwarts. To stay in their village had become slowly too dangerous, and in the end his parents had decided to leave their house, although it had nearly broken his mother's heart. But the risk had become too great, and should an attack happen his family would have been hardly able to defend themselves. Here in Hogwarts they would be safe. So many years they had had tremendous luck that the Death Eaters had never attacked their little house, but you shouldn't tempt fate too long. Due to the circumstance that nearly all students were living now in Hogwarts, the Hogwarts Express hadn't traveled this year. The few students who lived in hiding with their families had arrived by Port Key. Charlie sighed sadly and wondered what else would still change. He regretted it that they would never sit in the train again. Only if the war would end, and only then they would be able to return to their house again, Charlie thought gloomily. Not only his parents had found it hard to leave their home. He doubted it, however, that the war would ever come to an end. As long as he could remember, the war had been raging. He had never known anything else. But somehow it seemed to become worse and worse. While looking up and regarding the charmed ceiling, Charlie prayed that the Dark Lord would never succeed in attacking Hogwarts. Shortly afterwards he looked down on the table and began to eat. 1 week later Harry stared shocked at the ruins of Godric's Hollow. Although he had known, of course, that Godric's Hollow had been destroyed, he had never expected to see such chaos. It seemed so that no one had changed something, and that the place looked still the same as on Halloween 1981. The destroyed house and the now completely overgrown garden were surrounded by several huge trees and a dense hedge. 8 years ago the garden must have been beautiful, but now everything grew in a total mess. Harry felt the wards which surrounded this place, but he sensed how extremely weak they were, and at one spot was a huge hole. He suspected that the Dark Lord had caused this when he had come to Godric's Hollow. And now? Draco asked. I don't know, Draco. I only wanted to see it. Harry crossed the garden and stepped nearer to the destroyed house. The area in front of him was a totally chaos. He could see broken furniture, some items he couldn't recognize, something that looked like it had been once a staircase, rather many tiles, and a lot of dust and dirt. Carefully he began to wade through this mess. His steps made crunching noises. Suddenly his gaze fell on something shiny. He went there, bent down and picked a broken photo frame up. The glass of the frame had reflected the sunlight. He wiped the splinter of glass away and with his sleeve he tried to remove the dust. Slowly a photograph came to the surface. His parents and a little baby could be seen there. His father had put an arm around his mother while she was holding a little bundle from where a tuft of black hair peeped out. His parents were waving at him and Harry felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Have you found something?" Harry flinched slightly. He hadn't noticed that Caro had stepped beside him. "Yes, I found a photograph of my parents." Caro took it and regarded at it. "Perhaps we should search a bit." Then she lifted her head and looked at him. "You wanted to search for things which belong to your parents, didn't you? That's why you wanted to come here." "I've nothing from them, Caro. Only the memory of my mum when I've seen the Dementor and the one photograph we found in the Daily Prophet, but unfortunately we didn't take the damned newspaper with us." "Okay. Then let us look around a bit. Draco, come, you can help us." So the three friends went carefully through the wrecked and destroyed house and searched for things which weren't completely broken. Draco did this with an unwilling expression on his face while thinking how useful it would be now to have a house elf. After 2 hours they had been really successful. They had found a golden necklace with a strange black stone, a little wooden box on which cover a golden P was surrounded by a flickering ocean of flames and a little mirror which strangely had managed to stay whole as the house had collapsed. Furthermore, they had found a leather-covered photo album. Though the cover was nearly destroyed and so dusty that they found a little spider in one of the corners, the pictures were in a surprisingly good state. Harry suspected that they had been probably protected against destruction by magic. All other things were broken, unidentified or buried so deeply under the crashed furniture and the destroyed house that they couldn't find anything else. Draco, who had enough of that place, suggested to go quickly to Diagon Alley before they would return home, since it would be a real pity not to use such an opportunity. "Oh, yes, perhaps the sweet owl is still there," Caro exclaimed, who had always regretted that she hadn't had enough money with her to be able to buy the owl the last time. Harry agreed, although he doubted that the owl would still be sitting in the window of the shop. So they set off to Diagon Alley. After they had climbed off their brooms they entered Diagon Alley and without any warning became involuntarily witnesses of a fight. Obviously Aurors and Death Eaters currently put up a fierce fight. Suddenly Draco screamed, "Dad!" and ran right into the battle. Harry cursed and followed his friend. From one moment to the other the three friends found themselves entangled in a deadly trap. Lucius Malfoy, who was currently fighting with the Auror Alistair Moody, nearly got a heart attack when he recognized his son. "Draco, what the hell are you doing here?" the tall blonde man shouted in a voice which promised nothing good, in case that Draco should survive the battle. As his gaze fell on Harry his face lost all color while cursing at the top of his voice. He knew that he had to bring the children out of the danger immediately. He absolutely didn't want to consider the consequences if the son of the Dark Lord should be killed. He would never been able to explain this to his master. The sudden appearance of the children hadn't gone unnoticed of course and had rattled not only the Aurors and the members of the Order of the Phoenix but also the supporters of the dark side, so that the fight seemed to falter for a moment. The Death Eaters looked at Lucius Malfoy as if they would expect help from him, but he didn't know exactly what to do either. Before Lucius could force himself to make a decision, however, movement came into the wizards who were dressed with cloaks. One of them stormed forwards, pointed his wand directly at the children and shouted, "Petrificus Totalis!" Harry, Caro and Draco, who stood closely next to each other, didn't waste a thought and began to defend themselves. When one of the higher-ranking Aurors screamed, "Bring those children to me! But don't harm them!" the situation got worse dramatically. Harry realized that the Aurors wanted to kidnap them. Probably they wanted to save them from the dark side or wanted to blackmail their parents. But to think about the exact reasons, it was surely not the right time now. He had his hands full to defend himself. In the meantime Lucius Malfoy, who had slightly panicked, had sent one of the Death Eaters away to fetch help and to report to the Dark Lord that 3 certain children, one of them his son and his 2 friends, had suddenly appeared in the battle. Lucius knew that his lord would understand his message while his messenger would never suspect that the raven-haired boy was the heir of the Dark Lord. Cursing the children, he warded of a curse and tried to get an overall view about the situation. If they should come through the fight unscathed, Draco would be in for it. Shaking off his dazed feeling he screamed by far too late, "Protect the children," and simultaneously doing everything to get near them. How for God's sake had they managed to sneak out of the castle? While fighting he tried to keep an eye on them. Surprisingly they fought rather well. Harry was using some spells he didn't recognize, but so far they succeeded in warding off their attackers. As soon as the Aurors realized that the children defended themselves and had not at all the intention to be kidnapped by them, they had given up every consideration. Suddenly Lucius saw how Carolina was hit by a curse and sank to the ground. "Caro!" Harry screamed. He jumped in front of her and shouted a curse which Lucius didn't recognize once again, and the Auror who had hit Bella's daughter fell to the ground as well. The Aurors meanwhile tried to separate them from the children. Lucius cursed. Why the hell didn't come any help? How long did this idiot need to inform the Dark Lord? Or had he splinched himself? Then he saw how his son fell to his knees and held his bleeding arm. But thank goodness he was alive. Harry blocked a spell which had been meant for Draco and tried to protect his injured friends. Lucius felt how an unwilling admiration for that boy rose in him. There was no doubt that the 9-year-old young lord was powerful and knew very much. For the first time Lucius could really consider this child to be the heir of his master. Despite his lack of experience, Harry was a force to be reckoned with for the Aurors. But what was much more important, he protected his two friends with a bravery Lucius hadn't expected from Harry. Lucius knew with full awareness that Harry had saved his son from a curse and was now protecting his injured son. For that he would be always grateful to Harry, and Lucius knew that from now on he would respect the young lord. Charlotte Black couldn't believe that her colleagues were really fighting against those children, and that one of them, she hadn't realized who, had even ordered them to kidnap the children. Angrily she shook her head. She was sure that Albus would have never given such an order. It just wasn't right to be at war with children, even if they were the children of Death Eaters. They couldn't help it after all who their parents were. They couldn't be blamed after all that they were at war. Now she witnessed how the girl fell unconscious to the ground. Shortly afterwards the silver blonde boy was hit, and suddenly Charlotte was standing in front of the raven-haired boy, who was only one hadn't been injured so far. He raised his wand and then a red light was shooting straight towards her. Although she didn't like it to fight against the boy, Charlotte had no other choice in that moment than to defend herself. While fighting with him, she reckoned he was about 10 years old. She wondered who he was. In the next moment she only thought of defending herself. However, he was quick and used curses she had never seen before. Bewildered, she stumbled backwards. Grimly she said to herself that she would never underestimate an opponent again. Charlotte spun around, and while her heart leapt, she managed to get out of the way in the last moment. So far she had held back, but now she began to fight with all her might, while saying to herself that she couldn't take any consideration now that he was still a child. After all, he didn't fight like one. Suddenly a dark golden light was shooting towards her with an indescribably speed. Her quickly conjured shield was too powerless, and the last thing she saw before falling to the ground were emerald eyes. While she was falling, the thought flashed into her mind that she had never seen such intense eye color before. Then she was enveloped by darkness. Lucius Malfoy sighed relieved. Finally a few Death Eaters had managed it to break through the rows of the fighting Aurors and had formed a protecting circle around the children. At the same moment finally more Death Eaters and even the Dark Lord himself appeared. The unexpected appearance of the Dark Lord caused a turmoil among the fighters. But with the new arrived forces the battle was decided in seconds. As soon as the Order of the Phoenix had realized that they hadn't a chance against so many Death Eaters, they apparated away as fast as they were able to, while quickly trying to grab their injured, unconscious or dead colleagues. Harry. Lucius turned around and caught sight of Carolina, who bent over Harry. So she had been only hit with a stunner, he thought, relieved. Harry had probably woken her and had obviously fainted now. It seemed that the young lord had used too much of his magic and energy at once. Lucius went to his son, grabbed his sleeve and yanked him up. His son was ashen in his face, but except of his arm he was unhurt. The Dark Lord picked Harry up, grasped Carolina's arm and apparated away. Lucius followed with Draco, while a whisper and murmur broke out among the remaining Death Eaters, whose faces looked bewildered and shocked. 1 hour later the Order of the Phoenix had assembled, and Alistair Moody, a highly respected Auror and a member of the Order, told the other members who hadn't been present everything what had happened in the earlier fight. It was still a complete mystery where from and why the children had suddenly emerged. What was most mysterious and puzzling, however, was that the Dark Lord himself had appeared in the battle zone, something that he had done so far only in important strategic battles. But today hadn't been an important one. Now Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the Order, asked. "And you don't know who the children were, Alistair?" The blonde boy was obviously Malfoy's child. He called him Dad. Who the girl and the other boy were, I don't have any clue. But I don't think that the girl or Malfoy's son will present a problem. It is the raven-haired boy we have to worry about. He put 7 of our people out of action in shortest time. Though he didn't use any unforgivable curses, he definitely used dark magic. Even I didn't recognize some of his curses. Albus' gaze wandered around and ended up at Sirius and Remus. Remus noticed his questioning expression and said, "Emily is taking care of the children, but Charlotte was injured. Is she badly hurt?" Sirius shook his head. "No, Poppy has said that she'll be all right again soon." Alistair cleared his throat and leaned forwards. "What I wanted to say is that although the other 2 children were better than the average and fought not bad either, if you consider that they are probably 10 years old, the raven-haired boy could develop into a serious problem when he is an adult. I've never seen something like this. He is a natural fighter and most of the time he was fighting with more than one Auror. And he held out until the end. Only then he fainted. I've charmed myself invisible by the way and stayed there still for a while, and what I saw was really strange. Our Lord seemed to be really worried about the child and he even picked him up. If the boy weren't important, Voldemort would have never done this." Albus Dumbledore thought for a moment. "That is indeed odd. Do you know who this child could be, Severus?" "I know Draco, and the girl has to be Bellatrix Lestrange's daughter. But who the other boy is, I haven't the tiniest idea," Severus answered calmly. Alistair Moody began to speak again. "We should teach our children and students how to defend themselves as well so early. The Death Eaters teach their children everything that could be useful in the slightest. We should think about that one day. They will have to fight anyway when they are adults. The sooner they begin the better. Furthermore, we should think about our 3 talented magicians. Obviously they are rather important to our Lord, especially the raven-haired boy, otherwise he would have hardly appeared there, and that I somehow don't like at all. It's a pity that we couldn't kidnap them. The boy could really become a disaster for us in the future, if he will fight on their side." Thoughtfully supporting his head with his hands, Albus nodded. "You're right, Alistair, I didn't like it as well. I don't think that we'll have still a chance to kidnap them now. I hardly think that they will let the children sneak out in the streets without supervision once more. Probably the children wanted to go to Diagon Alley and unintentionally slid into the fight. But perhaps, Severus, you'll try to find out who the raven-haired boy is. I must admit that I'm rather curious as far as his identity is concerned." Quote. Severus nodded shortly and the Order began to speak about other topics, although that wasn't very successful since the thoughts of nearly everyone were still revolving around the earlier happenings. Those members who hadn't been present at the fight felt for the first time in their lives a slight regret that they had missed a battle. As Harry opened his eyes, he was lying in his bed and had an ice-cold cloth on his forehead. The Dark Lord sat beside him and watched him. "Caro and Draco, are they all right?" His voice sounded hoarse and croaky. "Yes, thanks to you they have been injured only slightly." Suddenly the red eyes stared piercingly at him. "So, what you were actually doing there?" Harry shivered. He felt terrible, but he knew that he had overexerted himself. His head hurt dreadfully, and because the light disturbed him he closed his eyes. "We wanted to go to Diagon Alley." "I'm sorry." "I see. I must say that I'm proud of you, Harry. You did extremely well for someone your age. Nevertheless, you won't do it ever again. It is too dangerous. If you and your friends want to leave the castle, you will take guards with you. And now you will rest. As soon as you have recovered, we will begin to study the remaining unforgivable curses. Unfortunately, I had to neglect you the last weeks. Furthermore, I think that it is time that you attend the Death Eater meetings. Since the fight, the Death Eaters are wondering who you might be. Soon it won't be possible any longer to hide your identity." Then the Dark Lord stood up and left the room while Harry was thinking bitterly of his identity. Why that had to happen? Why his adoptive father had to have to murder his real parents? Harry was still torn between his feelings for his parents he didn't remember and his adoptive father. Due to his chaotic feelings he had done nothing the last months. His feeling was saying him that he actually should hate his adoptive father for what he had done to his parents, but somehow he couldn't, at least not really. But sometimes he did it when he dreamed about his mum or dad and today the house. Somehow it had hit him very much to see the house in such a destroyed state. Harry sighed. In the last months, since he had discovered the truth, a great resistance had broken out in some European countries, which had become quickly rather powerful. So the Dark Lord had gone there to destroy the resistance and had left him alone for weeks. But Harry had been rather relieved. Since Harry had found out the truth, he hadn't felt comfortable in the presence of the Dark Lord anymore. He hadn't known how to behave. For some time he had really considered to speak with him, to tell him that he knew the truth. Then he had however rejected the idea. Harry was afraid from the reaction when his adoptive father would discover that he knew the truth. Why everything had to be so damned complicated? So he had done nothing. But really, what could he have done? Leave the castle. But where he could have gone then? Harry carefully turned around. His head felt like it would explode in any minute. He nearly had fallen asleep when he shot up in bed. The things. Where were the things he had found in Godric's Hollow? Frantically he looked around in his room, until he spotted his clothes which were hanging over his chair. Slowly he climbed out of his bed and stumbled to the chair. He picked his robe up and grabbed in his pocket where he fished out his snake first, who curled herself promptly around his arm. Trembling he pulled out the things he had found in Godric's Hollow, immensely relieved that the Dark Lord hadn't found them. Without any warning he had to hold onto the chair because everything was dancing in front of his eyes. Carefully he went back to his bed. He would take a closer look at the things tomorrow, when he was feeling better. Closing his eyes he was nothing but relieved that they had survived the battle. It had been really useful. He thought that he had so often lived through the books much further that he actually should have, and that his adoptive father had believed him that they had wanted to go to Diagon Alley. Shortly afterwards he was fast asleep. Remus Lupin was sitting on a bench near the Hogwarts lake and was just singing softly to his daughter. He still couldn't really believe that this beautiful little baby was his daughter. She had his gray eyes and had inherited the dark brown hair of Emily, his little Meggie. She was now 5 weeks old and he was totally smitten by his little darling. "Moony, what are you doing?" Remus turned his head and saw Sirius Black standing in front of him. In his arms he was carrying his son and Lizzie. He put the whining children on the ground and sat down as well while the children began to crawl. "I was singing a lullaby before you interrupted me, Sirius." "You were singing? I didn't know you could that." "Very funny, Sirius. Don't tell me that you never sing to Jamie." His friend turned red and shrugged with his shoulders. "How is Charlotte?" "Emily just wanted to visit her," said Remus. "Yes, I know. I've met her and Allison as well, who of course immediately handed Lizzie to me. She is feeling fine again. Tomorrow she can leave the hospital wing," Sirius said. Looking at the blue water, Sirius thought how dreadful fear had seized him for a moment as he had heard that his wife had been injured in the fight, and his boundless relief that it had been only a minor injury. Regarding Jamie and Lizzie, Sirius felt such a strong urge to protect his family that he couldn't breathe anymore. He knew that he wasn't able to protect them. Today he had realized this with total clearness. Had this boy used the killing curse, then he would have lost Charlotte today. Suppressing this terrible thought, he suddenly hit his fist onto the bench, gazing at Remus with wild look in his eyes. "I can't protect them, Remus. I can't, and do you know what? Today I realized that Jamie will have to fight one day as well, and that I can't prevent that." He saw understanding in Remus' eyes. Looking down at Meggie, he ran a hand across the baby's hair. "Do you think that we will ever win that war, that perhaps our children won't have to fight?" Sirius asked fiercely. "I don't know. I think the chance that we'll win is as good as no existent. But we will protect our children, Sirius. Nothing will happen to them," Remus said imploringly and pressed his daughter close to himself. "Are you sure?" Remus didn't answer, and for a moment they sat in silence and watched the children, who were playing happily with each other. "I wish they were here," Sirius said suddenly. Remus was puzzled. "Who? James, Lily and Harry. They should be here as well." I miss them so much, Moony. I know it has been now nearly 8 years but, Harry, he would be now 9 years old. Do you know this? My little godson would be 9 years old. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. Sirius, how can you say such a thing? You didn't know that Peter was the traitor. If I ever meet him again I will kill him, Moony. So do I. I've even sworn it. On that day, they were buried. I've sworn it. One day we will have our revenge. Are you sure? Sirius asked once more, and again he didn't receive an answer from his friend. So Sirius and Remus sat there on the bench and remembered their friends and a little raven-haired baby. March 1990. Harry sighed. Somehow he wasn't making any progress with wand-less magic anymore. He could now perform easy charms without a wand, but that was it. Even to come so far had taken him incredible much time. At the beginning he had got immensely tired, but after many attempts he had become better. But now it seemed that he had reached a point where he didn't make any progress anymore at all. Perhaps he should have a look in the library if he couldn't find a few useful books which could help him along. So far no one knew that he could do such things. He even had begun to study animagi in secret. This topic fascinated him greatly and he would give everything up to be able to change into an animal. He began to concentrate. He wanted to perform a wand-less spell once more as the door opened and his adoptive father stepped in. Harry, we can continue your lessons now. Harry turned around and saw the Dark Lord standing in the doorway and sensed how he begun to feel uneasy again. Since the fight in Diagon Alley his adoptive father had begun to teach him the Cruciatus and the killing curse. To teach him those curses the Dark Lord had used little black spiders, and Harry had hated to kill and torture them from the very first moment his adoptive father had demanded this from him. Harry watched tensely as the Dark Lord went to the table and fetched a middle-sized wooden box from a pocket of his robe. He opened the box and a dozen black spiders rolled onto the table. So, Harry, you may begin, he ordered in a cold and demanding voice that wouldn't tolerate any contradiction, and stared with his red eyes at Harry. Reluctantly Harry went in front of the table and pointed his wand at a big crawling spider. Crucio, he said, and he had hardly spoken out the word as he saw how the spider began to tremble and to writhe with pain. A moment later he stopped the curse and the spider rolled helplessly to the side. Now kill it, Harry gulped. How he hated that, but nevertheless he pointed the wand once more at the spider and said, Avada Kedavra. While watching how the green light killed the tiny creature he flinched and suddenly had an image of his parents before his eyes who, as he knew, had been murdered in the same way in which he had just murdered the spider. Harry shuddered slightly. He didn't want to imagine the death of his parents. Very well, Harry, so far it was excellent. But now we should take another creature on which you can practice the curses. The bigger something is the harder it is to perform the curses successfully. Something that is larger than those spiders, his adoptive father said while waving impatiently his hand through the air. He snapped his fingers and like from nowhere Nell appeared in the room. You'll cast the Cruciatus curse on that house elf. For the moment it has the right size. Then you will apply the killing curse to it. Luckily we've enough house elves, so you can use as much as you need to learn the curses properly. Harry looked unbelievingly at his adoptive father, while everything in him was refusing to do the demanded. His eyes fell on Nell, who was trembling madly and was looking up at them with fearful eyes. No, I can't do that and I won't do it. His voice was soft but nevertheless it sounded determined. Although he slowly felt fear rising inside him of the Dark Lord's reaction, he knew that nothing could bring him to hurt Nell. Nell, the only one, who had shown him that he was loved as he had been little. Nell, who had comforted him so often and had taken care of him. You cannot. You won't do it. His adoptive father stared at him as if the thought had never crossed his mind that Harry could ever disobey him. You don't want to tell me that you aren't able to torture this worthless creature. His voice was now icy cold and had a threatening undertone. She isn't worthless. Although Harry's heart was beating rather fast, he lifted his head up and stared directly into the red eyes. She, how touching. Harry, the son of the Dark Lord, has become attached to a worthless house elf. Now his voice dripped with sarcasm. He just wanted to speak again as a high-pitched voice could be heard. Please, young master, curse me. Please, don't enrage the Lord any further. Please, curse me, my lord. Nell prayed urgently that her young master would do it. She knew that she would do anything for him. She had to protect him from the anger of the Dark Lord, and she could never allow that he would punish her charge, only because he didn't want to curse her. So, the love is also mutual. But you heard it, Harry. It wants it too. Stop the nonsense finally and curse the elf. You've to learn the unforgivable curses after all. As my son you have to be able to control them. Do it finally. I don't have time forever. But Harry shook his head. No, I won't hurt her. The face of the Dark Lord contorted with rage. He wasn't exactly used to his orders not being carried out immediately. Seconds later, however, his features had dissolved into a cold countenance and a calculating expression entered his eyes. You will cast the Cruciatus curse on the elf. Or I will kill it. Harry knew his adoptive father well enough to know that he would carry out his threat without hesitation. Please, don't do that. In this moment Harry nearly hated himself for sounding so weak. Although he hadn't much hope that a plea would help him very much, he couldn't stop himself from trying. Then do it. The Dark Lord looked at him with a merciless expression in his eyes, and Harry knew that all debates of the world would not help him now. To save Nell's life he had to torture Nell. There wasn't any other solution. He hadn't a choice. With a fiercely shaking hand and as white as a sheet he pointed his wand at the small house elf, while hoping that he would manage it. He knew that if he didn't manage to curse Nell that his adoptive father would kill her then. Crucio. Though his voice quivered terribly, his curse was surprisingly successful. As soon as Nell started to scream, however, and to writhe in pain, he broke the curse. That was much too short. Do it again. If you torture your prisoners later in the same way, you'll never hear any useful information from them. Harry did as he was told, and at each scream from Nell he flinched. When he couldn't bear Nell's crying anymore, he stopped the curse. This was far better. And now kill that worthless creature. Harry's head shot up. He couldn't believe that his adoptive father had just said that. You said you wouldn't kill her, if I would torture her. Exactly. But you will kill it. You have to learn the killing curse as well after all. No, please, father, don't force me to do that. Please. He didn't realize that for the fifth time in months he had called the Dark Lord father again, but now he looked up to his adoptive father with his emerald eyes that were full of emotion. For a moment they stared at each other, and something in Harry's eyes must have warned the Dark Lord to not overstep the mark, since he finally nodded. All right then, it may stay alive. He went to Harry and laid a hand on his shoulder. In spite of everything you did well. In 1 hour a Death Eater meeting will be held. You will attend, too. It is time that the Death Eaters hear who you are. Come in 1 hour to my rooms. Then he turned around and left the room, while Harry flung himself next to Nell, who was curled up motionlessly on the floor. Nell, are you all right? His voice nearly broke while he carefully lifted the small house elf up and laid her on the settee. Nell's eyelids fluttered a bit, but she didn't answer him. Harry ran frantically to the window, ripped it open, leaned out, and a shrill scream escaped his mouth. Luckily he didn't have to wait very long before his phoenix finally came flying through the window. Rainbow, please help Nell. Rainbow bowed its head, trilled shortly, and flew to Nell. While his phoenix took care of Nell, a wave of nausea suddenly rushed over him. He staggered to the bathroom and began to vomit fiercely while his whole body was trembling like a leaf. After a few minutes he slid exhausted to the ground, where he remained and began to stare at the opposite wall. Too shocked, too dismayed to really realize the events that had happened. He just didn't want to believe that his adoptive father had really forced him to do such a thing. There he still lay 1 hour later when one of the many house elves, whose face looked frightened, appeared and reminded him of the meeting. Dazed, he struggled to his feet and began slowly to go to the rooms of the Dark Lord. Severus Snape stood in the hall of the castle and waited with the other Death Eaters for the arrival of the Dark Lord. Suddenly whispers broke out among the gathered wizards and witches, and Severus lifted his head to see what the reason for this was. His eyes fell on the Dark Lord, who had just entered the hall. But this time he wasn't alone. Next to him a raven-haired boy was walking, and Severus knew immediately that it was the one who had knocked out so many Aurors half a year ago in the fight in Diagon Alley. All attempts to find out the identity of the mysterious boy had failed in the last months. No one had known anything about him. Severus felt how his curiosity increased while he watched how the Dark Lord sat down on his throne and conjured another throne next to him, where shortly afterwards the boy took a seat as well. As soon as the Dark Lord began to speak, every noise in the hall stopped. "My faithful followers, let me introduce you to my son and heir," he said, and pointed with his hand at the child sitting next to him. Severus' eyes widened while he tried to grasp the meaning of those news. "You will obey him in the same way as me. You will protect him with your life and show him the same loyalty as me," the Dark Lord continued. Severus noticed that Lucius Malfoy's and Bellatrix Lestrange's faces didn't wear the surprise and the shock like the other Death Eaters did, and he realized that they had known it and that they had lied to him as he had tried to ask them carefully about the boy's identity months ago. He looked at the young lord, who seemed to be not very interested in the happenings. His head was hanging down and he stared on the ground. Severus still couldn't believe it, while he wondered why no one had ever thought of the possibility of the boy being Voldemort's son. Now, of course, everything made sense. Even why the Dark Lord had been so worried and had appeared personally in the fight was now understandable. Suddenly the boy lifted his head, as if he had somehow felt Severus' gaze on him. Their eyes met and he looked into strangely lifeless emerald eyes. Then the boy stared again to the ground. In the meantime Severus shook his head. For a moment the child had really reminded him of James Potter, his archenemy from Hogwarts, and of Lily Evans. He could have sworn that the boy had her eyes. But that couldn't be. That was completely out of question. The strain of the last months had obviously gotten to him, more as he had believed, if he already began to see ghosts. To see James Potter in the son of the Dark Lord. Ridiculous. Goodness, he desperately needed a holiday to recover from his work as a spy. He shook again his head and realized that he hadn't heard a word of what had been spoken in the last minutes. But those eyes. Sadly he thought back to Lily Evans. Her eyes, however, had been full of life with an incredible sparkle, whereas the eyes of the young lord had been dull, nearly lifeless. Only the color was the same. Severus was so confused and so occupied with his memories he hadn't been able to pay much attention to the rest of the meeting anymore. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't even notice that the meeting was over long ago. Only when a voice shouted, "Hey, Snape, do you want to stay here forever?" did he come to his senses again, realized that the Dark Lord and his son had gone already, and began to leave the now nearly empty hall. When he entered the park, his eyes fell on a small figure. He held his breath as he recognized that it was the son of the Dark Lords, who was sitting on a bench. Severus looked quickly around, and when he saw that he was currently alone in the park, he made the decision to kidnap the young lord. What a success it would be, if he would bring the Dark Lord's son into his power. When Albus would discover that he was the son of Voldemort, he would surely give his agreement to the abduction. Furthermore, Severus hadn't forgotten what Alistair Moody had told them, that the boy could become dangerous for them in the near future. With a determined face he began to walk silently over the lawn, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had just noticed a few guards who were guarding one of the entrances to the dungeons. Actually, he had wanted to put the boy out of action with a stunning charm, but now he thought that it wouldn't be such a good idea anymore. It would be rather conspicuous if he would suddenly carry an unconscious boy in his arms. Surely the guards would immediately become wary. Apart from this, they had very probably heard by now that the boy sitting on the bench was the heir of the Dark Lord, if they hadn't known it already. It was a mystery to him how Voldemort had managed to hide this for so long. Some, like Malfoy, had known it, however. But whether the guards knew it or not, he just couldn't risk it. No, the kidnapping had to look normal, so that they wouldn't become suspicious. His only advantage was that they were standing relatively far away. Perhaps, yes, he would cast the Imperious Curse on the boy and then they would go together to the apparition place. So it would look like to the guards that he was only accompanying the young lord, but never would they suspect him of kidnapping the young lord. Satisfied with his plan, he marched over to the boy, who was sitting with his back to him, reached for his wand and said softly, "Imperio." He ordered the boy to stand up and to turn around. When the child did so, he was again taken aback by the similarity to James Potter. Only the eyes were different and he had a strange scar on his forehead which looked like a lightning bolt. His eyes, however, were glazed over and without emotions now. Severus shook himself out of his thoughts while cursing James Potter at the same time. Recently he had just managed to forget his former archenemy, and now he had the fortune to run into a nearly exact copy of him. He ordered the young lord to come with him, and together they began to walk through the park. Severus cast a glance at the guards and was relieved to see that they hadn't noticed anything. He had done it. He had kidnapped the son of Voldemort. When they were only a few meters away of the apparition point, he suddenly became aware of a quick movement next to him, but before he could react a brilliant red light hit him in the side. When Severus regained consciousness again and slowly opened his eyes, he stared immediately into emerald green ones, which now were blazing with anger. The young lord was standing over him and pointed his wand straight at him. "Why did you want to kidnap me? Stay where you are, or I will curse you." Severus let himself sink back to the ground while he couldn't believe that he had been overpowered by a boy who was around 10 years old, and that this child had actually broken his imperious curse. Dismayed, he realized how powerful Voldemort's son in reality was. Though his thoughts raced through his head, he didn't know what to answer, and shocked he realized that it didn't matter which answer he gave. He had lost, and he would never see his daughter and his wife again. If he had still his wand, he perhaps would have still a chance, but in such case, however, he was totally helpless at the boy's mercy. So he said resignedly, "I wanted to bring you to Dumbledore." "You are a spy," the young lord stated calmly, and stared with his green eyes piercingly at him. "Obviously," Severus replied. He was surprised that the future Dark Lord had such a quick wit. "What's your name?" "Snape. Severus Snape." Suddenly the young lord took a step away from him and said with a chilly voice, "You can go, Snape. I won't tell anyone your secret. But remember that I saved your life. One day you will pay your debt back to me." Severus, who was completely speechless, couldn't believe it. The boy wouldn't hand him over to his father. He wouldn't tell anyone. "You should better go now." Severus stood shakily up and looked at the child, who still had his wand pointed at him. The emerald eyes watched him. Hesitantly he halted for a moment. He couldn't believe that he would see his family again and that he would actually escape. Finally he began to move. "Your wand." Severus turned around and caught his wand, which the boy had thrown to him. Then he went to the apparition place, expecting any moment that a curse would hit him. Arriving at Hogsmeade, he began to walk quickly to the castle while pondering over the fact that he was now in the debt of a child who was the son of Voldemort and who had a surprising similarity to James Potter. But could he rely on that the boy wouldn't say anything? And why had the boy let him escape instead of calling the guards, who would have immediately heard him, had he loudly screamed? Severus shook his head. He didn't understand that. It didn't make any sense. When he entered Dumbledore's office, he saw that the whole Order of the Phoenix was gathered already. Albus lifted his head and looked relieved at him. "Severus, finally you came. What took you so long?" Severus sat on his chair and said, "I found out who the raven-haired boy is. He is the son and heir of Voldemort." This unexpected revelation caused many to gasp for breath and to stutter to oneself, while in nearly all faces shock and disbelief were written. The blue eyes of the headmaster widened, and shortly afterwards he looked at him with a grave expression on his face. "That is certainly bad news." "Yes, but I have worse ones," Severus replied, and began to relate the events that had happened earlier today. When Severus had finished, there was silence. With raised eyebrow, Alistair asked unbelievingly, "He did let you go?" Albus inclined his head thoughtfully. "I'm wondering why he did this. I fear, however, that we have no other choice than to trust in him keeping your secret, Severus. At least we finally know who he is. So we'll have to deal with 2 Dark Lords in the future," Minerva said gloomily. "Tragically, the child can't even be blamed. Voldemort will certainly make sure that his son will become as heartless and evil as himself." Albus sighed, looked at the window and riveted his gaze then on Severus. "Perhaps you could try if you might succeed in obtaining the boy's confidence. Although I don't know if that would help very much, but everything what might contribute that Voldemort's influence on him will weaken, could be later extremely valuable for us. And if he should trust me, what I doubt very much." "What then?" "I don't know, Severus. Perhaps you can manage to win him over to our side. He is still very young, so he surely will be still suggestible. Find out as much as possible about him. Be careful, as he can betray you anytime." but try to raise doubts in him, that the dark side is wrong. Thereby perhaps a possibility will appear. Quote. Severus stared at the headmaster as if the old wizard had lost his senses but didn't say anything. The next minutes the order members sat silently together while thinking about the surprising news they had just discovered and which none of them had ever expected. In the meantime Harry sat in his room and stared sadly at the pictures while his hands, which gripped the cover so hard that his knuckles turned white, were trembling madly. But the photos of his parents didn't comfort him. They only caused a terrible searing pain in him. Since he had discovered the photo album in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, he had guarded this album like a treasure. He couldn't explain it, but he hadn't even showed the pictures to Caro and Draco. Caro had only seen the one photo he had found in the broken frame. Harry lightly touched the photo where his mum was brightly laughing and happily waving at him. Suddenly he closed the album with a loud snap, stood up and angrily ran a hand through his eyes where tears were forming. He looked through the open door over to his bed and sighed. Nell, after Rainbow had taken care of her, had fallen asleep and Harry had laid the small house elf on his soft bed. Hopefully she would recover soon. Silently he went to the window and looked out. The events of today had made him understand that someday he had to choose. He had realized that he had to come to a decision on which side he was, that he had to choose either the darkness or the light. That he had either decide for the side of his parents he never knew or the side of his adoptive father. It was strange, but only today he had really realized this fact. Only today he had understood the situation in all its consequences. He knew very well that his adoptive father would demand further cruelties from him in the near future. He would have to torture and to kill, and this knowledge caused him to shudder. To torture Nell had been horrid for him, and even now he still could see her terrified, scared eyes which had looked up at him. He never again wanted to be in such a situation. Perhaps it was different with people he didn't know personally, but he doubted that. Apart from this, he didn't want to kill anyone at all. That's why he hadn't called after the guards when this Death Eater had tried to kidnap him today. As soon as he had realized that the man was a spy, he had known that his adoptive father would punish the man without any mercy and very probably kill him, if he would ever discover the truth. Although he had been angry at Snape for trying to kidnap him, he hadn't wanted to be guilty of his death. So he had allowed the man to go, but now he wasn't entirely sure anymore if that had been really the right decision. Couldn't the spy become dangerous for all of them? Would Snape try it again to kidnap him? Harry didn't know it, decided however that he would be very careful from now on. Furthermore, he had to think about his future behavior. Somehow he had to find a possibility how he could avoid situations where he had to torture and to kill. Regarding his adoptive father, he would never forgive him that he had forced him to torture Nell. But what? Harry, why have you locked your door? A voice shouted suddenly, and Harry recognized Caro. He sighed slightly and pointed his wand at the door. He wasn't so sure if he now wanted his friends around him. Seconds later Draco and Caro came inside. Where for God's sake have you been the whole day? We couldn't find you anywhere, his silver blonde friend remarked and dropped himself in one of the armchairs. I attended a Death Eater meeting, Harry answered. Really? Great. How was it? Harry observed how Draco's eyes flashed with excitement, a reaction he couldn't quite understand. He also went to an armchair and sat down. A moment he was silent, then he began to tell his friends what had happened today. Apart from his meeting with Snape, he told them everything. Somehow he had the feeling that it would be better to not confide this secret to anyone. After he had finished, he noticed that Caro stared on the table, and it seemed to him as if she would avoid his look. Meanwhile Draco shrugged his shoulders and said, It's only a house elf, Harry. Nothing else. You shouldn't bother your head about that. Harry looked a bit unbelievingly at his friend and answered with a chilly voice. For you, Nell may be only a house elf. But not for me. Quote. But that isn't right. You are the heir of the Dark Lord. You can't be friendly to worthless creatures. That's just impossible. And regarding your worries that we'll have to kill someday, they're totally baseless. They'll be anyway only worthless mudbloods. Quote. Harry stared at Draco, as if he would see him for the first time, and said quietly. I'm not sure if I'm the heir of the Dark Lord. What the hell is the meaning of this? Draco wanted angrily to know. He isn't my real father, and my parents fought against the dark side. Quote. Although his friends had known this of course, it was however the first time where he had really said it aloud. Suddenly Draco's features distorted with anger and he began to shout. So what? Your parents didn't know it better. But you should know it. You after all had the proper education. Or do you now want to betray us and become a worthless Potter? Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously, confused and hurt, as he had never believed that his friend would ever offend him like that. He shouted back. You've absolutely no right to speak about my parents like that. And you know nothing. Do you really want to torture and kill? Are you so desperate of becoming a Death Eater? Quote. Yes, we would only kill worthless mudbloods anyway. Quote. Shut up. They aren't worthless. Of course they are. They are as worthless as your damned parents were. A crashing noise interrupted the quarrel. The glass of the windows had broken into 1,000 glittering pieces and now Harry's eyes were shining with unbridled rage. Harry clenched his fists and tried to keep calm. He sensed, if he should lose control entirely, that more would break than only the windows. So he only said with an ice-cold voice, Leave my room, Draco. I don't want to see you here ever again. For a moment Harry saw regret and dismay flashing through Draco's eyes, but then they became cold and without a word he turned and stalked out of the room. After Draco had fiercely slammed the door, Harry buried his face in his hands and said with a broken voice. Why did he say that? How could he do that? Kara went to him, sat beside him and put her arms around him. Harry, you have to forgive Draco. He was angry. He didn't mean it like that. Try to understand him. Understand him. Why did he attack me like this? We all have learned that the Muggle are worthless and don't have a right to live. We know that the wizards who are fighting against our side are traitors. Draco believes this, especially because he loves his father so much. It was like a criticism of him and of everything Draco believes. In that moment where you said that you weren't sure whether you were the heir of the Dark Lord, he didn't see his friend in front of him, but a Potter. After finding out who you were in reality, he could forget that you were a Potter since you never behaved like one. But today you nearly said that the dark side is in the wrong. Quote. Harry broke away from Caro's arms and looked at his friend. And you, what are you thinking? I think that Draco is right. Harry, today was a terrible day for you, but that really doesn't mean that you have to abandon the dark side. What you had to do to Nell was awful for you because you love her. But basically she is only a house elf, you shouldn't forget that. Apart from this, Draco is right. You are the heir of the Dark Lord and everyone, who is against us, is worthless and evil. Remember what this damned Order and Dumbledore did to my dad. They've just killed him. I hate them and they will pay for it. The dark side is right and you shouldn't worry so much about it, Harry. So you as well think that my parents didn't know it better and that they were worthless. Then you too can leave my room. Please calm down, Harry. I love you, you know that. You and Draco are more than friends to me and I only want to help you. We shouldn't scream at each other like that. We should be there for each other, so that we can solve our problems together. And regarding your parents, Caro dried up in mid-sentence, as if she didn't know what further to say and looked insecurely at him. For some time they were silent and an awkward quietness spread out in the room. Then Harry said softly, Caro, why do you think that Muggles are worthless? Or the people who fight against us, like my parents did it? Don't you think that everyone has the right to believe what they want? I thought very long about those problems, but somehow I never knew what was right. But since I discovered who my parents were, I can't believe that they were worthless and evil, only because they fought on Dumbledore's side. When I see their photos, then, somehow I have the feeling that if I kill or torture anyone like I did with Nell today, that I would betray them with this. Quote. Harry, that is sheer nonsense. After all, the Order killed my dad. They torture and kill as well. Your parents certainly killed someone, too. Yes, you're probably right. But, when I tortured Nell today, Caro, it was just horrid. And if I have to kill anyone, or you really want to kill later? Caro hesitated and without really noticing she drew invisible curls on the table. I don't know, Harry. I've never thought about it before. You know that Draco's parents practically brought me up and they always taught us that there is only a right and an evil side. You know it yourself. You after all had the same education as we. If I think of the murderers of my dad, then I would kill those without any regret. I hate them more than anything else on the world. I would take revenge. But if you had to kill innocents, for example children, would you do it then? Only because they are the children of Muggles? Or would you kill Nell? Would you hurt her, if you had to? Only because she is a house elf. The Order had killed your father, yes, but what were the Death Eaters and your father doing to the Muggle family? Who the devil started that war? The dark or the light side? But we've to decide someday, Caro. Would you do it? Would you kill anyone? Caro looked at him with a confused and fearful expression on her face. Both stared at each other. Finally Harry sighed and laid an arm around Caro. I will speak with Draco tomorrow. I only hope that he won't run to his father now. He won't betray me, will he? Harry, Draco may have said terrible things, he was angry and maybe confused as well. But he would never tell anyone what you have said. I'm not so sure, Caro. He loves his father very much and when he believes that I changed the sides. No, Harry, you mustn't believe that, he would never betray you. I know him. Harry didn't answer and when Bellatrix Lestrange entered the room a little later she found the heir of the Dark Lord and her daughter snuggled up in each other on the sofa and sleeping peacefully. Allison Snape looked at her sleeping husband and sighed silently. Today she hadn't been at the Order meeting because she had watched the children, so that she had discovered the events of today only, when her husband had told her. She had been shocked but at the same time unbelievingly grateful that Voldemort's young heir had saved Severus' life. Despite all difficulties and quarrels in the past she loved her husband still more than anything else. But today they had felt so close again as they hadn't for weeks. Sometimes realizing how very nearly they had lost each other forever only caused their love to increase more. She snuggled in her pillow and wondered what the young lord might demand from Severus in the future. In such moments she wished that she could read in the future but unfortunately she couldn't. Early in the morning Draco Malfoy was walking slowly through the dark corridors. After turning left and stepping to approximately the middle of the broad hallway he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and his eyes riveted on the door in front of him. But he made not the slightest move to open the door. He sighed and pondered again what he should say. He hadn't been able to sleep very well last night. The memory of the violent quarrel he had had with Harry yesterday hadn't given him much rest. After leaving Harry's room he had stormed down the hall to search for his father. Finally he had found him standing on one of the staircases that lead to the dungeons, absorbed in a conversation with Avery. His father had been a bit suspicious when noticing his flushed face but Draco had just said that he had been running too fast downstairs and had told him that Harry had got a headache so that he and Caro had to go earlier than usual. Luckily his father had believed him. At home he had gone to his room and had thought about his argument with Harry, while wondering about the fact that Caro hadn't said anything at all. It wasn't like her to keep silent. First he had been absolutely furious, then he had felt betrayed and finally disappointed and sad. He couldn't understand his best friend. He still couldn't but he had realized that he hadn't had the right to make that one comment about Harry's parents. Suddenly he asked himself how he would have reacted if he had been in Harry's place. Wouldn't he have defended his parents in the same way, indifferent to the fact that they had been on the wrong side? The silver blonde boy shook his head slightly. He didn't know for sure but it might be possible. He reached out with his hand, however he let it quickly drop again. He still hadn't the faintest idea of what to say. Silently cursing when nothing useful occurred to him, he only knew that he wanted Harry to be his friend again. Then, angry at himself for being such a coward, he raised his hand once more but all of a sudden the door was ripped open and Harry fell literally into his arms. Draco, what are you doing here? I just wanted to go to your house. Harry, I only wanted to apologize. Never mind, Draco, come in. I wanted to apologize as well. I shouldn't have screamed like that and said that I never wanted to see you here again. I didn't mean it. No, Harry, you had every right to be so angry. It was my fault and… Draco, it's okay. Forget it. Draco felt an immense wave of relief rush over him. He hadn't thought that it would be so easy. When stepping inside he suddenly stopped surprised. Caro, what on earth are you doing here? Hi, Draco, You see, after you left, Harry and I talked a bit yesterday and so we fell asleep on the settee. And since nobody woke us up, I am still here. Nell just brought us breakfast. Do you want to eat as well? Draco nodded because he was rather hungry. He had been too nervous earlier to swallow anything at all. Harry and Draco sat down next to Caro and Harry called Nell to ask her to bring another cover for Draco. Thanks to Rainbow's magic, the little house elf had entirely recovered, and when Harry had discovered that Nell was fine this morning, it had taken a load off his mind. You really are famished, aren't you, Draco? Caro remarked, amused, watching how he stuffed himself rather hurriedly with a roll. Harry looked at his friend and suddenly felt ashamed that he had doubted Draco yesterday and that he had really thought he could betray him. Incredibly glad that they had reconciled with each other, he also reached cheerfully for a roll and fetched Diamond out of his sleeve. The little snake hissed something and began to meander trough the various things which were standing on the table. Harry hissed back. Draco shuddered slightly and for a moment he stopped chewing. Although he had often heard those conversations between Harry and his snake before, he found it eerie every time anew to listen to those strange noises. Meanwhile Diamond had arrived at Caro's plate and there she began to eat the jam which had fallen off a roll. Caro stared at the little reptile and asked, stunned, "Since when did snakes eat jam?" The dark-haired girl, although she still didn't like snakes very much, had become used to Diamond over all the years since she knew Harry and wasn't scared of Harry's pet anymore. She doesn't like every jam, only raspberry jam. That is practically her favorite food. If you had breakfast more often with me, you would know that, Harry explained, and, seeing Draco's and Caro's faces, he began to laugh. A little later his friends joined in while Diamond wasn't bothered in the slightest by this and continued to nibble on her jam. All three were happy and relieved that they were reconciled with each other again, but no one of them could forget the quarrel entirely. The Dark Lord was sitting at his desk and was currently occupied in thinking about Harry. The realization that Harry had become attached to a worthless house elf alarmed him. Such behavior just wasn't right for his heir. Harry was supposed to be cold, merciless and have no scruples to kill a worthless house elf. What on earth had he done wrong? Of course he had noticed that Harry had been rather reluctant to kill the spiders, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. But when Harry had refused to torture the wretched house elf yesterday and had only done it because of his threatening, he had realized that there was something very wrong. How could he transform Harry into a real Death Eater? If Harry continued to be so hesitant and reluctant to kill and torture, he would never become a feared dark wizard. He thought back to the moment where he had wanted to force Harry to kill the house elf and the boy had indeed refused. As he had looked into his emerald eyes, he had noticed this mixture of refusal, fear, vulnerability and this nearly hopeless desperation. He had seen such a similar expression in the eyes of his numerous prisoners many times. Shortly before he had tortured them and broken their spirits or had killed them. He had known that if he forced Harry to do this that the boy would hate him. That's why he hadn't insisted on Harry killing the house elf. Under no circumstances did he want the boy to hate him. Neither had he wanted to hurt Harry when he had pleaded with him not to force him. The Dark Lord shook his head. It scared him how he had got so used to Harry that the boy was able to refuse his orders. When he had taken the boy, the thought that he could become used to him to such an extent would never have occurred him. At least he could be proud that Harry had tried to ignore his fear and that he was so magically powerful and talented. If you excluded his reluctance to torture and to kill, everything would be absolutely perfect. But how could he teach Harry to enjoy using the unforgivable curses? He didn't know how, and suddenly he realized that he actually knew nothing important about Harry. He didn't even have the faintest idea what hobbies the boy had. Regretfully he saw that he had always been a teacher if he had spent time with Harry. He had always tried to teach him magic and parcel magic or had told him about the wizard world and their enemies. Never had they spoken, however, about personal topics, apart from this one time when Harry had come to him and had asked about his mother. Till this day he didn't know why Harry had been so suddenly interested to find out the identity of his mother. A tapping noise against the window interrupted his thoughts. It was an owl with a letter which informed him that some of his Death Eaters he had sent to France years ago would return to Great Britain this afternoon to make a report. Harry of course would attend again. Perhaps his friends should as well. Yes, why not? After all, Lucius' son and Bellatrix's daughter had to learn as well how to rule. One day they would be on Harry's side and help him to reign over the world. The Dark Lord bent thoughtfully his head. Perhaps there was still a way to make the unforgivable curses sound appealing to Harry. It couldn't do any harm, if he would try it this way. In the meantime, Albus Dumbledore was thinking about the same boy as his archenemy Voldemort. He regretted it that Severus hadn't managed to kidnap the boy. On the other hand, he wondered if it wasn't better, however, that the kidnapping had failed. Otherwise they would have to keep the boy prisoner here, and that surely wouldn't have helped that he joined their side. Albus suddenly realized that he didn't even know the name of the child. It was a bit strange for him to think so much about someone whom he had never ever seen in his life. Since the raven-haired boy had appeared in the battle a half-year ago, he had thought about him, and since yesterday where he had discovered who he was, he just couldn't stop thinking about him. Somehow he had the certain feeling that this child would bring the turning point in this terrible war. That he would decide whether the darkness or the light would be victorious. Albus Dumbledore sighed. In the moment the future looked rather desolately and hopelessly. He doubted that a child of darkness would ever change to the light side. The only hope was now that Severus would manage to influence the boy and to eventually draw him to the right side. Albus shook his head. Who would have thought that Tom would become a father? He couldn't imagine that Tom had ever played with his son. The imagination how Riddle romped around on the ground with a baby was absolutely ridiculous. He wondered if his former student was even capable to have any feelings for his son. That he had appeared in the battle then looked very much as if that was the case. If that was really true, then Tom had made indeed a progress and had shown for the first time human features, if he actually really had any feelings left for his son. He wondered who the mother of the child was. Certainly a faithful Death Eater. Looking at the window, Albus sighed. He absolutely didn't like it that how it looked currently. A 10-year-old child would decide about the future of the world. He knew, however, that he couldn't do anything against it. He wasn't powerful enough to defeat Tom, and his former student wasn't strong enough to defeat him. So that for years there was a stalemate. Wistfully and sad he remembered James and Lily Potter. If those two had been still alive, then threesome they maybe could have managed it to defeat Voldemort. All of a sudden the sorrow overwhelmed him, which for years seized him over and over again. Why on earth hadn't he been able to prevent that? Why hadn't he managed to protect Lily and James and little Harry? Again he saw himself standing in front of the destroyed house and looking horrified at the ruins. He laid his arms on the desk and buried his head therein as the sadness and the feeling of guilt crashed down on him. Harry frowned and stared at the open book which lay in front of him. Somehow he just couldn't concentrate today. After they had eaten breakfast they had gone to their classroom where Bellatrix Lestrange had awaited them already and had immediately inundated them with tasks. Shortly afterwards she had left the room. For some time past it happened more and more that Bella or Draco's parents let them alone after giving them tasks. Harry looked up and mumbled, "I've had enough of learning." "Do you think I haven't, Harry? Wouldn't it be great if we could play Quidditch now? The weather is currently so beautiful," Caro said and looked longingly out of the window. "We haven't played Quidditch since eternities," Draco remarked sourly. "The only thing we do is learning. Or we get entangled in some fight," Harry added. "Hey, we could." Before Caro could finish her sentence, however, the door opened and her mother came back, so that the three friends, with resigned expressions, began to work once again on their tasks. 3 tiresomely hours later Bella dismissed them, before she still informed them that a Death Eater meeting would be taking place this afternoon and that all 3 of them would attend it. While Draco was excited and seemed to be glad that he finally would participate in an assembly, Harry was not very delighted and he wondered if he now had to attend every day some meeting. Hopefully not. Then a terrible thought rose in him. Would he have to torture later on? For a short moment he felt how panic seized him, but then he blocked this feeling out while he began to rack his brain what he eventually could do to prevent this. After a delicious lunch and having made their homework rather listlessly and not very conscientiously, and Harry additionally greatly nervous, they set off to the hall. Halfway through, they collided with a short stubby man who came running out of one of the side corridors. The stranger looked up and snarled at them. "Can't you watch out where you—" But suddenly his eyes remained clung at Harry and he dried up in mid-sentence. A terrified and shocked expression entered his eyes while he squeaked, stuttering, and flinched back to the wall. "No, that can't be. James, forgive me, you know that I didn't want to do it. Peter Pettigrew fell to his knees. He saw the face of his friend in his mind's eye and heard his voice. "Don't worry, Peter, I know that we will be safe. I'll be grateful to you forever that you have become our secret keeper." Quote. He saw Lily, who smiled thankfully at him, and he saw Harry, the little cheerful baby, whom he so often had held in his arms. For years he had suppressed it and hadn't wanted to think about it, that he had betrayed his best friends and thus had handed them over to death. For years he had said to himself over and over again that he hadn't had another choice, that it had been the only possibility to save his own life. But now the feelings of guilt which were buried deep down in him since the day he had betrayed his friends overwhelmed him and burst out of him. "Who the devil are you?" The sharp voice ripped him back to reality, and startled he looked up. To the silver blonde boy who had spoken he didn't pay any attention. His gaze was fixed at the other boy, and only now he slowly realized that it wasn't James at all. When he registered the emerald eyes, however, he apprehended who was standing there in front of him. But that couldn't be. Yet it was the only conclusion, and Peter knew that it was the right one. He looked so similar to James, and then again he didn't, since he looked simultaneously similar to Lily. He had Lily's eyes. Suddenly he felt how panic rushed over him, and he could only grasp one clear thought. He wanted away, as far as possible. He couldn't bear it any longer to face Harry. The shock he had suffered when seeing Harry had been too much for him. He began to concentrate and thanked God that he was able to change also under stress. Meanwhile Harry, who had found the stranger familiar from the beginning, had finally remembered where from he knew the man. He had seen this man on his photos in his album, together with his parents. As the man began suddenly to change, Caro screamed surprised out. Harry, on the other hand, had quickly understood what the man had in mind. His intense studying of animagi lately had made sure of it, and so he managed just in time to immobilize the man, who was now a big dark brown rat with a stunning spell. Caro stared at the rat and looked up. He is an animagus. But what was the meaning of all this, by the way? He was, after all, totally crazy. My parents knew him. He was on some photos. Don't you think it is a bit strange that my parents knew a Death Eater? And then his behavior. He looked as he had seen a ghost. And what are we going to do with him now? We can't just let him here, can we? Draco asked, who thoughtfully glanced at the rat. No, I think we'll take him with us. I want to speak with him. He can tell me something about my parents. I want to know why he knew them. And what he didn't want to do. Since it looked like he wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible, I doubt that he will answer you any questions. Draco remarked. Well, perhaps we could use Veritaserum. Then we would know right away if he is telling the truth or not, Harry said. Veritaserum. How on earth shall we get Veritaserum? I don't know, but it would be probably the best option. We can think after the meeting how we get the potion. After saying this, Harry bent down, grabbed the rat and put it in one of his cloak's pockets. Minutes later the three friends had entered the hall, and shortly afterwards Harry was seated on his throne and Draco and Caro had positioned themselves next to him. The Dark Lord turned his head to Harry and said, "You will observe everything, Harry. The more you observe, the more you can learn. The meeting yesterday was only for introducing you. So pay attention to everything." Harry nodded and watched how the hall slowly but continuously filled up with Death Eaters. He looked around and noticed that many of the people present were casting curious, searching glances at him. But every time when his gaze met with one of a Death Eater, that person would immediately avert his eyes. Then a few Death Eaters stepped forward, and after a short nod of the Dark Lord, a tall brown-haired man began to talk about the current situation in France. The man spoke very fast and with a strange accent, so that Harry had difficulties to understand everything. But he found out that the resistance groups which Voldemort had believed destroyed had formed again, and that it hadn't succeeded to defeat them. "You haven't managed it, and why not?" the Dark Lord asked in an ice-cold tone. "I don't know, my lord. You should know. You should always know the reason for your failure." Voldemort raised his wand and cast the Cruciatus curse on the man. The pitiably man fell to the ground and started to writhe in pain. Harry began to feel terribly, and he knew with sudden insight that he hated it and that it scared him, and he realized that he didn't want to watch how people were tortured and killed. That he didn't know this man personally didn't change anything. Harry's hands grasped tightly around the armrest while praying forcefully that his adoptive father wouldn't demand from him to torture this man. Although he had promised himself yesterday that he would think about a method how he could avoid such situations and had already pondered extensively about it earlier, he now realized that there was nothing what he could do. If his adoptive father would demand that from him, he couldn't just refuse in front of all those Death Eaters. He remembered very well how often the Dark Lord had told him that he never was allowed to show any weakness in front of his followers. To refuse when he was alone with his adoptive father could just about be overlooked, but if he would do it here in public, the Dark Lord would certainly not let him get away with it. The screaming Death Eater reminded him suddenly of the man who had sold him his wand and whose death had caused him countless nightmares when he had been younger. He still didn't know the reason why his adoptive father had murdered him, but he knew that the old man had done nothing except for refusing to answer his adoptive father for the first time. Perhaps this as well had been the reason for the murder. Then his thoughts wandered to Mr. Fortescue while he tried convulsively not to hear the screams. He wondered if the ice cream seller was still alive. He hoped it, although very probably no one would buy his delicious ice any longer now. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord had finally lifted the curse. So, perhaps now we can think what there is to do to destroy this resistance group. First, the Dark Lord stopped and his eyes wandered over the gathered people in front of him. Where is Pettigrew? When I remember correctly, I sent him to you to France years ago, didn't I? He asked and eyed the commander of the French Death Eaters, who in the meantime had got up from the ground. Yes, my lord, and he returned with us, but I don't know where he is currently. The man stuttered hesitantly and his voice trembled as he would expect at every moment another curse. Then it is a bit strange that he didn't come, isn't it? Perhaps you should send someone to search after him. As stupid as he is, it can surely easily happen that he gets lost in the castle. It would be a real shame if he would go missing where he had been so valuable in the past after all. Harry noticed how the gaze of his adoptive father shortly grazed him, and he realized that the rat in his pocket had to be this Pettigrew, and his curiosity what this man had to do with his parents rose in boundless spaces. But why had been standing nothing in the newspaper then? And why had he been so valuable? Harry sighed and wished he would know the answer. The rest of the meeting dealt with finding tactically strategies which should enable the defeat of this French resistance group. Although Harry tried to listen attentively, he didn't quite understand very much, and rather quickly he lost any interest. Finally the meeting was over and the Death Eaters, after bowing to the Dark Lord, began to leave the hall. Harry sighed, tremendously relieved that he hadn't been asked to torture this man and that otherwise nothing bad had happened more. Only now he realized that he had been totally tense. He stood up and wanted to go as well, since he wanted to leave the hall as soon as possible, but was restrained by his adoptive father. Harry, I would like to speak with you briefly. Draco, Carolina, you can stay also. This is likewise concerning you. I came to the decision that it would be sensible and for you instructively to be present in the torture chambers. So you will slowly learn how you can torture people most effective. And you both, Draco and Carolina, will be taught the unforgivable curses. I think it is slowly time for you. But now I want to speak with my son alone. You two can await Harry in his rooms. After his two friends had left the hall, his adoptive father suggested going to the park. Harry followed him while he was thinking about what the Dark Lord had just said. He knew with all his mind that he didn't want in the slightest to learn how to hurt people best, and he certainly didn't want to watch. I will go to France, Harry, and stay there for about 2 weeks to destroy this resistance group once and for all. Those people have really worn out my patience now. That way it will go faster. If I would leave it to my Death Eaters, it would take too long, or it would very probably not succeed at all. Sometimes I really think that I am only surrounded by nothing but incompetent people. When I return, I will teach you and your friends how to become a feared dark wizard and how you torture, kill and rule people. By the way, I have noticed your hesitance to torture that house elf Harry, but believe me, you will get used to it. You only have to practice more. Then everything will be fine. Furthermore, I will see to it that we will spend more time together. Harry, I realized that I have neglected you too much and that I was far too many times away. But we'll catch up everything." Harry, who was walking next to his adoptive father, felt how desperation rose in him, and somehow he had the feeling that he would suffocate at every moment. "Do I really have to torture and kill?" Harry whispered nearly inaudibly. The Dark Lord stopped in his tracks and looked at him. "Don't worry, Harry. As I said before, you only need more practice. And then, in 4 or 5 years, when I have taught you everything what you need to know, you will help me to rule over the whole world. Next we will destroy everyone who only dares to resist us. Unfortunately, there are still too many groups of misguided people who believe that it would be better to fight me. Even here in Great Britain, and here is the most powerful and worst resistance group with that old fool Dumbledore as leader. But when you are old enough and have developed all your powers, we will be invincible, and then we will conquer Hogwarts and level it to the ground, and we will kill everyone who has dared to seek refuge in Hogwarts." Harry heard the rejoicing in the voice of his adoptive father and shuddered. To imagine which role he should play in this plan made him very uncomfortable, and he knew that absolute nothing in the world would ever bring him to enjoy it to torture Nell or any other living being, even if he would watch 1,000 torture sessions. "My lord, forgive me for the interruption, but we finally managed to make the prisoners talk." Although Harry hadn't the faintest idea of what the Death Eater was speaking, who stared at him with a strange expression in his eyes, his adoptive father obviously understood immediately. "Yes, I'm coming, Zabini. Harry, we will continue our talk when I return. I will come later to you to say goodbye." Harry could only nod while the Dark Lord turned around and, in the company of Zabini who had disturbed them, walked back to the castle. A moment Harry stood there totally motionless, but then he set off to go back to the castle as well, while his thoughts began to race through his head. He sauntered to one of the benches which were standing in the park and sat down. His eyes riveted on the enormous castle which towered in front of him. His home. Suddenly he felt completely left alone in the world, and a deep desperation came over him. He felt trapped between a future he didn't really want and a past he couldn't remember. He wondered what his parents would have said, if they would have been able to see him now as the heir of Voldemort. Harry sighed and asked himself why he had such an aversion against torture that alone the imagination was enough to scare him off, to say nothing of killing. He didn't know if he would be ever able to kill anyone. Again the picture of the wand seller sneaked into his thoughts. He hadn't had a nightmare of him anymore about 3 years. But it couldn't be that this event which he had witnessed as a little child had traumatized him so much that he now wasn't able to torture or kill anyone, could it? Even with the spiders he had felt terrible and had hated it with his entire mind. How he had felt to hurt Nell he would rather not think about. While it was getting constantly darker and colder, the raven-haired boy sat on the bench and stared at the castle without really seeing it. Meanwhile he thought of his future, which his adoptive father had already planned out and where he had no say at all. At one time he felt an immense fury rising in him. Anger and rage about being as helplessly as it seemed. It was his life, wasn't it? He was the heir of Voldemort and not a little child anymore. If he had managed to find out the truth about his parents and had succeeded in defeating those Aurors in the battle, then he surely could come up with a solution and could take his life in his hands. Currently he neither wanted to torture nor to kill, nor wanted he to be forced to do anything, and he didn't want to make a decision on which side he was either. But had he really have to? He wasn't yet ready for it, and suddenly he knew what to do. Months ago, when he had found out who his real parents were, he already had considered it. There he hadn't had tortured Nell, however, so that now he really began to think about it, and the more he thought about it the more he liked this thought. From now on he would take his fate in his own hands, and he himself would decide what he would do. Sometime later he would also reach a decision, but only if he was ready. He stood up and noticed only now how cold he was. With new-won confidence he ran back to the castle. When entering his room he found Caro and Draco sitting in his armchairs and playing chess. They looked up at him with curious faces, and Draco asked, "Where have you been so long? We're waiting for an eternity already." Harry sat down as well and began to relate them his conversation with his adoptive father. After he had finished he added, "I will leave the castle. Probably for a rather long time." "What?" Draco stared unbelievingly at him, but Caro had a thoughtful expression on her face. "You're not serious, are you, Harry?" Draco asked. "Yes, I'm Draco. But why? Because I currently just don't want to learn how I torture and kill in the most effective way. I couldn't torture Nell once more, if my adoptive father would demand it from me again, and I am afraid of the next Death Eater meeting. What if I have to kill anyone then? Furthermore, I need time to consider what I want. Harry, then I'll come with you. I have thought a bit about our conversation yesterday, and I have spoken to Nell earlier, when she has brought us the tea. By the way, there is a cup for you as well, and I have realized that I do like her after all, and that I wouldn't want to hurt her. So that I would probably refuse as well to torture her if I had to. I think you have changed me quite a lot, Harry, do you know that? Before I knew you, I wouldn't have even dreamed of being nice to a house elf. Apart from that, my mother wouldn't miss me anyway. And you need someone who takes care of you. At the last sentence, Caro smiled jokingly. Harry looked stunned at Caro. As he had reached his decision, he hadn't thought at all that his friends could come along. He wanted to say something, but Draco was faster. Have you gone completely mad? You can't just leave the castle. Where do you want to go then? Apart from that, the Dark Lord would surely find you immediately. Harry's face darkened. Yes, perhaps, but we could at least try it, couldn't we? I thought to go to Godric's Hollow. He doesn't have the slightest idea that we have been there already and that we know this place. So I don't really think that anyone will find us there. Godric's Hollow. But that is a completely ruin, Harry. Caro exclaimed. I know, but we could try to build it up again. We are wizards after all. So we should actually manage this. First we could take everything with us, and the only problem later on would be getting the food. We could teach us ourselves, and we could finally decide what we want to do for ourselves, and we could play Quidditch whenever we liked. Caro nodded slightly. It could work. You really want to go away? Draco asked while looking shocked from Harry to Caro. Harry stared at his silver blonde friend and sighed. Yes, Draco, I think so. I can't. I don't want such a future. Not now anyway. Perhaps I will change my opinion yet. But what is really counting is that I want to decide it alone. I don't want to be forced to torture or to kill if I don't want it. Besides, I think that it is wrong that the Death Eaters kill innocents and children who can't defend themselves. If I had to do this in the future, I couldn't do that, Draco. Even if it is true that Muggles and Muggleborns, in contrary to us, are inferior, it wouldn't necessarily mean that we have to kill all, would it? My mother was as well a Muggleborn. Does that now mean that you're better than I because your parents are both purebloods? Draco, would you really kill if you hadn't any concrete reason for it? Only just for fun. Draco felt how fury rose in him, but he kept silent since he didn't exactly want to endanger their reconciliation and yet again start a fight. Harry, who was watching him, added, don't think of what you've learned for once or what your father had told you. Would you kill, for example, a child only because it is a Muggle? Yes, I think so. He finally said hesitantly while for the first time in his life he began to think about those questions. That Muggles were inferior, thereof he was still firmly convinced, but on the other hand Harry also had right. It really wasn't absolute necessary to kill little children. It was very difficult for him to admit this since his father had always told him the exact opposite. He still remembered it well that his father, as he had been younger, had brought him a toy once and had told him that he had murdered a Muggle family. His father had given him the toy as a kind of trophy, and only now years later he asked himself if that had been really necessary to kill this strange child who would have been the same age as him now if it had survived then. Confused, Draco shook his head. He didn't want to have such thoughts, and he didn't want to think about that either. So you are on the light side now? Draco asked quietly. Caro lifted one eyebrow and shook forcefully her head. Good heavens, Draco, of course not. Therefore I find dark magic much too interesting. Besides, I will take revenge on the murderers of my dad. They will pay for what they did to my dad, even if it was Dumbledore in person. One day I will find out who it was, and then I will take revenge. Harry meanwhile kept silent while hoping that his friends wouldn't ask him on which side he was, since he wouldn't have been able to answer. Instead he looked at Draco. Draco, please come with us. But even before he said this, he knew that it was in vain. No, I could never leave my parents, Draco said faintly. Would you come otherwise with us if it weren't for your parents? I don't now. Are you still would like to become a Death Eater? Harry asked. I guess. Why? Draco looked at Harry and opened his mouth, only to shut it again a moment later. A confused expression crept into his eyes. He had taken it always for granted that he would become a Death Eater one day. He had never thought about whether he wanted it or about the why. I don't know. It is the right thing to do. To achieve power. Do you know that doesn't exactly sound very convincing? But if it is for power, there is no must for you to become a Death Eater, Draco. Power we could achieve also without my adoptive father. How so? Besides, Harry, you don't know yet if it will work at all. What, if the Dark Lord catches you and brings you back? Harry shrugged with his shoulders and said more confident than he felt. It would be an adventure in any case, however, Draco. Moreover, think how often we could play Quidditch. Come with us, Draco, Caro added as well. Draco shook tentatively his head. A while they were silent and everyone was lost in his own thoughts. Finally Harry sat up to reach for a biscuit and suddenly he felt a strange weight in his pocket. At once he remembered the rat, which he had totally forgotten. He grabbed in his pocket, pulled the animal out and laid it on the table. Well, what shall we do with him then? Caro asked. We'll take him with us. Somehow we'll have to get Veritserum. Is it really so difficult to brew? Harry stood up and went to a bookshelf, where after some searching, he fetched a big large book. He turned the pages nearly to the end and began to read. Good gracious, we would need a month to make it. Besides, it will be probably really rather difficult. Harry sighed disappointed. It certainly looked like they would have to find another way to get the potion. He sat down again and buried himself in the book while Caro and Draco continued their game of chess. For the rest of the evening neither of them spoke about Harry's and Caro's plan to leave the castle. April 1990. Harry sighed while staring at the many luggage which was standing all over his room. It seemed that he had packed everything in what had been standing here. He looked around to see if he had forgotten something, but when seeing that he obviously had indeed thought of everything, he slightly waved his hand and the countless things began to shrink. After he had started to learn wand-less magic, he would always perform magic without a wand whenever it was possible, and he was utterly fascinated that this worked as well as with a wand. Of course, so far he could only do minor spells, but he was determined to master more difficult and powerful charms and curses soon. As now everything was stowed away, he began to stare nervously at the door. Caro and he had agreed to leave very early in the morning so that it would take a while for anyone to notice their disappearance. While waiting, Harry rocked impatiently up and down and wondered if it was really such a good idea to leave the castle. As he had made his decision almost 2 weeks ago, he and his friends had begun to carefully plan and to think thoroughly about everything. They had searched for useful spells and curses, had pondered what they would definitely need, and had counted their pocket money. Nevertheless, he still had only a rather vague imagination how their new life would be, and his uneasy, worried feeling had somehow increased as his eyes had been riveted on the door, as he assumed, already endless minutes. Then he finally heard a soft tapping and Caro stepped in. Did everything go right? Harry asked. Yes, luckily my mother didn't notice anything. I've used the silencing charm. As a precaution, it wouldn't have been so terrific if she would have heard me, Caro said, and clutching onto her broom she took a deep breath. So, then we'll be leaving soon, I suppose? Harry nodded. Yes. They cast a quick glance at each other and turned their attention to the door. Although Draco would stay in the castle, he had wanted to say goodbye to them. So they waited. Both had the sensation that the minutes passed like an eternity. What is taking him so long? Caro asked, more to herself than to Harry. No idea, but he should have been here long ago. Hopefully nothing has happened, Harry nervously responded. Suddenly the door burst open and their silver blonde friend stormed in. He looked dreadful. His face was pale and under his eyes he had dark shadows. Draco, what the hell happened to you? Harry exclaimed, worried. Sorry, I'm late. I'll come with you, Draco said in a flatly voice, ignoring the question he had been asked. Only now Harry and Caro noticed the broom he was holding in his hand. Harry stared bewildered at Draco. He knew with absolutely certainty that something wasn't right in the slightest with his friend. Draco, what happened? Why did you so suddenly decide otherwise? I come with you, okay. But don't ask me anything. I don't want to talk about this," he replied harshly. Harry looked into the pained gray eyes while wondering what on earth had caused Draco's state. Since he didn't want to press Draco into telling, he nodded reluctantly, but he promised himself that he would find out what had startled Draco so much. Furthermore, there wasn't time anyway to lead a discussion now, so that everything had to wait until they had reached their destination. The faster they got away off this place the better. "Then come, let's leave, Nell," Harry shouted, and seconds later the small house elf appeared, who was carrying some packages which contained, as Harry assumed, a delicious variety of food. He took them from Nell and picked her up. They went to the window, and after charming themselves invisible, they mounted their brooms. Moments later they flew out into the clear, cold air. In front of them they could make out the beginning of the sunrise. It promised to become a beautiful sunny day. Harry couldn't help as to smile happily. Finally he was flying again. Since the fight in Diagon Alley last September he hadn't flown anymore. As the icy wind was blowing against his face he just felt wonderful, and his worries disappeared as well. He rose higher and higher while flying curves and loops. He felt Nell's tiny hands grasping his waist tighter. The angry, frightened hissing of Diamond caused him, however, to slow down again. So he flew lower and looked out for his friends. Although invisible, every one of them had charmed their wand in such a way that it was spreading a dim blue light, so that they couldn't lose each other or crash together, like it had nearly happened on their former trips. He spotted them and flew next to one of his friends. Since it seemed that no one of them was willing to speak, they made their way in silence while Harry was thinking about what happening could have occurred that Draco had changed his decision to stay in the castle. All of a sudden Harry could see the ruins of Godric's Hollow under him, and he felt how the excitement and the uneasy feelings returned to him. Shortly afterwards the three friends landed carefully in the knee-high grass. After charming themselves visible again, Caro looked at them and asked, "And now, I think it would be best to take care first of the wards, wouldn't it?" Harry nodded and fetched something out of his pockets. As he had amplified it, Draco and Caro could see that it were some sheets of lineated paper. That would be probably really the best, since the current ones are very weak and partially totally destroyed. "Here I've written down some spells we could use." Quote. Draco took his wand and said vigorously, "Let's get going then. Let's begin to make out of this place a secure spot." While saying his friends what charms they should perform, Harry felt how fear rose in him. Wouldn't it been better to stay at the castle? How would they survive? Wouldn't they find them here? Then he shook fiercely his head. Whatever difficulties would appear, he would think about them, when they would occur, and together they would master them all right. For now it was first important to surround Godric's Hollow with protection charms and curses, so that they would be safe here. Charlotte Black, who was currently occupied with making breakfast and simultaneously correcting the homework of her students, shook enervated her head as her quill fell to the ground and rolled under the table. As she had finally found it and had just turned back to the essays, she was interrupted by a giggling, happy voice. "Mummy." She spun around and smiled at her son, who would soon have his second birthday and who momentarily was trying to knock over his high chair by flinging himself back and forth. She went to Jamie, bent down and keyed him on his soft hair while wondering if she would ever see Jamie's daddy again. 2 days had already passed since she had got a message of Sirius, and now she was waiting with terrible impatience, which she nearly couldn't bear, for a new letter which would tell her that her husband was still alive. While embracing her little son, she felt tears forming in her eyes. Since she had discovered that her aunt and uncle had been killed, it happened often that she wasn't able to hold back her tears. Nearly 2 weeks ago the Dark Lord had gone to France, together with thousands of his Death Eaters, to defeat the resistance which had been led by her uncle. He and her aunt had been among the first ones who had been killed. She still couldn't believe it that those two people who had taken her and her sister in after their parents had been murdered, who had raised them and had given them all the love they had possessed, were now dead. They had given them a home, after their world had caved in overnight, and yet she would never see them again. Charlotte remembered the little house in France where they had lived, the small garden with the old oak, on which she and Emily had always climbed as children to play there or to hide. She thought back at her last visit 2 years ago, as she had been expecting Jamie. It had been so lovely, peaceful days, which she had spent with them both. But the last time where she had seen her aunt and uncle had been last August, as little Meggie had been born. Charlotte pained her eyes. Sirius was now there, in the country where she had spent a part of her childhood and her entire youth. Dumbledore had sent many Order members there to help the desperately fighting resistance. Sirius and Remus were among them, and the certainty that her husband was in middle of the danger zone was weighing heavily on her. Without any warning she began to sob, while she was still hugging Jamie to her. "Charlotte, did something happen?" The scared voice startled Charlotte. She turned around and shook her head. "No, nothing has happened, Hermione." Charlotte stepped to the girl, who looked still rather alarmed, and pulled her close. "Nothing has happened, honey. I only had to think of my aunt and uncle," she said softly and stroked Hermione's head. Charlotte felt ashamed that she had lost her composure and thus had so scared Hermione. As Sirius had announced to her that he wanted to adopt Hermione 2 years ago, she would have never believed it possible that she would someday love the girl so much. But meanwhile she loved Hermione like her own child. Hermione clung to her and whispered, "Will it never stop? Why are they doing such things to us? Can't they leave us alone? I hate them, they destroy everything. I hate them." Charlotte shuddered as she heard the hate in Hermione's voice. It was awful when children were brought to hate. But she couldn't blame her for it. She knew that Hermione had witnessed the murder of her parents, a horror that she would never forget. Apart from this, there was a merciless hate seething in herself, which terrified her at times. "I don't know, Hermione, I don't know," she said sadly while desperation rose in her. Lately she increasingly had the feeling that she couldn't take it any longer. The war destroyed them more and more, every day a bit further. Ceaseless, and she couldn't do the slightest thing against it. Then she straightened up. It wouldn't be of use for anyone if she let herself go. She had to be strong, for her husband, Jamie, and for Hermione, who needed her, and Sirius, for her sister and all the others who meant something to her. She had to be strong, but sometimes this was more than she could handle. "Mummy, hungry," Jamie cooed all of a sudden, and thus reminded his mother of the still half-finished breakfast. Hermione smiled, stepped to Jamie and picked him up. "Do you know that if you'll continue to grow so fast, you will soon be too heavy for me to carry you?" she said while swinging the baby through the air. Jamie reached for her with his tiny hands and began to laugh while his eyes seemed to beam. After they had eaten breakfast, Hermione said goodbye to Jamie and Charlotte, fetched her wand and began to run through the castle. Since she was already a bit late for the lessons, she had to hurry. When finally reaching the right classroom, she knocked and went in. She wasn't surprised that everyone was present already. "Sorry that I am late, Bill," she said, struggling for breath. "It's all right, Hermione," Bill Weasley answered in a good mood and smiled at her. She grinned back and took her seat next to Ron. A half-year ago, the adults had out of the sky decided that the younger children who weren't yet 11 should be taught as well in defense against the dark arts. Hermione didn't know what the reason for this had been. The adults had only said that it would be necessary that they could also defend themselves. Since then, a 7th year would teach them every day for 1 or 2 hours, and Hermione had therefore got infinitely proud her first wand. As they didn't receive any marks, the lessons were great fun, but nevertheless they learned a lot. As soon as she had recovered her breath, she raised her head, begun to listen attentively what Bill had planned for today's lessons. Meanwhile, Bella stared astonished at the empty room which extended itself in front of her. Where for God's sake were the children? As Carolina hadn't appeared at breakfast today, and since she also hadn't found her daughter in her room, which strangely had been blank, she had cursing begun to search for her daughter. But when seeing now that the room of the young lord was in the exact same condition as of her daughter, and that here as well were no sign of any furniture, slowly a suspicion was rising in her. But that couldn't be, could it? Bellatrix spun angrily around and collided with Lucius Malfoy. "Bella, have you seen Draco? He didn't show up for breakfast today." "No, but I saw neither the young lord nor my daughter today. They have disappeared, and apparently they have run away." "Run away? Such a nonsense, Bellatrix. Probably they are in the park and play Quidditch." Quote, "If they are in the park, Lucius, then how do you want to explain that all the stuff in Harry's and Carolina's rooms has vanished into thin air?" she asked in a sarcastically sweet voice. Lucius' eyes widened surprised. He pushed past her and looked in the room. No, that can't be true. Draco would never run away, he answered with deep conviction. Bella raised unbelievingly an eyebrow. So, wouldn't he? And where on earth then are they, if they didn't run away? Draco would never do such a thing, Bella. After the fight in Diagon Alley I led a serious discussion with him and he promised me not to do such a foolish thing again. They have to be somewhere in the castle. It would be the best, if we would search the castle from top to bottom. Quote. Bella turned her eyes heavenwards and replied snappily. Please, do that, but you'll see that I am right. Quote. Lucius cast a venomous glance at her and apparated. After Bella had waited a quarter hour and had pondered where the children could have gone to and what they should do now, she begun to look for Lucius and found him finally in Draco's room where he was standing rooted to the spot and staring at the mess in front of him. Various cupboards and drawers were half open. Some capes and robes lay carelessly on the ground. Apart from these pieces of clothing and a few other things the room was empty as well. All books, personal things had disappeared. Bella looked at Lucius. Do you believe me now that the children have run away? Lucius however shook confused his head. Draco wouldn't do that. Perhaps they've been kidnapped. Kidnapped? Yes, why not? Pettigrew has disappeared as well until now he hasn't turned up again. He could have done it. Bella stared at him. Did you lose your mind? Harry has protection charms on his door and his rooms. Any stranger who tried to break in there would immediately alarm the whole castle. My house is also protected. If someone had tried to break in there tonight, I would have noticed it. And you so have secured your house that not even a mouse could sneak in unnoticed. No, Lucius, your theory is just absurd. A moment Lucius looked silently at Bella. He didn't want to believe it couldn't be true. Draco would never break his promise towards him. But then he reluctantly admitted that Draco had done exactly this. The children had run away. There wasn't another explanation. You're right, Bella, but I just don't understand it. Why should the children run away? They've not the slightest reason therefore. And what, damn it, have they in mind? Where they want to go at all then? I've not the faintest idea, Lucius, but we've to find them as soon as possible, before they fall into Dumbledore's hands. When I've found Draco then he'll get house arrest for the rest of his life. Lucius Malfoy hissed, who slowly begun to seethe with rage as he realized what not all could happen. Then he groaned. Goodness, when Narcissa discovers that, then. Narcissa, you are worrying about your wife. And what is with our master? Can you imagine what he'll do with us if he learns that we've lost his son? Already last time, he wasn't very delighted, when the children appeared right into the fight in Diagon Alley, if you remember. Lucius' eyes widened startled and finally he began to think straight again, as he slowly overcame the disappointment Draco had caused him. We've to find him, before the Dark Lord returns. Otherwise we are dead. Bella nodded grimly. There for once you're right, Lucius. In the evening Severus Snape sat comfortably in one of his armchairs and looked pleasantly relaxed into the dancing fire while his almost 2-year-old daughter was sleeping peacefully on his chest. In their rooms it was nearly impossible that someone would find out his secret marriage, and so for Severus there was the only place where he could enjoy his family life without having to fear that he would be discovered. As he gazed down at his daughter a radiant smile appeared on his slender face. A sight you could see rather rarely. Very carefully he ran his hand over Lizzie's soft black curls. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly and Severus held his breath while praying that she wouldn't wake up. To get Lizzie to sleep was always extremely nerve-wracking since Lizzie didn't think the slightest of it and rather wanted to play. As Lizzie didn't make any move to open her eyes however, Severus sighed relieved and closed also his eyes while listening to his daughter's softly breathing. A loud tapping against the windowpane startled Severus up. He ripped open his eyes and Lizzie opened her blue ones as well while her little face abridged and she began to cry. Oh, no, schhhh Lizzie, don't cry my sweetheart. Everything's all right. It's okay my little one. Severus murmured as he gently rocked his daughter, but Lizzie seemed to pay no attention at all to her father's soothing words. Mummy, Lizzie what mummy? She squealed and Severus sighed. Allison had gone to Charlotte and Emily a little while ago, and how he knew his wife she wouldn't return so quickly. The volume of the tapping had meanwhile increased considerably. Annoyed and angrily, Severus set his still crying daughter in the armchair, marched to the window and tore it fiercely open. When seeing the unknown black phoenix, he whipped out his wand. The magical bird dropped a letter to the floor and flew into the room. Severus spun around and saw how the phoenix settled next to Lizzie and begun softly to trill. Lizzie instantly stopped crying, stared astonished at the phoenix and reached out for him with her tiny hands. As soon as Severus was sure that the phoenix hadn't the intention to do something to Lizzie, he studied the letter and started to check if it hadn't been cursed with any spells. When he couldn't find anything, he picked up the letter and opened it curiously. Snape, send me as soon as possible a vial of Veritaserum. Harry Riddle. Severus glanced at the one sentence while he wondered for what on earth the heir of Voldemort needed Veritaserum. He had not the faintest idea, but basically it absolutely didn't play a role. After all, he knew that he had to do whatever the child demanded from him, since he could unfortunately inform the Dark Lord at any time that he was a spy. So Severus turned around, went to his daughter who, with a bright smile on her tiny face, still was occupied to stroke the black shimmering feathers of the phoenix. He bent down and picked Lizzie up. This, however, turned out to be a mistake, since he had hardly taken her up she set off to scream again. Taken aback, he set her down again and instantly she fell silent while cuddling against the phoenix. After cursing the bird and reassuring himself that nothing could happen to Lizzie, he left his room and hurried down to his dungeons. There he searched in the many shelves for the potion, and at a fast pace he set off to return, where to his relief he found everything as he had left it. The phoenix trilled shortly, and seconds later he flew with the vial out into the night. Amazingly, Lizzie didn't begin to cry though, but raised her little hand and began to wave. Severus closed the window and made himself and Lizzie comfortable in the armchair again. But now Lizzie looked up at him with her bright blue eyes, which reminded him so much of Allison, expectantly and wide awake, and had presumably not the slightest intention to fall asleep once again. Severus sighed. This would be once more a long evening. Harry leaned against the window and stared out into the darkness. The faint light of the moon had dipped the garden in eerie shadows which seemed to dance in the wind. He felt totally exhausted, but that was hardly astonishing since they had worked the whole day. They had set up the wards and had built up Godric's Hollow again. Although they still had to take care of a vast amount of things and to look after the garden, they had managed, however, to change the ruins into a comfortable little house. As Harry turned around and gazed at the living room, he felt pride. Caro was lying on the settee and had apparently fallen asleep. Next to her, on one of the pillows, Nell had nestled down. The little house elf had spoiled them today with incredible tasty meals and had also helped them energetically with her elf's magic. His gaze wandered further and his smile disappeared when looking at Draco, who sat in his armchair like a marble statue and was staring with an expressionlessly face into the fire. Although he and Caro had tried to persuade Draco to tell them what had happened, they could have had talked just as well to a brick wall. Harry was worried, but as so long he didn't know what troubled his friend, he couldn't do anything to help him. A rustling caused him to gaze at the table. There Diamond was currently busy to make herself a sleeping place out of the letters Draco's parents and Bella had sent them. The letters had reached them a few hours after they had left the castle and had been port keys. Harry still couldn't believe that he had been so stupid. Draco had hindered him at the last minute to pick up one of the letters and had said that his father had surely cursed them. After a while they had detected that they had been indeed enchanted, and namely in port keys. Thereupon they had angrily destroyed the letters, but Harry couldn't still apprehend that he had been so carelessly. You could have believed that in all the years he had been taught by his adoptive father he had learned not the slightest. It was of course clear that Bella, Lucius and Narcissa would try everything to find them. Pressing his nose against the cold glass, he tried to spot his phoenix whom he had sent to Severus Snape some time ago. Hopefully he would transmit him the Veritaserum soon. He was so anxious to finally discover what Pettigrew had had to do with his parents. Currently the rat was residing in a large wooden box with anti-apparating spells placed on it, so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Harry sighed. Somehow it was a strange feeling to know that he was standing in the house of his parents. As they had built it up today again, he couldn't have prevented to imagine how his parents had died here, murdered by his adoptive father. A loud tapping caused Harry to flinch. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed Rainbow landing on the window ledge. He opened the window and detected delighted the little vial which was bound to one of her legs. Smiling, he took it while Rainbow trilled shortly and flew into the room. "Harry, what's this?" Caro asked, who meanwhile had sat up and was now drowsily rubbing her eyes. "That's Veritaserum." Caro blinked unbelievingly, and Harry noticed that Draco, who had turned away from the fire, was also looking rather astonished. "Where on earth did you get this from?" Caro wanted to know. "As I first attended a Death Eater assembly, I figured out that one of them is a spy. Since I thought that it is more likely for him to get the potion, I wrote him earlier that he should send me a vial." "A spy, and you let him off?" Draco inquired angrily. Harry looked at his friend and said quietly, "I didn't want to be guilty of his death." In Draco's eyes flickered something and he nodded. "I see." His voice sounded strangely defeated, and Harry and Caro cast at each other helpless and rather clueless looks. For a moment they were silent. Finally Caro asked, "How do we actually want to question Pettigrew? We'll have to somehow ensure that he won't escape us." Harry nodded energetically. "Yes, of course," he said, and put the flagon with the potion on the table. Then he went to the hall and fetched the wooden box in which the rat was captured. When returning to the living room, he opened the bin, took his wand and forced Pettigrew to change back into a human being. To prevent him to flee, Harry chained him with his magic. Pettigrew struggled against the bonds and looked frantically around. As his eyes fell on Harry, he turned ashen and began to stutter. "Harry, you won't kill me, will you? I did never want to do it. Harry, please, I beg you, don't kill me." The last part was a desperate scream, and Harry, by now a bit irritated, put a silencing charm on him. Meanwhile Caro had taken up the Veritaserum and Draco had stood up as well. "Shall we use the Imperious Curse to bring him to drink this?" Draco asked and pointed at the small vial in Caro's hand. Harry bit thoughtfully his lip and nodded then. "Yes, I think this would be the best. But you'll have to help me. Currently I'm too exhausted to do it alone. Furthermore, I don't think I would manage it alone," Harry answered. Since the Dark Lord had gone to France, Bella and Draco's parents had already started to teach Draco and Caro the unforgivable curses. Although both his friends hadn't managed to break the Imperious Curse yet, they could help him however to curse Pettigrew. Harry pointed his wand at the animagus, nodded to his friends, counted loudly to 3 and then they shouted together, "Imperio." Harry gave Pettigrew the potion and ordered him to take a sip. When Pettigrew's eyes became glassily and they saw that the potion started to show effect, they finally could exhaustedly lift the curse. Harry noticed that his hand trembled and knew that he had magically overexerted himself today. It might have been wiser if they had waited till tomorrow to question Peter. But after all, he had waited already so long, and to wait any longer he wouldn't bear. So he let himself fall on a chair. Excited, he began to ask question after question, and he learned more about his parents than he had ever dreamed. He discovered that his dad had also been an animagus, that he, together with his best friends Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and unfortunately Peter Pettigrew, had wandered often over the grounds of Hogwarts, and that they had invented and carried out countless pranks during their school days. He learned that they had been called the Marauders. His mother, however, had always tried to stop the 4 friends. She had played the piano and had loved to read books while sitting next to the Hogwarts lake in the soft grass. He learned that he had a godmother and a godfather and countless other things, which meant so incredible much to him, told by a traitor as he now knew. Suddenly the glassy, absently gaze disappeared and Peter's eyes became clear again. Obviously the potion had lost its effect. He blinked, raised abruptly his head and looked straight into Harry's eyes while tears were streaming down his face. "I am so sorry, Harry. I didn't want to do it. But I didn't have a choice." Quote. Harry stared wordlessly at the traitor his parents, and when speaking his voice wavered a bit. "Why didn't you tell my parents that you were forced to be a spy by Voldemort before they made you their secret keeper? You could have gone into hiding together with my parents. If you had told, surely the Order of the Phoenix would have found a solution." Peter opened his mouth but closed it a moment later. Apparently he didn't know what to say. He lowered his gaze to the floor and whispered, nearly inaudible, "I was so scared that he would find out." Harry didn't need to ask whom Pettigrew meant with he. "What'll you do with him, Harry?" Caro threw in, while eyeing Peter disdainfully. While staring at the broken man, Harry realized that he felt pity for him. Although Peter had betrayed his parents, he knew very well that another had murdered them, and namely his adoptive father. Confused, Harry shook his head. I don't know. I think he could stay here. He could run errands for us, he said, yawning, and noticed only now how incredibly tired and worn out he was. Peter lifted jerkily his head and looked dazed and hopefully at him. You won't kill me, Harry. No, Peter, but don't you dare to betray us and to tell Voldemort where we are. Otherwise I could still change my mind. Peter flinched, looked around and seemed to register his surroundings for the first time. His eyes widened. That can't be true. Where are we? In Godric's Hollow. We ran away and have almost built it up again. My adoptive father has not the faintest idea that I know Godric's Hollow. Here he won't find us. Adoptive father? Yes, the Dark Lord has raised me. He has raised Harry. He'll find you. Believe me, you can't hide from him. That's impossible. Harry swallowed. If you don't tell him, he won't figure it out. Peter looked at him and in his eyes a strange expression appeared. I won't betray you, Harry. Not once again, he said softly. But the Dark Lord has ways and means, which you can't even imagine. Believe me, he'll find you. What a lot of rubbish. No one will find us here. And you won't betray us. Draco screamed, who pointed with a trembling hand his wand at Pettigrew. Avada Ked. Draco. No. Horrified and frightened, Caro and Harry grabbed Draco's arms. Draco. What the hell was all this about? What's wrong with you? Harry, who sensed how his friend was quivering, had suddenly enough of Draco's strange behavior which he had displayed all day. Resolutely he took him by his arm and led him to the settee. Draco. Now tell us finally what has happened this morning. We're your friends, you can trust us, you know that. Draco slumped down and mumbled. They killed them. They just killed them. Caro, who had sat down next to Draco's other side, hugged him comfortingly and asked quietly. Who killed whom? When Draco didn't answer, she whispered. Tell us, please, we only want to help you. Yesterday I couldn't sleep. I had always to think about you wanting to leave the castle. Sometime I got thirsty, so I stood up and went to the kitchen to fetch me something. On my way back I noticed my dad. He stood in front of the fireplace and via flow powder he went to the dungeons. And goodness, I don't even know why, but I followed him. I think I was just curious. Draco said bitterly and broke off. In Harry rose a dreadful thought, and for a moment he closed his eyes. He could imagine what would come next. He had heard the terrible screams, which were echoing from the dungeons, often enough. He had to force himself to ask. What happened there? They didn't see me, but I could observe everything. There were a woman and a little girl. My dad. They tortured them, and the girl, Caro, she looked similar to you. She held a teddy bear in her arms, like the one you had always in the past. They just killed them. Draco sobbed while Caro hugged him close to her. Oh, Draco. After they had calmed down Draco to a degree, they said goodnight to each other, left Pettigrew, guarded by Diamond, Rainbow and Nell, behind in the living room, and went silently to their own rooms. As Harry was creeping in his bed a while later and dropping his head on the soft pillow, he sighed relieved. He felt as he was hurting everywhere. His head ached terribly. It had been just too much what had happened today. The flight, the need to perform so many charms at once, the stories Peter had told them, the awful things Draco had witnessed. But he noticed very quickly that he absolutely couldn't come to rest. Images of his parents spun around his head. He remembered the frightened face of his mum that he had seen as the Dementor had come close to him. He saw his dad sneaking over the grounds of Hogwarts with his friends, his mum sitting near the lake and reading a book. Sometime he threw the blanket aside, jumped off the bed and ran to the window that he ripped open. He was so hot. As the cold air caused him to shiver, he closed it again, turned around and looked for his photo album. Back in bed he slowly leafed through it. Now he recognized as well a few other persons, and for the first time he paid real attention to the other people who were portrayed there. So far he had registered them only marginally. He looked at Sirius Black, his godfather, At Remus Lupin, and the woman who was holding him as he had been a baby must be his godmother, Minerva McGonagall, as he presumed. As he continued to turn the pages over, his gaze fell on one of his favorite photos. His parents stood next to each other and his mum was holding him. He stared at the beaming faces of his parents and suddenly he began to cry. The stories Peter had told him had brought his parents close to him and had made him realize unmistakably what he had lost. So he cried for that what could have been when his parents hadn't been killed on that one Halloween so many years. It took long before Harry finally sobbed himself into a restless sleep. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.